Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 276 Divine Spiritual Vein. Your heir Gu Xiu refined the demon inner elixir and reached the 8th level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points *300. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the information panel, and then looked at his attribute panel, and saw that there were 300 more improvement points. Breakthrough. Gu Qingfeng was not much surprised by this result. He gave Gu Xiu all the inner elixirs needed to destroy the demons in the heavenly demon holy land. As long as they were refined, it would only be a matter of time before he could break through to the 8th level of the divine transformation realm or even enter the Dao Palace realm. I remember that there were other secret guards who entered the demon world, but I don't know where he is now. Gu Qingfeng looked at the dead man's information panel, and Gu Shiqi's information soon came into view. Like Gu Xiu, Gu Shiqi was attacked by demons quite frequently, but it was just not as shocking as his counterpart. What surprised Gu Qingfeng even more? This person does not have an immortal divine body like Gu Xiu, nor does he have any remnant soul of a great saint to help him secretly, but he is still living freely in the world of monsters and demons until now. Moreover, looking at his cultivation, Gu Shiqi has already entered the 6th level of the divine transformation realm. If Gu Xiu hadn't obtained the inner elixir from the heavenly demon holy land, he wouldn't have been much better than Gu Shiqi in terms of cultivation. Material that can be made. Gu Qingfeng silently gave Gu Shiqi a label in his heart. Not only did the other party break into the demon world and survive to this day, but his cultivation level has also improved by leaps and bounds, which shows that Gu Shiqi is very lucky. But although Gu Qingfeng wanted to find the other party's whereabouts, the demon world was too big and he had no choice. This is the important place of Yunhai sect, how dare any demon dare to invade? When Gu Qingfeng stepped into a sect, a cold voice suddenly came out, and then he saw a powerful demon with wings on his back rising into the sky and appearing directly in front of him. Human race. The moment he saw Gu Qingfeng, the double-winged demon's expression changed. He did not take action immediately. After all, this was the Yunhai sect. If a human race appeared openly, there must be someone to rely on. Gu Qingfeng put his hands behind his hands and said calmly, "I am Gu Qingfeng. I came to Yunhaizong today because I want to ask Yunhaizong for a favor." Gu Qingfeng. When he heard the name, the winged demon's pupil shrank, and he immediately thought of a rumor not long ago. When he heard the other person's name again, his expression darkened. "You are Gu Qingfeng. Not only did you destroy the heavenly demon holy land, but now you dare to come to our Yunhai sect. Are you still planning to destroy our Yunhai sect?" Gu has no intention of becoming an enemy of the Yunhai sect when he comes here, but with your status, you might be able to make the decision in the Yunhai sect. The two-winged demon was silent. He thought that when Gu Qingfeng arrived, a direct conflict would break out between the two sides, but he didn't expect that the other party would really not take action. The hatred between humans and demons has been around for a long time, and it is impossible to remain calm. If it were an ordinary person, the two-winged demon would not say anything nonsense and directly kill Gu Qingfeng. But the person in front of me was the powerful human being who had just destroyed the entire heavenly demon holy land and killed the Azure Dragon Demon Lord not long ago. The Yunhai sect's background is not weaker than that of the heavenly demon holy land, and there are also ancient strong men sleeping, but it is not what they want to really break up with Gu Qingfeng. Regardless of winning or losing, this is not worth the loss for Yunhaizong. Just when the two-winged demon was hesitant, a majestic voice suddenly came. "Since we have guests arriving, there is no reason to turn them away. Please come in and have a seat." As soon as these words came out, the double-winged demon's expression relaxed, and he immediately invited Gu Qingfeng to Yunhaizong as he was told. Step into Yunhai sect. Gu Qingfeng noticed that the eyes of many demons were falling on him. There was greed and fear in these eyes. To this, he turned a blind eye. Under the leadership of the two-winged demon, Gu Qingfeng followed him into the Yunhai sect's main hall, where he met the Yunhai sect's master. This is a middle-aged monk with a fluttering blue robe and an elegant face. He has a gentle temperament. If he didn't know his identity as a demon, he would just look at his appearance and think he was an ordinary Confucian scholar. Ji Yuan has met fellow Taoist. I didn't expect that the dignified leader of the Yunhai sect would be so similar to the human race. Gu Qingfeng looked slightly surprised. Obviously, Ji Yuan's current appearance surprised him. Of course, the aura of a demon on the other party cannot be faked. Hearing this, Ji Yuan smiled slightly. My fellow Taoist, this is wrong. Both demons and humans are born from heaven and earth, so how can we say that one is similar to the other? That's true. Gu Qingfeng nodded and did not argue too much on this issue. Ji Yuan changed the topic and asked again, fellow Taoist destroyed the heavenly demon Holy Land, and then came to our Yunhai sect. Ji remembers that the Yunhai sect never made a move against Gu Xiu. Sect Master Ji, don't worry. Gu is not here to attack Yunhai sect, but he just wants to use Yunhai sect's formation to return to the ancient world. Ji Yuan was silent for a while. How can fellow Taoist be sure that our Yunhai sect can have the formation to go to the ancient world? Since ancient times, there have been constant wars between the demon world and the ancient world. As an ancient force, Yunhai sect would not believe it if there is no formation leading to the ancient world. Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent and seemed to be sure that Yunhai sect could have the formation to go to the ancient world. Ji Yuan said, if Ji says no, what should fellow Taoists do? It's very simple. Gu will destroy Yunhai sect and find the formation on his own. If he really can't find it, then he will just change the section. Gu Qingfeng spoke calmly, as if it was easy for him to destroy the Yunhai sect. Fellow Taoist, you are crazy. There was a hint of red in the depths of Ji Yuan's eyes, and the atmosphere in the entire hall became much more depressing. Feeling the cold and terrifying murderous intent around him, Gu Qingfeng was not afraid at all. Gu is not arrogant, he is just stating a fact. After all, the two clans have been at war for a long time. If you destroy the Yunhai sect, Gu will not have any psychological burden. Silent, Ji Yuan was silent for a long time. After a long time, he let out a long breath and said with a helpless smile, fellow Taoist behaves differently from other human races, and has no intention of beating around the bush. Anyway, Yunhai sect does have a formation to go to the ancient world. It's just that this formation has been abandoned for a long time. If fellow Taoists want to use it, Yunhai sect will have no problem. Thank you so much, Master Ji. Gu Qingfeng cupped his hands. Immediately, Ji Yuan personally led Gu Qingfeng to the forbidden area of Yunhai sect, where there was a teleportation formation leading to the ancient world. In the eyes of outsiders, this formation is mysterious and unpredictable, and it is difficult to truly discern its authenticity. However, in Gu Qingfeng's view, there is nothing wrong with the formation in front of him. When the formation was activated, Gu Qingfeng's figure disappeared into the light. When Gu Qingfeng left, the smile on Ji Yuan's face also disappeared, and his eyes turned scarlet and cold. The ancient world has been silent for so many years. In this great world, maybe an invincible emperor will emerge. But in this age of Dharma ending, everything is still unknown. Ji Yuan didn't know what he thought of, and a smile appeared on his lips. Other side. Gu Qingfeng had already walked out of the teleportation array. The familiar feeling came to his heart, and the scene around him was completely different from the demon world, making him understand that he had returned to the ancient world. Looking back, the light of the teleportation array there has become dim, making it difficult to see any clues with the naked eye. Two-way formation. However, the methods of those who set up this formation are not simple. If you want to open the teleportation array, only the Yunhai sect can open it independently. It is simply impossible to reversely activate the teleportation array here. Gu Qingfeng's eyes flickered, and he had already seen the clues of the teleportation formation in front of him. The biggest function of these formations is to prevent someone from opening the teleportation formation in reverse and then appearing directly in the Yunhai sect's forbidden area. The Yunhai sect has a teleportation array leading to the ancient world, and the forces in other demon realms are probably about the same. It can be seen that the war between the ancient realm and the demon realm has not really subsided at all. These teleportation arrays are the basis for the demon world to invade the ancient world again in the future. Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. He did not take action to destroy the teleportation formation here because it was not necessary. Even if the teleportation array in front of you is destroyed, there are other teleportation arrays in the ancient world. If the demon world wants to invade, it will never be able to stop them. But although Qingfeng did not destroy the formation here, he also conveniently set up a killing formation here. With Qingfeng's current formation cultivation as a 6th level master, even a casual killing formation would belong to the 5th level. If the demons of Yunhai sect come out from here in the future, I believe this formation will be enough for them to drink a pot. Qingfeng smiled calmly. Although this killing formation is not of a high level, only the 5th level, it is enough to deal with ordinary Taoist palaces. Even a strong person in the semi-sacred realm may fall into such a killing formation if he is not careful for a moment. Subsequently, Qingfeng left calmly. Half a day. Qingfeng finally figured out that the place he was in now was the eastern region. Immediately, Qingfeng took the teleportation array and headed directly to Taixu city. When the light of the teleportation array emerged again, Qingfeng had already appeared in Taixu city. After he appeared, he immediately headed towards the Taixu Holy Land. Taixu city is a city built as the Taixu Holy Land, and it is right next to the Holy Land. When Qingfeng arrived in front of Taixu Holy Land, internal monks immediately appeared. This is the Holy Land of Taixu. I don't know what your purpose is for coming here. What appeared was a deacon from the Taixu Holy Land. The other party looked at the monk in green in front of him, his face moved slightly, and his words were a little more polite. Just because in the eyes of the other party, Qingfeng is a little unpredictable, which shows that the strength of the person coming is not weak. Qingfeng, the head of the Gu family of the Shenwu dynasty, is here to pay homage to Fu Shenjun, the master of the 9th peak of the Taixu Holy Land. Head of the Gu family. When the deacon of Taixu Holy Land heard this, his expression suddenly changed, and then his expression quickly became respectful. It turns out that Senior Gu is here in person. I would like to ask Senior to wait a moment and let me send you a message. Good work. Qingfeng nodded. The deacon didn't dare to hesitate immediately and took out the jade talisman to convey the news to the 9th peak. After doing this, the other party stood aside with a look of awe, without the arrogance that a deacon of the Holy Land should have. Joke. This Gu family patriarch, who had just destroyed the entire ancient wasteland Holy Land with his own strength not long ago, was hailed as the strongest person in the ancient wasteland world in the end of the Dharma era. There were even more rumors that the other party had the potential to become a great emperor, and that the next great world would be the opportunity for him to prove his truth. There were quite a few people who agreed with this statement. After all, from ancient times to the present, there were only a handful of people who could kill an ancient great saint with the cultivation of a semi-saint. Such a record would be difficult for even many ancient great emperors to achieve. With the arrival of such a strong man, the deacon of the Taixu Holy Land would not dare to be disrespectful. After all, if he really angered the other party, then if he died here, the Taixu Holy Land would probably not say a word. What's more, according to what he knew, the current 9th peak saint, Gu Xian, who was hailed as one of the 9 sons of Taixu, was the heir of this person. So, no matter from which aspect, Qingfeng was not someone he could offend. Less than a quarter of an hour after the news spread, a cultivator turned into a rainbow light and finally stopped in front of the two. Greetings to Master Fu Feng. The deacon hurriedly bowed when he saw the visitor. Lord Fu waved his hand and smiled at Gu Qingfeng. The presence of the Gu family master has made Taizhou Holy Land glorious. Please follow me inside and have a seat. Then I'll have to trouble Master Fu Feng. Gu Qingfeng did not refuse and followed Lord Fu inside. Entering Taizhou Holy Land. Suddenly, a majestic aura came to his face. Such a strong aura is many times stronger than Zhuzhu. Even the current capital of the Shenwu dynasty is far behind the Taizhou Holy Land in terms of aura. You must know. The current capital of the Shenwu dynasty is not comparable to the former capital. Gu Qingfeng used the flesh and blood of many powerful people in the ancient wasteland Holy Land to nourish the spiritual veins, so that a holy spiritual vein was born under the capital. Such a level of spiritual veins is precious in the entire ancient world. What a pity! Compared with the ancient wasteland Holy Land, the spiritual energy in Guangyang Prefecture is much worse after all. Taizhou Holy Land is worthy of being an ancient Holy Land. Such spiritual energy is unmatched by ordinary forces. I am afraid that the head of the Gu family does not know that there is a divine spiritual vein under my Taizhou Holy Land, and the spiritual energy is naturally not bad. Fu Shenjun smiled slightly. When talking about this, a little pride appeared on his face, but he quickly recovered. Divine spiritual veins are rare. If other forces have such spiritual veins, they will hide them and dare not publicize them. But Taizhou Holy Land is different. With its own strong foundation, even if the news of the divine spiritual vein is spread, Taizhou Holy Land is not afraid at all. Let's talk about it. The matter of the divine spiritual vein itself is not a secret. So, Lord Fu has no need to hide it. Divine spiritual vein. Gu Qingfeng's expression was moved when he heard this, and he looked a little surprised, and then secretly relieved. If it is a divine spiritual vein, then everything makes sense. End of this chapter. Chapter 277 The True Heavenly Phoenix Divine Body. Divine Grade Spiritual Veins. There is a chance that high-grade divine bloodstones can be produced. Such a level is naturally very rare. Although the Shenwu dynasty can now have a holy grade spiritual vein, it is still not that simple to truly promote it to the divine grade. If there are no monks to mine the spiritual veins and allow them to grow on their own, then it is possible for them to grow into divine grade spiritual veins in the future. It's just that the time required is definitely not measured by common sense. It may take 100,000 years, or even more than 1,000,000 years. As for those who want to imitate the original method and use the blood and blood of living beings to nourish them, the living flesh and blood required is not comparable to nourishing the blood of a saint. The ninth peak. In the main hall of the Peak Master, Fu Shenjun and Gu Qingfeng took their seats respectively. Master Gu came to my Taizhou Holy Land today. I wonder what important matters he has. After the two sat down, Fu Shenjun asked first. In his opinion, Gu Qingfeng had always stayed in Zhuzhu and rarely moved around. Now that this person suddenly came to Taizhou Holy Land in person, Fu Shenjun couldn't help but think too much. Gu is here because of Gu Xiu. Gu Qingfeng didn't hide anything. When Fu Shenjun heard this, his expression suddenly dawned. I see, Gu Xiu happened to be at the ninth peak, so I summoned him to come. Good work. Gu Qingfeng nodded. Immediately, Fu Shenjun just spread the news, and then the two of them communicated with each other and discussed some cultivation issues. But most of the time, Gu Qingfeng was talking, and Fu Shenjun listened silently, occasionally interjecting a sentence or two to express his own opinions on these issues. After all, although both of them are Dao Palace realm monks, Gu Qingfeng has already half-stepped into the saint realm, and his strength is even more powerful than that of a saint, and can rival the mighty great saint. Although the two people are in similar realms, their views on spiritual practice are completely different. Listening to Gu Qingfeng's talk about the Great Road, Fu Shenjun felt suddenly enlightened in many places. The bottlenecks that had trapped him for thousands of years were now faintly loosened. This feeling is as if I have the opportunity to take another half step forward at any time and reach the semi-saint realm. So changing. Naturally, Fu Shenjun was overjoyed. Of course. He himself knows it very well. Although the bottleneck is now loose, it is definitely not that easy to really take that half step. But no matter what, Fu Shenjun was extremely satisfied with this discussion. Just then, a young man in white clothes walked slowly from outside the hall. His face was handsome, his sword-shaped eyebrows were thick and powerful, and his eyes were as plain as water. After entering this place, he bowed and bowed. Disciple Gu Xiu has met the peak master. After speaking, Gu Xian saluted Gu Qingfeng again. The child has seen his father. With this sentence, Gu Xian's originally calm tone could not help but feel a little more emotional. There were rumors about Gu Qingfeng from the outside world. Gu Xian had already heard the rumors. The ancient Holy Land was destroyed, and his father already had the honorific title of the strongest man in the age of ending law. As the heir of Gu Qingfeng, Gu Xian actually has some pressure. After all, his father is so powerful, if he cannot keep up, he will inevitably lose face to the Gu family. So, when he actually saw Gu Qingfeng, Gu Xian was a little worried. It seems that you have not neglected your practice in the past few years. As soon as Gu Qingfeng's words came out, Gu Xian felt relieved. But soon, the other party's next words made Gu Xian's expression change slightly. But compared to your third brother, your current cultivation level is far behind. Third brother? Could it be that father has already found his third brother? Gu Xian was startled at first, and then his face became ecstatic. Gu Xian has always been worried about Gu Xiu's whereabouts. Since he became the holy son of the ninth peak, he has been using the power of Taixu Holy Land to find out the whereabouts of the other party. But it was a pity that Gu Xiu seemed to disappear out of thin air. No matter how much he inquired, no news was ever returned. Over time, Gu Xuandu doubted whether Gu Xiu had died. That's why Gu Xian was so excited after hearing Gu Qingfeng's words. The ancient teleportation array in the southern region leads to the demon world. Not long ago, I also went into the demon world and met your third brother. He has now reached the 8th level of the divine transformation realm. 8th level of divine transformation. Monster realm. Compared to Gu Xian's shock when he heard the news about Gu Xiu's transformation to the 8th level, Fu Shenjun's expression suddenly changed dramatically when he heard the words demon world. Master Gu is saying that you have already been to the demon world. Good. After hearing Gu Qingfeng's personal admission, Fu Shenjun's face suddenly turned ugly. May I ask where the head of the Gu family entered the demon world? Gu entered the demon world from an ancient teleportation array. That ancient teleportation array was a one-time formation that would be broken after use. But when Gu came back, he used the teleportation arrays of other demon sects. As soon as these words came out, Fu Shenjun's face became even more ugly. Gu Qingfeng understood the concerns in the other party's heart, then shook his head and said, Master Fu actually doesn't have to worry so much. The demon realm and the ancient realm have been at war for a long time. It's normal for the two realms to have formations that can communicate with each other. The demon world can leave a backup in the ancient world, and I believe there are many strong people in the ancient world who can leave a backup in the demon world. As long as the two worlds exist, war will eventually break out. The only question is whether it will be sooner or later. Hearing this, Fu Shenjun took a deep breath, and his ugly expression softened a bit. What the Gu family leader said is reasonable, but the Gu family leader has entered the world of demons, and he has managed to escape unscathed. Such strength is really admirable. The ninth peak master looked filled with emotion. In the battle 100,000 years ago, the eastern region was the main battlefield. Demons invaded on a large scale, and a protracted war broke out with the forces in the eastern region. That battle. Countless powerful people have fallen in the eastern region, and even more forces have been destroyed. Even the Holy Land of Taixu has been severely damaged. So, Taixu Holy Land cannot understand the details of the demon world. Although Fu Shenjun was not a strong man of that era, we can also understand the power of the demon world from the classics left behind in Taixu Holy Land. It is not that there were no strong people who broke into the demon world in the past, but after all, there are only a very small number of people who can actually come out of the demon world alive. Don't talk about ordinary monks. Even if a saint comes forward, he may not be able to come back alive. Judging from Gu Qingfeng's appearance, he looked relaxed when he talked about the demon world, which showed his confidence. Gu Xian also reacted at this time, and his face couldn't help but change. The third brother has entered the world of demons. Then where is he now? I originally wanted to bring him back, but he insisted on staying in the demon world to experience, so I couldn't force him. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. Gu Xian's heart was shocked. Third brother stayed in the demon world to gain experience. He didn't expect that Gu Xiu would dare to act like this. Since entering Taixu Holy Land, Gu Xian has learned many secrets about the demon world, so he naturally knows how powerful the demon world is. Not to mention the monks of the Divine Transformation Realm, even the monks of the Dao Palace Realm, few monks dare to enter it. Now, Gu Xian was naturally surprised that Gu Xiu stayed in the demon world to gain experience. He was both shocked by Gu Xiu's boldness and admired his confidence. Fu Shenjun on the side also looked shocked when he heard this. The three sons of the Gu family are indeed the best among men. The eldest son Gu Yang founded the Shenyu dynasty, and the second son Gu Xian is one of the 9 holy sons of our Taixu Holy Land. Now the third son, Gu Xiu, is staying alone in the demon world to experience, and his future achievements may be limitless. Not to mention Gu Xiu's strength, his courage was unmatched by others. And from what Gu Qingfeng said, Gu Xiu's cultivation has already reached the 8th level of the Divine Transformation Realm, and Gu Xian is now only at the 3rd level of the Divine Transformation Realm. Even if the latter is like this, the speed of cultivation is quite astonishing in Taixu Holy Land. But if compared to Gu Xiu, the difference is more than 1 level. Visible. The third son of the Gu family is also top-notch in terms of qualifications. At this time, Gu Qingfeng turned his hand and a jade bottle suddenly appeared. When he saw the jade bottle, Gu Xian's eyes were involuntarily attracted. Something seemed to be faintly vibrating in his blood, and a strong desire to possess it arose in his heart. This is the phoenix essence and blood that your third brother found in the demon world. You can use this phoenix essence and blood to perfect your Qingfeng divine body. As soon as Gu Qingfeng's words came out, Fu Shenjun and Gu Xian looked shocked. Phoenix essence and blood. None of them expected that the jade bottle in front of them would contain such a treasure. Especially Fu Shenjun, he is very aware of the preciousness of phoenix essence and blood. Such chaotic beasts are born to be comparable to saints, and they can become saint kings by themselves when they reach adulthood. But in fact, any adult phoenix will not be as simple as the Holy King realm. After all, with the terrifying power of such chaotic beasts, as long as the other party trains hard, it will be easy to break the barrier of the Holy King and enter the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, chaotic ferocious beasts are rare, and even the foundation of the ethereal Holy Land has not been able to find the phoenix essence and blood. Over the years, Taixu Holy Land has been collecting information about phoenix essence and blood in order to perfect Gu Xian's Qingfeng divine body, but unfortunately there is no whereabouts at all. Result. However, Gu Xiu found the whereabouts of the phoenix essence and blood in the demon world. To this, Fu Shenjun was immediately overjoyed. The appearance of the phoenix essence and blood means that a real heavenly phoenix divine body will emerge from the 9th peak. Gu Xian's talent itself is top-notch. If he can transform into a complete Qingfeng divine body, then the opponent will definitely shine in the next great competition by relying on this divine body. By then, not to mention the 9th peak, even the entire Taixu Holy Land might be able to regain its former glory. And it is possible to go further. After all, as long as a true divine body does not die unexpectedly, it is a sure thing to break through to the great saint realm, and the probability of further entering the Holy King realm and quasi-emperor realm is not small. In addition, there is even a slight possibility of attaining the status of the great emperor. Therefore, whenever a divine body is born, various forces will compete for it. Now, Taizhou Holy Land is about to have a complete Qingfeng divine body, so how can Fu Shenjun not be excited? Gu Xian on the other side also showed excitement on his face when he learned that the jade bottle contained phoenix essence and blood. You should take the phoenix essence and blood now to perfect the Qingfeng divine body. Master Fu and I will protect you. Gu Qingfeng handed the phoenix essence and blood to Gu Xian and asked him to refine it immediately. Hear the words. Shenjun Fu also said, Master Gu is right. Such a treasure cannot be lost. You should take it immediately. With Master Gu and I protecting you, it will be safe. Okay. Seeing this, Gu Xian did not dare to delay. He sat cross-legged on the spot and pulled out the cork. A terrifying force suddenly burst out, and at the same time, an inexplicable fragrance filled the air. Gu Xian no longer restrained his inner impulse and swallowed the phoenix blood directly into his stomach. Blood entered the stomach. Suddenly, Gu Xian's skin suddenly turned red, and waves of extremely terrifying fluctuations spread from his body. The extremely rich blood rushed up from the top of his head. Boom! The sky shook. A cry that shook the soul spread throughout the world, and then the sky was red, as if there was a flame burning. A terrifying phoenix shadow that covered the sky and the sun spread its wings and soared, and the pattern of each feather was clearly visible. The terrifying pressure from the chaos beast also descended. At that moment, all the cultivators who saw the phoenix phantom felt the powerful pressure from the bloodline, which made them want to worship. A strange phenomenon in the sky. This is the birth of a divine body. The phoenix phantom. Could it be caused by the heavenly phoenix divine body of Taizhou Holy Land? When they saw the strange phenomenon in the sky and earth, many strong men in the east region were shocked, especially when they saw that the strange phenomenon came from the direction of Taizhou Holy Land, which made them instinctively think of Gu Xian. The heavenly phoenix divine body itself is closely related to the phoenix. Now that the strange phenomenon in the sky and earth appears, it is hard not to think of these. Yahua Holy Land. The strange phenomena in the world appeared, and the phoenix soared. It seems that the heavenly phoenix divine body of Taizhou Holy Land has obtained some opportunities and truly improved its own defects. The Taizhou Holy Land is really lucky. It actually allowed them to find a complete divine body at this critical moment. The face of the Holy Lord Yahua was gloomy, and when he looked in the direction of the Taizhou Holy Land, his eyes were fierce. The growth of the Taizhou Holy Land was not what the Holy Lord Yahua wanted to see. But there was no way. If the owner of the heavenly phoenix divine body was someone else, then the Holy Lord Yahua would try his best to kill it. What a pity! The heavenly phoenix divine body happened to come from Gu Xian. Even if the Holy Lord Yahua was unwilling in his heart, he could only hold it back for the time being. There was no way. Gu Xian was nothing, and the Taizhou Holy Land was nothing, but the Gu family behind Gu Xian made the Holy Lord Yahua fearful. It was because the head of the Gu family was known as the strongest person in the current Dharma ending age, and the only supreme being in the world who could defeat a saint with a semi-saint realm. In this Dharma ending age, no one would want to provoke such a strong person. Even though the Yahua Holy Land had its own foundation, the Yahua Saint Lord did not want to tear his face with the Gu family. With the lesson of the destruction of the ancient wasteland Holy Land, the Yahua Saint Lord would naturally not deliberately provoke. With that decisive and ruthless style of doing things, the Yahua Holy Land dealt with Gu Xian, and the opponent would come to the door right after. Therefore, the Yahua Saint Lord could only watch the appearance of the Qingfeng divine body, but there was no other way. End of this chapter. Chapter 278 Saint and number 039, S Heavenly Tribulation. Your heir Gu Xian took the phoenix essence and blood and awakened the complete Qingfeng divine body. Your heir Gu Xian has reached the 4th level of divine transformation. Reward improvement points *300. Your heir Gu Xian has reached the 5th level of divine transformation. Reward improvement points *300. Your heir Gu Xian. Your heir Gu Xian has reached the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points *300. When Gu Qingfeng helped Gu Xian suppress and refine the phoenix essence and blood, the latter's cultivation soared like a rocket. In an instant, he had directly broken through from the 3rd level of the divine transformation realm to the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. Such a breakthrough! Gu Xian instantly surpassed Gu Xiu in terms of cultivation and became the one with the highest cultivation level among the 3 sons of the Gu family. After a long time, Gu Xian's breath gradually calmed down, and the visions between heaven and earth also disappeared. Immediately, Gu Xian opened his eyes, and the moment he stood up from the ground, he felt a terrifying and majestic power emerging from him, which was several times stronger than before. 9th level of divine transformation. This is the power of phoenix essence and blood. Gu Xian looked surprised. If he cultivated normally, it would take at least several decades for him to break through to this stage. If it were slower, it could take hundreds of years. But now, a drop of phoenix essence and blood saves years of hard work. More importantly, as Qingfeng divine body became complete, Gu Xian could clearly feel that the mysterious changes that had taken place in his physical body and the terrifying bloodline power were completely different from those of the past. Even if he doesn't make any breakthroughs, Gu Xian is confident that his strength will be at least twice as strong as before. Now that he has broken through to the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, and has a complete Qingfeng divine body, Gu Xian is sure to suppress even the powerful ones in the upper Dao Palace realm. The 9th level of the divine transformation realm, it seems that our 9th peak is really going to be prosperous. Fu Shenjun is also smiling all over his face. The other 8 Taixu 9 sons are all at the peak of the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, and some have even half-stepped into the Dao Palace realm. In comparison, Gu Xian's cultivation level has always been at the bottom among the 9 Taixu disciples. Part of the reason why the other party is ranked among the 9 Taixu sons is because he carries the incomplete Qingfeng divine body, and part of the reason is because Gu Xian is Gu Qingfeng's son. The latter is now the most powerful person in the Dharma ending era. As his heir, Gu Xian naturally has an aura around him. This is inevitable. But now that Gu Xian has completed the Qingfeng divine body and stepped into the 9th level of the divine transformation realm in one breath, it is natural for him to be ranked as the 9th son of Taixu. The 9th level of the divine transformation realm is barely bearable. Once the power of the phoenix essence and blood in your body is completely refined, I believe it will not be a problem to break through to the Dao Palace realm. Gu Qingfeng nodded, with a calm expression on his face, but there was not much surprise. After all, this phoenix essence and blood is extraordinary, at least it is at the level of the Holy King. So exists. A drop of blood possesses endless mystery. Even though the power of essence and blood has been weakened a lot because of too much time, there is still no problem in creating a Taoist palace monk. Normally, Gu Qingfeng could actually directly refine all the essence and blood power of Gu Xian, and then attack the Tao Palace realm in one breath. Just doing this and breaking through too quickly will cause Gu Xian's foundation to become unstable. So, Gu Qingfeng helped him refine most of it, leaving a part of the essence and blood power for the opponent to slowly polish later. My child understands. Gu Xian's face was full of smiles, and his soaring cultivation level and perfect Qingfeng divine body made him feel very good. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng followed Gu Xian to the courtyard where he lived, gave him some pointers on his practice, and answered all Gu Xian's many doubts about his practice. 3 days later, Gu Qingfeng just left Taixu Holy Land. Fu Shenjun also came forward, hoping to retain Gu Qingfeng and let him stay in Taixu Holy Land for a longer time. After all, Fu Shenjun had benefited a lot from his previous discussion with Gu Qingfeng. If he could continue to discuss Tao with Gu Qingfeng and listen to the other party's explanation of the great path of cultivation, he might really have hope of directly breaking through to the semi-saint realm. What a pity! Gu Qingfeng had no intention of staying in Taixu Holy Land for a long time. See this! Fu Shenjun had no choice but to suppress the impulse in his heart and sent Gu Qingfeng out of Taixu Holy Land with regret on his face. Master Gu, if you have time in the future, you can come to Taixu Holy Land at will. Fu will definitely sweep the bed to wait for you. Good. Gu Qingfeng looked at Fu Shenjun's expectant expression and could only nod. He didn't invite the other party to go to Gu's house for a while, because Gu Qingfeng was really worried that Fu Shenjun would agree directly. During the past few days in Taixu Holy Land, Gu Qingfeng was also a little numb due to Fu Shenjun's enthusiasm. Leave Taixu Holy Land. Gu Qingfeng glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 60/6000. Realm, 9th level of Dao Palace Realm. Martial Arts, Tianmei Zhenjing, 2nd level, Heavenly Sword, Perfection, Dawang Boxing Sutra, Perfection, Shenyang Sutra, Perfection, Huanggu Heavenly Sword, Perfection, Ziji Dao Canon, Perfection, Li Feng True Scripture, not yet started, Nirvana Tao Sutra, the 2nd level of the Great Master Chapter, Tianfeng Divine Art, not yet started, Zhuxiao Tianjing, 9th level of the Tao Palace Chapter, Shenxiao Tian Li, Perfection, Baidu Taoist Sutra, not yet started, perfect. Promotion points, 3,352. As Gu Xian broke through and entered the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm in one breath, the improvement points accumulated in Gu Qingfeng's hands also exceeded the 3,000 point mark. 3,000 promotion points. Gu Qingfeng is enough to raise the 9 heavens scripture to another level. But just when Gu Qingfeng wanted to improve, a subtle feeling came from somewhere, making his heart faintly throb, as if this breakthrough would trigger some ominous premonition. It is rumored that a heavenly catastrophe will come to the world if a saint breaks through. If a heavenly catastrophe comes, it will definitely make a big fuss. From this point of view, this breakthrough must go to other places. Gu Qingfeng murmured to himself, and some things about the saint realm came to his mind. Saint before. A monk does not need to face a catastrophe to achieve a breakthrough. But starting from the saint realm, every breakthrough in a major realm requires facing a natural disaster. It can also be seen from here that the saint realm and other realms are two concepts. Now is the Dharma ending age, and the monks in the world are destined to be unable to break through to the saint realm. If he causes the saint's calamity at this time, Gu Qingfeng can conclude that it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Of course, Gu Qingfeng is not afraid of trouble, but he also doesn't want more trouble. So, with a thought, his body turned into rainbow light and flew directly towards the sky. There are 9 levels in the sky. Beyond the 9th level, there is chaos. In the 9 heavens, there is a strong wind raging, and any monk who steps into the 9 heavens will be attacked by the strong wind. Although this kind of strong wind is not too strong, it is not easy for ordinary Dao Palace monks to resist it. As for those below the Dao Palace level, one by one, once they step into the 9 heavens and are attacked by the strong wind, the only thing waiting for them will be their demise. However, Jushan Gangfeng, who was frightened by others, was nothing in Gu Qingfeng's eyes. I saw him step into the 9 heavens, and the terrifying 9 heavens gang wind swept in like a mighty force, seeming to destroy all living beings that did not belong to the 9 heavens. However, these 9 heavenly winds dissipated out of thin air when they touched the 3 feet range of Gu Qingfeng's body. Gu Qingfeng didn't stop and headed directly towards a higher direction. The 1st heaven. The 2nd heaven. The 3rd heaven. A short time. Gu Qingfeng has entered the 9th level. The nine heavens gangwind here is the most powerful, and only those at the peak of the Dao Palace realm can barely withstand it. At the same time, there is even a starry sky here. All kinds of stars. Lunar sun. They all exist here. It can be said. The ninth heaven is the limit of the entire ancient world, and it is also the source of light and stars in the entire ancient world. The starry sky in front of him did not make Gu Qingfeng too obsessed. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng looked up. Beyond the nine heavens, it is vast chaos. Gu Qingfeng paused for a moment, then took a step forward. Boom! It was as if he had penetrated an invisible film, and immediately a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared, making Gu Qingfeng's whole body's energy and blood seem to become stagnant. Looking around, the boundless void comes into view, dotted with all kinds of stars. The stars here are many times larger than the stars in the nine heavens of the ancient realm. Each star exudes an extremely ancient aura, as if it has existed for infinite years. The weight of these stars, even the smallest one, is immeasurable, and even the most top semi-sacred realm powerhouse can hardly shake it at all. Looking at these stars, Gu Qingfeng thought of the Tianhuang seal. This treasure was a treasure that was once refined from a star by a Saint King level powerhouse in the ancient Holy Land. Obviously, the stars here do not refer to the stars in the nine heavens, but the ancient stars in the chaos. The power of these chaotic stars is definitely not comparable to the stars in the nine heavens. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng looked at chaos in other directions. Everything here is grey, and there seems to be an unknown light source that exists all the time, preventing this place from falling into eternal darkness. But the whole chaos is dry and silent, with no difference between top, bottom, left and right. When you look back, you can see a faint light covering the vast world. This world is naturally the ancient world. Nowadays, even if Gu Qingfeng is outside the chaos, it is difficult to truly get a glimpse of the entire ancient world. The vastness of the world here made him feel frightened. But these are all relative terms. Compared with the entire chaos, the ancient world can only be regarded as a drop in the ocean. The vast chaos. Since it can give birth to the ancient world and the demon world, it may also be able to give birth to other worlds and creatures. However, so far, there is no news about other worlds in the ancient world. Gu Qingfeng looked at the chaos in front of him and had some guesses in his mind. But these things were too far away for him, and it was unnecessary to think so much. I believe that if I pass the tribulation here, I will not attract the attention of others. When Gu Qingfeng thought of this, he looked at his own attribute panel. As soon as he thought about it, he saw that the nine heavens heavenly scripture easily broke through from the ninth level of the Dao Palace chapter to the first level of the Saint chapter. Boom! At the moment when the nine heavens heavenly scripture broke through, the Dao Palace in Gu Qingfeng's Danshan collapsed, and the nurtured Yuan Shen melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then gradually merged with the flesh and blood. At the same time, a large number of memories emerged in Gu Qingfeng's mind, which were his memories of practicing the nine heavens heavenly scripture. Immediately afterwards, the chaotic void shook violently, and a terrifying tribulation cloud condensed silently. Crack! A purple lightning broke the silence of the chaos and fell fiercely towards Gu Qingfeng. The terrible power of this heavenly tribulation has completely exceeded the limit of the Dao Palace realm. Gu Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. He waved his hand and punched out. The power of the chaos within a radius of 10,000 miles seemed to be mobilized. The terrifying power instantly disintegrated the thunder. Different from other saints, the time of breaking through the tribulation is different. Other saints need to go through the baptism of the heavenly tribulation to break through, and then they can perfect the key transformation step by step, and then truly step into the realm of saints. But Gu Qingfeng is different. He used the improvement point to break through. Before the heavenly tribulation came, he had already completed the transformation on his own and truly entered the realm of saints. In this way, When the heavenly tribulation comes again, Gu Qingfeng will directly deal with it with the means of the saint realm. So, the saintly tribulation is not much of a threat to Gu Qingfeng. To put it another way, even if he did not prove his way to sainthood first, with Gu Qingfeng's strength, he was not afraid of the so-called saintly tribulation. Boom! Boom boom! One after another, the power of each heavenly tribulation was much stronger than the previous one. Saint Tribulation. There were 9 heavenly tribulations in total. For ordinary people, it was not easy to survive the 9 heavenly tribulations, but for Gu Qingfeng, it was very easy to survive the 9 heavenly tribulations. When Gu Qingfeng punched out again, not only did the purple thunder break, but even the tribulation clouds condensed in the void dissipated with a bang. Boom! When the tribulation clouds dissipated, a strange phenomenon suddenly emerged in the chaos. A terrifying aura that was above the realm of Dao Palace came from Gu Qingfeng and swept in all directions. And at the moment when Gu Qingfeng proved his Dao and became a saint, the life-restricted areas of all parties in the ancient world were all shaken, as if some ancient existence had revived. The earth and the sky trembled, and there were eyes of the great way looking up to the 9th heaven, as if seeing through everything and seeing the scene outside the chaos. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng also felt something in his heart, and turned back to look at the ancient world. The interweaving of their auras made him feel all kinds of strange feelings in his heart. It seems that the ancient world is indeed not simple. After breaking through the saint realm, Gu Qingfeng's perception became much sharper, and this strange feeling made him have some enlightenment in his heart. After a long time, this feeling disappeared. Gu Qingfeng did not stay in the chaos for long, and stepped directly into the ancient world. End of this chapter. Chapter 279 Heaven and Earth Suppression. When Gu Qingfeng broke through the saint realm, in Zhu, Gu Yang seemed to have a vague premonition in his heart. He saw the fortune of the Shenwu dynasty surge, and the third-grade blue lotus became more and more solid. Seeing this, Gu Yang's expression moved slightly. The dynasty's fortune has suddenly increased so much. Could it be that another cultivator has broken through to a higher level? The fortune of a dynasty is often related to the territory and the people. As long as the cultivators under the jurisdiction of the dynasty have a breakthrough, the fortune of the dynasty can be improved to a certain extent. Of course, the extent of this improvement is not too large. Even if a strong man is promoted from the Shenbian realm to the Daogong realm, the extent of the improvement may not be as useful as the good weather and good harvests of the people in a prefecture. In the final analysis, the dynasty is not a dynasty of one person. The military force of a single person is not very effective. Only when the people of a country are improved as a whole can the dynasty's fortune be truly promoted. However, Gu Yang looked at the surging fortune of the dynasty now. He understood that the breakthrough of ordinary cultivators would never bring such a big impact. Throughout the entire Shenwu dynasty, there was only one person who could cause such a change. It seems that my father has made another breakthrough. Gu Yang thought to himself. Only Gu Qingfeng's breakthrough could bring such a big change. To be honest, Gu Yang was not very clear about the level of his father's cultivation. But anyway, at present, the fortune of the dynasty has changed, and it is one step closer to being promoted to an imperial dynasty. Then, Gu Yang turned his attention back to the memorials on the desk, sometimes frowning, and sometimes showing a faint smile on his face. A long time passed. Gu Yang reviewed all the memorials and threw them aside. The evil spirits are still making trouble, but fortunately they haven't caused too much unrest. If the incident in Shenhe County happens a few more times, it will be a big trouble. In these memorials, there are many things about evil spirits making trouble, just like the evil spirits that disappeared after the founding of the country are gradually recovering now. But Gu Yang understands that the evil spirits have never really disappeared, they are just lurking in some places. After the natural disaster in Shenhe County, Gu Yang asked people to thoroughly investigate Zhu and dig out all the evil spirits. Therefore, Over the years, evil spirits have appeared frequently. Fortunately, these evil spirits that have come out are not strong. Occasionally, there are a few evil spirits that are more difficult to deal with, but they can be easily suppressed with the power of the 10,000 souls banner. As a large number of evil spirits were eliminated, the people of Zhuzhou became more and more loyal to the court. In this way, the dynasty's fortune naturally improved slowly. As the dynasty's luck improved, Gu Yang felt that his own cultivation seemed to be stirring, as if the limit of the 5th level of the divine transformation realm would be broken at any time, and then he would enter the 6th level of the divine transformation realm. Gu Yang knew clearly that this feeling was an illusion. After all, he had just broken through the 5th level of the divine transformation realm not long ago, and this realm was only slightly stable. To say that he had broken through the 6th level of the divine transformation realm, he was more than a little short. On the other side, Gu Qingfeng returned to Gujiazhuang without alarming anyone. He went to the demon world, and then went to Taixu Holy Land to give the phoenix essence blood to Gu Xian, and then went to the chaos void to survive a wave of saintly tribulations. These things seem to be a lot, but overall, Gu Qingfeng didn't spend much time. However, compared to when he left Gujiazhuang, Gu Qingfeng is now back and the whole person has become different. If he still had some edge in the past, then now Gu Qingfeng has truly returned to the point of returning to nature. The whole person seems to be in harmony with the world, and the slightest breath has not been leaked. More importantly, Gu Qingfeng seems to have entered the state of unity between heaven and man in the rumor. As long as he wants, he can mobilize the power of heaven and earth for his own use. No wonder it is said that all those below the saint are ants. This level of cultivators is indeed not comparable to the so-called semi-saints. After breaking through the saint realm, Gu Qingfeng has a more intuitive understanding of the strength of this realm. The power of the saint realm lies in the ability to manipulate the power of heaven and earth. No matter how powerful a person is, it is undoubtedly a fantasy to want to truly compete with the power of heaven and earth. The strong who can really do this are destined to be few and far between. Although the strong in the saint realm can only manipulate a little power of heaven and earth, even these are the power from heaven and earth, and naturally cannot be compared with the cultivators below the saint realm. Now, as he was promoted to the saint realm, Gu Qingfeng was not sure how far his strength had progressed. But there was one thing Gu Qingfeng could determine. His current strength was still much worse than that of the Emperor Corpse in the life-restricted area of the demon world, and there was also a huge gap compared to the so-called 9 Heavens Buddha. However, Gu Qingfeng was not in a hurry. As long as he was given enough time, these gaps would eventually be eliminated one by one. There are still more than 1,000 years before the great struggle. If nothing unexpected happens, the situation should be very stable in the next 1,000 years. Next, it depends on how far I can go in these 1,000 years. Gu Qingfeng thought so, but he did not continue to retreat, but instructed everyone to practice in Gujiazhuang. During the period, he was gentle with Su Yulan again, and by the way gave some guidance on the latter's cultivation. Today, Su Yulan is still at the pinnacle of Grand Master, and has never been able to break through to the realm of divine transformation. But this time, with Gu Qingfeng's guidance and some resources, it didn't take long for Su Yulan to break through to the first level of the divine transformation realm. Breakthrough in cultivation. Su Yulan has not changed much on the surface. After all, her original age was not too old, and she was a little younger than Gu Qingfeng. Whether it was the 4,000 years life of the Grand Master or the 5,000 years of the divine transformation realm, there was nothing to her. The difference. What state is your husband in now? I'm very curious about it. In the main room, Su Yulan exhaled like a blue, and her pretty face was full of curiosity. When Gu Qingfeng heard this, he smiled lightly. I can be considered a saint for now. Saint. I heard that in the age of Dharma ending, it is difficult for monks in the world to become saints. How can my husband become a saint? Su Yulan looked shocked. Naturally, she was not as ignorant about matters in the spiritual world as she was at the beginning. Even though Su Yulan rarely pays attention to the outside world, there are many disciples in Gujiazhuang now, and she can understand a lot of things from other people's mouths. Others can't become saints, which doesn't mean they can't be husbands, but the water in the ancient world is too deep. Even if they are saints, they are nothing. Gu Qingfeng didn't have much pride. He thought of the emperor's corpse in the demon world, and also thought of the feeling that emerged when he broke through and became a saint. In the endless years of the ancient world, who knows how many strong men have been born and how many strong men have been hiding in the dark, so in Gu Qingfeng's view, saints are indeed nothing. But his words fell on Su Yulan's ears, which was enough to surprise her. Spring passes and autumn comes. In the blink of an eye, 1 year has passed. This year, Gu Qingfeng spent most of his time instructing the disciples of Gujiazhuang in their cultivation, and the rest of his time was silently studying the Qingfeng divine art and the 9 heavens scripture. Ever since he broke through to the saint realm, the previously obscure Qingfeng divine technique has now become much easier. There are many mysteries that are difficult to comprehend, but as long as Gu Qingfeng pays more attention, he can barely get a glimpse of them. I have to say, Qingfeng divine technique is indeed a magical power mastered by the great sage Qingfeng. In terms of the degree of mysticism, it has its own merits as compared to the divine sky and thunder. The only pity is, since Zhuxiao Tianjing entered the saint chapter, Gu Qingfeng's practice progress has stagnated. He has been wandering at the first level of the saint realm and has never been able to make much progress. To this, Gu Qingfeng was not in a hurry. After all, the cultivation of the saint realm is not comparable to other realms, so it is normal to be slower. In addition to these things, Gu Qingfeng also always pays attention to changes in the information panel. Period. Gu Shengxing and Gu Shenggan are both married. The former married the daughter of an Renyu, and the latter married a chivalrous girl from a certain martial arts sect. The two got married on the same day. Almost all the Jianghu forces in Kyushu arrived. Even many forces in the ancient world came to congratulate them in person. Normally, Gu Shengxing and Gu Sheng'an were just princes of a small dynasty. If they were getting married, there would be no such commotion. But behind the Shenwu dynasty, there is a person like Gu Qingfeng who is known as the most powerful person in the end of law era. So, even some forces that are not familiar with the Shenwu dynasty will always give each other some face. So, that wedding was an unprecedented event, and Gu Qingfeng and Su Yulan, who had been staying in Gujiazhuang and rarely went out, were also present in person. After witnessing the marriage of his 2 grandsons, Gu Qingfeng realized that time passed quickly. The 2 grandsons who were babbling in the past were now at the age of starting a family and starting a business. If it were in the previous life, at Gu Qingfeng's current age, it would be time to take care of himself. But in the world of spiritual practice, decades of age are naturally nothing. Your heir Gu Yang learned that evil spirits are becoming more and more rampant in the world, so he decided to follow the example of the previous dynasty and establish an evil suppression department to suppress evil spirits in the world. Under the rule of your heir Gu Yang, the weather has been smooth, the harvest has been plentiful, and the people have lived and worked in peace and contentment, which has made his prestige among the people more and more popular. Your heir Gu Yang was planning to marry his eldest daughter considering that she was already quite old, but the latter was unwilling to do so and left the Shenwu dynasty in anger to go out and explore. Your heir Gu Shennan went out to practice, and his cultivation level broke through to the 2nd level of Zhang refining realm. Reward improvement points *80. Your heir Gu Shengxing has reached the lower level of marrow cleansing realm. Reward improvement points *50. Your heir Gu Sheng'an has reached the lower level of marrow cleansing realm. Reward improvement points *50. Your heir Gu Xian has a complete Tianfeng divine body in his body. If he has divine help in his cultivation, he will be able to make great progress and his strength will be greatly improved. Your heir Qidian forcibly interrupted his own breakthrough, suppressed his realm, and continued to polish his foundation. Your heir Guxiu was attacked by demons *136251. Your heir Guxiu was attacked by demons *96631. Your heir Guxiu was attacked by demons *123963. Your heir Guxiu used his absolute strength to kill the demon commander in the Dao Palace. His strength shocked everyone. Your heir Guiyang fell into an epiphany, and his cultivation level broke through to the 6th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. Reward Improvement Points *700. Reward Divine Blood Pill *100. Reward of Nourishing Pill *100. Your heir Guxiu refined the Demon Inner Elixir and reached the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. Reward Improvement Points *300. Your heir Gu Shennan accidentally took the treasure of heaven and earth, and his cultivation level broke through to the 3rd level of Zhang Refining Realm. Reward Improvement Points *80. Your heir Gu Shennan has broken through to the 4th level of Zhang Refining Realm. Reward Improvement Points *80. Your heir Gu Shennan has broken through to the 5th level of Zhang Refining Realm. Reward Improvement Points *80. Your heir Guxiu was surrounded and suppressed by a large number of demons, and finally broke out in the face of adversity, forcibly breaking through the limit of the Divine Transformation Realm, and his cultivation level broke through to the 1st level of the Dao Palace Realm. Reward Improvement Points *500. Your heir Gu Shengan has broken through to the 1st level of Zhang Refining Realm. Reward Improvement Points *80. Your heir Gu Xian no longer suppresses his own cultivation. He breaks through the shackles of the Divine Transformation Realm and breaks through to the 1st level of the Dao Palace Realm. Reward Improvement Points *500. This year, Gu Qingfeng is 64 years old. It has been 4 years since he broke through to the Saint Realm. It had been 3 years since Gu Shengxing and others got married. For 3 years, the overall strength of the Gu family bloodline has been greatly improved. Gu Xian and Gu Xiu broke through the shackles of the Divine Transformation Realm in one go and broke through to the Dao Palace Realm. In the past few years, although Gu Qingfeng has been practicing in Gujiazhuang and has hardly taken a step forward, he is still very aware of what is happening in the outside world. When he learned that Gu Shennan was dissatisfied with Gu Yang's marriage and secretly ran away from home, Gu Qingfeng had already asked the secret guards to follow him secretly to protect him in case anything went wrong. Otherwise, with Gu Shennan's cultivation in the Zhang Refining Realm, how could it be so smooth if the other party really wanted to go out and make a living? What makes Gu Qingfeng feel most regretful is that he has made no progress in practicing the 9 Heavens scripture in the past few years. Somewhere, there seems to be some suppression between heaven and earth, making it difficult for monks at the saint level to make any progress. Gu Qingfeng knew very well that this kind of suppression was not his illusion, but something real. In the age of ending Dharma, it is impossible to become a saint, and many strong men of saints and above choose to seal themselves to avoid the catastrophe of Dharma ending. This is the fundamental reason. The suppression of heaven and earth makes it impossible for him to advance even an inch. No matter how talented the genius is, there is nothing he can do. If you don't seal your body, the only thing waiting for you is the end of running out of life. If Gu Qingfeng were an ordinary saint, then he would have to find a way to seal himself into sleep to avoid the end of the world. But Gu Qingfeng is not an ordinary saint. For him, as long as he has enough improvement points, the so-called suppression of heaven and earth can be completely ignored. Therefore, there is no need for Gu Qingfeng to seal himself. End of chapter. Chapter 280, the 9th Heaven of Saints. This day, Kyushu was shocked. All the people instinctively raised their heads and looked towards the sky. The other monks staying in Zhuzhou also felt something. I saw a green lotus phantom emerging between the sky and the earth, covering the land of Kyushu. The 3 leaves of the huge green lotus stretched out and transformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! I saw the lotus leaves growing, and soon there were 6 lotus leaves. Each lotus leaf is as big as a star, filled with extremely mysterious avenue lines. The terrible pressure comes down, making everyone feel inexplicable awe. 6th grade Qinglian. The Shenwu dynasty has been promoted. Most of the monks' expressions changed, and their hearts were shaken when they saw the 6th grade Qinglian appearing. 6th grade Green Lotus. Luck dynasty. If they simply had the Qi Luck dynasty and were promoted to the Qi Luck dynasty, it would not be enough to shock them so much. But the problem is, the Shenwu dynasty has only been established for more than 10 years. In such a short period of time, it is directly promoted to the dynasty. Such a fast speed is simply unheard of. If it were any other dynasty, it would have taken more than hundreds of years for them to finally be promoted. After all, if you want to be promoted to a dynasty, you not only have requirements for territory, but also have great requirements for the foundation of the dynasty. Now, the Shenwu dynasty only lasted for more than 10 years, and it was directly promoted to the dynasty, which itself was unexpected. But some monks who have a deep understanding of the Shenwu dynasty understand that the rapid promotion of the Shenwu dynasty is inseparable from the great development of the martial arts academy in recent years. The ancient Holy Land was destroyed. This caused the Shenwu dynasty's heritage to surge. Final. The World Martial Academy was established. The practice of Taoism has become completely popular. Coupled with the fact that the holy spiritual veins were nurtured and born in Guangyang Mansion, the spiritual energy gradually spread, blessing a state and even 9 states. Although it is absolutely impossible for a saint-grade spiritual vein to directly cause the spiritual energy of the entire Kyushu to soar, in any case, the emergence of such a spiritual vein has some benefits after all. But in the final analysis, it was because of the prosperity of the Martial Arts Academy and the good weather in Kyushu that the country was peaceful and the people were peaceful, that the Shenwu dynasty was promoted. 3 days later, sacrifice to heaven. In the palace, the moment the 6th grade Qinglian appeared, Gu Yang directly gave the order. 3 days later, on Zhuyang Mountain, a high platform to worship heaven. The capital of the country relied on this mountain, so Gu Yang regarded this mountain as a symbol of the Shenwu dynasty. Therefore, this time it's a sacrifice to heaven. It was held on the top of Zhuyang Mountain. With the experience of worshipping heaven for the first time, this time it was much smoother. The army cleared the way, hundreds of officials paid their respects, and sects from all over the world flocked to look up at the figure on the high platform. Immediately, there was a eunuch reciting a prayer to worship the sky, and Gu Yang was wearing an imperial robe and burning incense. When the sandalwood was inserted into the ancient cauldron, he saw curls of green smoke rising up into the dark sky without dissipating. Immediately, the green smoke turned into a 6th grade green lotus, and the shadow covered the sky and the sun. Ancient cauldrons rose into the sky all over the Kyushu, and the brilliant power of heaven suppressed them. The many evil spirits hidden in various parts of the Kyushu were all revealed at this moment. Collapsed suddenly. Boom! The purple energy is mighty. Visions of heaven and earth emerged. A majestic force came from somewhere and finally fell on Gu Yang. In an instant, the aura on Gu Yang's body was rising steadily. The 7th level of divine transformation. The 8th level of divine transformation. The 9th level of divine transformation. 1st level of Dao Palace realm. In a short period of time, the 9 heavens scripture in Gu Yang's body broke through rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, he was already at the 6th level of the self-god transformation realm, and stepped into the Dao Palace realm level in one breath. The Danshan Dao Palace was opened and the soul was condensed. An unprecedented majestic power emerged from Gu Yang's body. At the same time, his own spiritual thoughts also spread, covering the entire Zhuyang mountain with ease. In his spiritual perception, Gu Yang could clearly see the subtle expressions of everyone. This feeling made him couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Tao Palace Realm. This is the power of the Dao Palace realm. Sure enough, monks at this level are not comparable to those in the divine transformation realm. They are born from the soul and can easily crush the monks in the divine transformation realm in all aspects. This is still secondary. As the Shenwu dynasty was promoted to a dynasty, the strength of the civil and military officials increased at different levels due to the increase in luck. Guangyang Mansion, Xing'an County. Su Guangdao's body suddenly shook, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. His cultivation was able to break through the barriers of the Grand Master realm in an instant and break through to the Grand Master level. However, this hasn't stopped yet. After breaking through the Grand Master, Su Guangdao continued to improve his cultivation, and in the blink of an eye he entered the state of divine transformation. First level of divine transformation realm, promotion in the dynasty, thank you for your blessing. Su Guangdao stood up and bowed in the direction of Zhiyang Mountain. With his status, he is not qualified to go to Zhiyang Mountain to worship. What Su Guangdao didn't expect was that he would also benefit from the promotion of the Shenwu dynasty. Other side. On Zhiyang Mountain, Nanyu Shan's body was shaken, and his cultivation level was directly from the first level of the divine transformation realm to the fifth level of the divine transformation realm. Looking at the other officials, everyone's cultivation has been improved to varying degrees. Officials who can come to Zhiyang Mountain are at least of the 5th rank or above. Now, looking around, everyone has at least been promoted to the divine transformation realm. For example, cultivators in Nanyu Mountain, who are already in the divine transformation realm, have naturally improved their cultivation to a higher level. Seeing the breakthrough of hundreds of officials, cultivators from other forces are envious. This is the benefit of promotion in the dynasty of fortune. Anyone who holds an official position can be blessed by luck and make a breakthrough in cultivation. This is not available in other sects. However, this is only one of the benefits of promotion in the dynasty. Subsequent official positions are blessed by the luck of the dynasty, and their cultivation is also like divine help. Therefore, many forces will find ways to arrange for some geniuses to enter the dynasty as officials, rub the luck of the dynasty, take this opportunity to practice, and thus break through to a higher level. Only some forces with deep foundations will not do so. After all, with the resources controlled by their own forces, it is not a problem to cultivate geniuses, so why use the official position of the dynasty to be promoted? Besides, the official position of a dynasty is precious, and it is not so easy to really get such a position. After all, the official position of the dynasty is scarce, which is completely incomparable to that of the dynasty. If you directly help a dynasty from the beginning, you can expect to get benefits when it is promoted to the dynasty. But the problem is that it is not easy for ordinary dynasties to be promoted to the dynasty. Some dynasties can be promoted in hundreds of years, which is considered to be a very strong foundation. More dynasties may not be able to be promoted to the dynasty until they are destroyed. So, now that they see the breakthrough of hundreds of officials, these forces have no other thoughts except envy. The Shenwu dynasty founded by your descendant Guiyang has been promoted to the imperial dynasty, and the achievement unparalleled emperor has been achieved, can only be triggered once. Reward promotion points *10,000. Reward Dao Palace Realm Direct Promotion Pill *3. Reward Imperial Soldier Embryo. Your descendant Guiyang has broken through to the 7th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. Reward Promotion Points *700. Reward Divine Blood Pill *100. Reward Nourishing Spirit Pill *100. Your descendant Guiyang. Your descendant Guiyang has broken through to the 1st level of the Dao Palace Realm. Reward Promotion Points *900. Reward Nourishing Spirit Pill *100. Reward Enlightenment Pill *100. Reward Perfection Level Saint Skill 9 Transformation Yuan Gong. In Gujia's Wang, Gu Qingfeng felt the promotion of the dynasty's fortune and saw the information panel constantly refreshing. When he saw the rewards for the dynasty's promotion, Qingfeng's pupils couldn't help shrinking. 10,000 improvement points. Emperor Weapon Embryo. In front of these two things, the original Dao Palace Realm Direct Ascension Pill became somewhat insignificant. Qingfeng was naturally familiar with this kind of Direct Ascension Pill. The Grandmaster Direct Ascension Pill at the time could allow people to directly break through to the peak of the Grandmaster. Obviously, the Dao Palace Realm Direct Ascension Pill was also the same. However, in Qingfeng's eyes, the Dao Palace Realm Direct Ascension Pill did not have much effect. After all, to him, the 9th level of the Dao Palace Realm was no different from an ant. In comparison, 10,000 improvement points and the Emperor Weapon Embryo were what really made Qingfeng pay attention. Especially the latter. Involving the word Emperor Weapon, Qingfeng could not ignore it. Then, it was the reward of the Dao Palace Realm. The Perfect Saint Technique, 9 Revolutions Yuan Gong. As soon as Qingfeng thought about it, he saw the technique turned into a stream of light and sank into his mind. As a large number of memories emerged, the blood and qi of his body were also vibrating and transforming. Boom boom! Qingfeng's body trembled, as if there was thunder rolling in the sky, and the huge momentum was very terrifying. Fortunately, after Qingfeng became a 6th level formation master, he set up a formation around the sharpening knife hall to prevent the sound of his practice from being spread. Otherwise, this breakthrough will definitely be more shocking than the promotion of the dynasty. After a long time, Qingfeng's boiling blood gradually calmed down, and his muscles, like a dragon, now returned to normal. His white skin seemed to have divine light and Taoism flowing, and then disappeared. What a 9-turn Yuan Gong! This kind of practice is much more mysterious than the 9 Heavens Heavenly Scripture Sage chapter. Qingfeng opened his eyes, and a gleam of brilliance burst out. He was a little surprised by the power of the 9-turn Yuan Gong. This practice not only improved his cultivation, but also tempered his physical body, allowing his body to transform to the level of a holy soldier. 9 turns and 9 refinements. The human body is made like a treasure. If it is practiced normally, it is not so easy to truly practice the 9 revolutions Yuan Gong to perfection. Then, Qingfeng took a look at his attribute panel. Name, Qingfeng. Age, 64/7000. Realm, Sage Realm Nineth level. Martial Arts, Heavenly Vein Sutra, 2nd level, Heavenly Sword, perfect, Great Wilderness Fist Sutra, perfect, Divine Sun Sutra, perfect, Ancient Heavenly Sword, perfect, Purple Extreme Dao Classic, perfect, Lai Feng Sutra, not yet started, Nirvana Dao Sutra, 2nd level of Grandmaster, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Art, not yet started, 9 Heavens Heavenly Sutra, 1st level of Sage, Divine Sky Thunder, perfect, Baida Dao Sutra, perfect, 9 Revolutions Yuan Gong, perfect. Improvement points, 17,172. 9th level of Saint. My body is comparable to a Saint soldier. My current strength, even without using the Heavenly Vein Sutra, should be comparable to that of a great saint. I just don't know what level my current strength is at, compared to the 9th level of great saint. Qingfeng thought to himself. As for the only great saint Xuanyu he had ever fought with, to be honest, Qingfeng no longer took him seriously. After all, no matter how strong the great saint Xuanyu was, he was just entering the great saint realm, which was nothing at all. Qingfeng's promotion to the 9th level of saint was completely different from his time as a half-step saint. Even Qingfeng doubted whether he could match the Saint King if he used the power of the 2 heavenly veins. And then, Qingfeng glanced at the 9 heavenly scriptures, and finally set his sights on the Heavenly Vein Sutra. Now the 9 heavens heavenly scripture is only at the 1st level of the Sage chapter. Even if Qingfeng puts all his improvement points into the 9 heavens heavenly scripture, it is not enough to make this method enter the perfect level of the sage chapter, let alone break the barrier of the sage and advance to the great sage realm. However, if he cannot be promoted to the great sage, then even if he practices the 9 heavens heavenly scripture, Qingfeng's strength will not increase too much. At least, it cannot be compared with the Heavenly Vein Sutra. It's time to condense the 3rd heavenly vein. Immediately, Qingfeng no longer hesitated, and directly consumed the improvement points to upgrade the Heavenly Vein Sutra to the 3rd level. With the breakthrough of the Heavenly Vein Sutra, the 3rd heavenly vein has condensed in Qingfeng's body. The whole process seems to be a natural process, without any twists and turns. In the past, many obscure and difficult to understand places in the practice of the Heavenly Vein Sutra have become clear now. Boom! Qingfeng's body shook slightly, and the power of the 3 major heavenly veins was fully activated by him. A force that was countless times greater than that of the 9th level of the saint burst out. 3 major heavenly veins. 3 times the increase. But it should be understood that this kind of increase is definitely not as simple as 1 plus 1. The 3 times the increase accumulated together is enough to cause a shocking qualitative change. At this moment, Qingfeng had a feeling that he only needed to wave his hand lightly to tear the world apart, and a punch and a kick could break the chaotic starry sky and open up a world. But he knew very well that this was just an illusion caused by his sudden surge in power. But no matter what, the breakthrough of the Heavenly Vein Sutra to the 3rd level always gave Qingfeng an extra trump card. If it was said before, Qingfeng was not sure about fighting against the Saint King, then now that the 3 major heavenly veins were out, even if a Saint King level strongman was in front of him, Qingfeng would be sure to fight. There was such a moment. Qingfeng wanted to find a Saint King to fight. But soon, he suppressed the impulse in his heart. Then, as soon as Qingfeng thought about it, a piece of thing emitting divine light and Dao rhyme, like a piece of dead wood, appeared in front of him. This thing is the Emperor Weapon Embryo mentioned in the information panel. When Qingfeng's divine thoughts fell on the Emperor Weapon Embryo, the corresponding information immediately emerged. End of this chapter. Chapter 281 Imperial Army. Imperial Soldier Embryo. It can be fused with any divine weapon and promoted to become a true imperial weapon. Hiss. Fusion can promote divine weapons to imperial weapons. Given Qingfeng's character, when he heard the news, a look of shock appeared on his face involuntarily. Qingfeng has never seen the existence of real imperial weapons, but the Tianhuang seal in his hand is just a holy king weapon, and it already has great power. In many so-called saint families, in fact, there are no saints left in the world, and only one holy soldier is left to guard them. But even this is enough to make these so-called saint families immortal for thousands of years. Saint soldier or above. The great holy soldier is even more important. But whether it is a holy soldier, a great holy soldier, or even a higher level holy king soldier, it is impossible to compare with the real imperial soldier. The power of these treasures is unpredictable, and only the most ancient and powerful forces have the possibility of having imperial weapons. Therefore, Qingfeng can tell. Even if there are imperial soldiers in the ancient world, their number is definitely limited. Today, how could Qingfeng not be shocked when an imperial weapon embryo appeared in front of him? Immediately, without any hesitation, Qingfeng stretched out his hand and summoned the evil killing knife. Get the magic sword. A cold chill has already appeared. Ever since Qingfeng's cultivation level became higher and higher, the evil zucking sword was often placed in the knife sharpening hall. After all, in the final analysis, the evil zucking sword was just an ordinary ancient weapon. It could be used in ordinary situations. In other situations, it would be useless. The effect is limited. Old man, today is your chance. Qingfeng held the handle of the knife and spoke to the evil killing knife. The latter may have sensed something, the blade trembled slightly and let out a sweet moan. See this? Gu Qingfeng did not hesitate, and immediately wanted to touch the imperial weapon embryo and the evil killing knife. Buzz! As soon as the two merged, the imperial weapon embryo turned into water in an instant, and easily integrated into the evil killing sword. In an instant, the evil killing knife vibrated. A bright and dazzling light emerged, and a strong Taoist charm was seen flowing on the huge blade. An aura that was countless times more powerful than the Tianhuang seal suddenly filled the air from the evil punishing sword. Boom! The space was cracked inch by inch, the divine sword stood in the sky, and the brilliant power of heaven seemed to destroy everything. All the formations in the huge grinding hall were activated, but they could not block the breath for a moment. Seeing that the formation was about to break, Gu Qingfeng stretched out his hand and directly put the evil killing knife into his dantian. All the visions of heaven and earth disappeared into thin air with the disappearance of the evil killing knife. But when Gu Qingfeng looked inside his body, he could find that the evil killing knife that was stored in the dantian was still transforming itself. Time passes little by little. Half a day later, the transformation of the evil killing sword is completed. With a thought, Gu Qingfeng summoned the knife from his dantian. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Compared with before the transformation, today's evil killing sword seems to have changed little on the surface, but it contains a vague and terrifying pressure. The moment Gu Qingfeng grasped the handle of the knife, he had a premonition in his heart, that is, as long as he is willing, he can swing the knife that will destroy the world. This feeling is even much stronger than when the third heavenly veins are condensed. But Gu Qingfeng didn't actually swing the knife. After all, with the power of the imperial army and his own strength, if he really swings a sword, then not only Gu Jiazhuang, but also the entire country will be wiped out. Therefore, Gu Qingfeng restrained the idea of testing the power of the imperial weapons. Saint Ninth Heaven. There are imperial soldiers at hand again. When it comes to true strength, I'm afraid I am now qualified to fight against the quasi-emperor. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Above the Holy King is the quasi-emperor. That is the existence closest to the great emperor realm. Before getting the emperor's weapons, Gu Qingfeng naturally didn't fight me in a battle with the quasi-emperor. After all, a strong person at that level is definitely not comparable to the so-called Holy King. But it's different now. The imperial soldiers are in hand. Gu Qingfeng has the confidence to fight. Then, Gu Qingfeng had a thought, and the evil killing sword fell into the dantian again. The imperial weapons incorporated into the dantian can continuously temper one's body, and over time, can also silently enhance the monk's own strength. Then, Gu Qingfeng took a look at his attribute panel and saw that there were more than 7,000 improvement points left. He did not hesitate and directly used 6,000 improvement points to upgrade the 9 Heavens scripture to the 4th level of the Saint chapter. With the breakthrough of the Juxiao heavenly scripture, the aura on Gu Qingfeng's body also became stronger, and the strength of the Saint Juxiao heaven became even greater. But this level of progress is nothing compared to Gu Qingfeng's breakthrough to the 9th level of the Saint in one breath. The next step is to find a way to attack the Great Saint realm. If everything goes well, maybe when the Great War comes, I will be able to directly step into the realm of the Great Emperor. Breaking through the realm of the Great Emperor is easy to say, but not too difficult to say difficult. As long as there are enough improvement points, Gu Qingfeng is sure to be promoted to the Great Emperor realm. The Shenyu dynasty has been promoted to an imperial dynasty, and the rewards given are already so amazing. If it can go one step further and make the dynasty promoted to an imperial dynasty, then the rewards will certainly be even more amazing. Moreover, now there is still more than 1,000 years before the great struggle prosperity. During this period of time, if the Gu family bloodline can be further strengthened, then in more than 1,000 years, Gu Qingfeng can also get a lot of promotion points. At that time, it is not impossible to break through the Great Emperor realm. Originally, Gu Qingfeng was not very sure, but the promotion of the Shenwu dynasty and the benefits brought by Gu Yang's breakthrough made him change some of his ideas. Until now, Gu Qingfeng looked back. From the time he started practicing to now, he has only spent a mere 42 years. 42 years! Not to mention the cultivators in the Saint realm, even for the cultivators in the Dao Palace realm, it is only a retreat time, which is nothing at all. If there is really another 1,000 years, it is not a joke to prove the Dao Emperor. Then, Gu Qingfeng continued to retreat. However, before the retreat, he gave one of the Dao Palace realm direct ascension pills to Su Yulan, who took it and broke through from the first level of the divine transformation realm to the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. If he took one more step forward, he could reach the Saint realm. Then, Gu Qingfeng sent all the remaining 2 pills to Gu Yang. After doing these things, Gu Qingfeng really began to retreat. This time, he wanted to fully comprehend the heavenly phoenix divine art, and practice all other saint and above skills to the limit of the Dao Palace realm. Even if there was suppression from heaven and earth, involving the saint level, and he could not actively practice and break through, Gu Qingfeng had to improve his foundation as much as possible. On the other side, Shenwu dynasty, inside the palace, a secret guard had already sent 2 pills directly to Gu Yang. After learning the effect of these pills, Gu Yang was immediately shocked, and his face was shocked. Taking the pills that can directly break through the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, he looked at the 2 pills in his hand, and Gu Yang's heart could not calm down for a long time. The pills that could allow people to directly advance to the top of the sect were already quite amazing, but what was unexpected was that the pills now were even more amazing. Dao Palace realm. What level of existence is that? Before he really entered the Dao Palace realm, Gu Yang's understanding of this realm was naturally not deep enough. But when he really understood this level in depth, Gu Yang understood that the cultivators at this level were not that simple. If it weren't for the luck of the dynasty's promotion, Gu Yang believed that it would be impossible to enter the Dao Palace realm with his qualifications without more than 100 years. However, this is just the beginning of entering the Dao Palace realm. For example, a strong man in the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm has already reached the limit of this realm. If he takes another half step forward, strictly speaking, he has already stepped half a foot into the saint realm and is honored as a half-saint. In the current Dharma-ending age, there are not many strong men in the semi-saint realm. The existence of the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm is already the strongest that most forces can have. For example, many saintly families and even ancient holy places basically only have 1 or 2 9th level Dao Palace realm masters. This shows how rare are the 9th level Dao Palace realm masters. Any 9th level Dao Palace realm cultivator, even the so-called top genius, has to go through hundreds or thousands of years of hard training to truly enter this level. But now, one pill. It can directly promote a person to the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. How can it not shock Gu Yang? That is, the pill was brought by Gu Qingfeng, otherwise, Gu Yang would never believe it. After the shock, Gu Yang also fell into deep thought. 2 pills can create 2 9th level Dao Palace realm masters, so who should take these pills? That is a problem. After a moment, Gu Yang has made a decision. Immediately, he called Gu Yi and handed one of the pills to him, who took it without any hesitation. Then, Gu Yi's aura rose steadily under Gu Yang's incredible gaze, and his original cultivation level of the 3rd level of the Divine Transformation Realm continued to break through. Divine Transformation Realm 4th level. Divine Transformation Realm 5th level. Divine Transformation Realm 6th level. Dao Palace Realm 1st level. Dao Palace Realm 2nd level. Dao Palace Realm 3rd level. Dao Palace Realm 8th level. Dao Palace Realm 9th level. In just a short moment, Gu Yi broke through from the 3rd level of the Divine Transformation Realm to the 9th level of the Dao Palace Realm in one breath. The aura of the 9th level of the Dao Palace Realm emanating from the other party made Gu Yang feel very shocked. For a moment, Gu Yang wanted to take this kind of pill to break through to the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm directly, but he restrained the impulse in his heart because of Gu Qingfeng's advice. Although up to now, Gu Yang has not found any disadvantages of this kind of elixir, other people who originally took the elixir to advance to the Grandmaster level have practiced as they should, and have made breakthroughs as they should, without any side effects. But since Gu Qingfeng does not allow him to take it, there must be a reason. What's more, even if he doesn't take these pills, Gu Yang is sure that he can reach the 9th level of the Dao Palace step by step, or even break the barriers of the Dao Palace realm and enter a higher level. That being the case, the longing in Gu Yang's heart also dissipated a lot. Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me this elixir. At this moment, Gu Yi was no longer familiar with his own surge in power, so he immediately knelt down on one knee, cupped his fists and said, "Now that Gu Yiking has made a breakthrough, I will be even more powerful." Gu Yang smiled slightly. The secret guard was his eyes that observed the entire Zhu. In addition, Gu Yi was technically the first confidant of the Gu family, so he naturally trusted him very much. The stronger Gu Yi is, the stronger the secret guard is. In this way, the secret guard can better monitor all parties. In the eyes of others, the Sky Patrol Guard was the real spy for the Shenwu dynasty to monitor Kyushu, but in fact, only Gu Yang knew that the patrol guard was just a cover, and the intelligence from various places really relied on the secret guards. When Gu Yi retreated, Gu Yang replaced the eunuch with him and gave the order. "Let Shichen come to see me." "Yes." The eunuch respectfully accepted the order. An hour later, Shi Zhen, dressed in casual clothes, appeared in the imperial study. "I, Shichen, pay homage to His Majesty." "Your Majesty, please excuse me." "Thank you, Your Majesty." When Zhen stood up, Gu Yangke looked at the person in front of him. Today, Shi Zhen's cultivation has reached the 5th level of the Divine Transformation realm. Looking at the entire Shenwu dynasty, this level of strength can rank among the top 5. But Gu Yang knew very well that before the promotion of the Shenwu dynasty, the opponent had only entered the realm of divine transformation for the first time. The reason why he was able to break through to this level was because of the promotion of the dynasty and the blessing of luck. "I came to see you today because I have an important matter to discuss." "Your Majesty, please speak clearly." Shi Zhen looked solemn and said in a deep voice. Gu Yang said, "Although Kyushu is full of outstanding people, compared with the vast ancient world, it is still a peaceful corner. I, Shenwu, have been in the country for more than 10 years, although I have been promoted to the dynasty. But with the territory of Kyushu, it is the limit to accommodate one dynasty. If you want to go further, I'm afraid it will be unsustainable." Hear the words. Shi Zhen's face was solemn. "Your Majesty, is he planning to launch troops?" "I do have this idea. Right now, the Shenwu dynasty has just been promoted and its foundation is relatively weak. It is not that simple to mobilize troops. However, if the Supreme Emperor is willing to come forward, this matter will be much easier." Shi Zhen said slightly hesitantly. Even though the Shenwu dynasty was already one of the promoted dynasties, in a real sense, the Shenwu dynasty was only founded more than 10 years ago, and it is difficult to compare with those ancient dynasties in all aspects of its heritage. Gu Yang shook his head. "My father has gone into seclusion. If the imperial court wants to expand, it can only rely on the imperial court's own strength." "This." Shi Zhen looked troubled. Just then, Gu Yang threw a pill in front of Shi Zhen. "After taking this elixir, you can be directly promoted to the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. In addition, the imperial court's resources are fully supplied. If I give you 10 years, can you train a group of elites for external expansion?" End of this chapter. Chapter 282 Gu Qingfeng and number 039, S Confidence. Dao Palace Realm 9th level. After hearing Gu Yang's words, Shi Zhen's expression suddenly changed. He once took the Grand Master's direct ascension pill, which allowed his cultivation to reach the level of the Grand Master's pinnacle in one fell swoop. He should be familiar with this pill. But there is no way. What Gu Yang said was really too shocking. It is hard to believe that a pill directly penetrates into the 9th level of the Dao Palace. However, regarding Gu Yang's words, Shi Zhen did not dare to doubt that even after taking the elixir, his cultivation level was completely out of his control and had skyrocketed in an instant. In less than a moment, Shi Zhen had already entered the Dao Palace realm, and his cultivation soared all the way until he reached the peak of the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm before he could stop. Until the moment when the power of the elixir dissipated, Shi Zhen looked a little dull and couldn't react for a long time. 9th level of the Taoist Palace, have I achieved it? Shi Zhen's face was full of disbelief. But the majestic power contained in his body, as well as the Dao Palace soul that opened up in his danshan, truly told Shi Zhen that he was not dreaming, but had truly stepped into the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Immediately, Shi Zhen bowed to Gu Yang, his face full of gratitude. Your Majesty has given me such an unparalleled opportunity. I thank you. I am serving your Majesty. I will not hesitate even to the death. Shi Qing, please forgive me. Gu Yang looked at the other party and said calmly. You have already entered the 9th level of the Dao Palace. I will give you 10 years to train an elite team that can fight. Do you have any questions? I should do my best. Shi Zhen said seriously. He understood what Gu Yang meant by elite. These elites will definitely be the ones who will open up and expand territory for the Shenyu dynasty in the future. Although Shi Zhen currently has 36,000 Tiangang troops under his command, and his weakest cultivations are in the Zhang refining realm, such power is obviously not enough. If it were in the past, Shi Zhen would not be sure that he would be able to train a more elite army like today's Gang army in such a short period of time. But after taking the elixir and allowing himself to directly enter the 9th level of the Taoist Palace, Shi Zhen changed his previous thoughts. With his current strength, if he can really have the full support of the court's resources, training an elite team will not be a big problem. Okay, I hope Shiking won't disappoint me then. Gu Yang nodded and immediately waved his hand for Shi Zhen to step back. Immediately afterwards, he summoned others to come. All the military attaches and generals were seen gathered in the imperial study room, and everyone looked at Gu Yang in awe. I am looking for you to come here today because there is something I need you to do. I wonder what your Majesty's orders are. There are many ferocious beasts in the ancient Beast Mountain range, which frequently harm the people of Kyushu, so I plan to let you lead an army to break through the ancient Beast Mountain range. As soon as Gu Yang's words came out, the expressions of everyone present changed. Get through the ancient Beast Mountain range. Obviously no one expected this. Immediately, a military general raised his hand and said, Your Majesty, there are many ferocious beasts in the ancient Beast Mountain range, and there are quite a few powerful ferocious beasts among them. Not only are they common in the Dao Palace realm, but they are by no means easy. If we rashly launch troops against the ancient Beast Mountain range, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The other party said it very tactfully, but everyone present understood it very well. The power of the ancient Beast Mountain range is definitely not comparable to that of the current Shenyu dynasty. Although the Shenyu dynasty has been promoted to a dynasty, in terms of strength, compared with the ancient Beast Mountain range, it is just one level behind. If we really want to launch troops rashly, the Shenyu dynasty will definitely lose. Looking at everyone's expressions, Gu Yang had already expected this. I am not asking you to bulldoze the entire ancient Beast Mountain range. I only need to destroy some of the ferocious beasts to open a passage to the eastern region for our Shenyu dynasty. But even so, it's not easy to do it. The general shook his head. Gu Yang said, I have my own arrangements for this matter. All you need to do is follow my instructions. The ferocious beasts in the ancient Beast Mountain range are powerful, and our Xinyu dynasty is not without strong men. In addition, there are many resources in the ancient beast mountain range, such as ferocious beast inner elixirs, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, etc., which are all very important to monks. While you are on this trip to open up the passage to the ancient beast mountain range, you must also collect as many of these things as possible to increase the strength of the imperial court. Seeing Gu Yang's resolute look, which showed no doubt, the other ministers, although they had different ideas, had no way to speak and could only nod and accept the order. After these people retreated, Gu Yang called Yan Yun again. I plan to take action against the ancient beast mountain range. Xinyu Academy needs to send a group of formation experts to follow the army and set up corresponding teleportation formations along the way to ensure the transmission of the army. Yes. Yan Yun didn't ask any more questions, just bowed and accepted the order. After Yan Yun retired, the huge imperial study room returned to silence. When the passage to the ancient beast mountain range is opened and the teleportation formation is set up, the Xinyu dynasty will have the capital to truly get involved in the outside world. Gu Yang murmured to himself. The existence of the ancient beast mountain range is extremely subtle. In the past, when the Xinyu dynasty was weak, the ancient beast mountain range existed as a barrier to protect the Xinyu dynasty from external forces and allow it to recuperate. But as the Xinyu dynasty gradually grew stronger, the ancient beast mountain range became an obstacle to the Xinyu dynasty. If the Xinyu dynasty wants to grow stronger, then the obstacle of the ancient beast mountain range must be removed. Even if the ancient beast mountain range is not removed, as long as a teleportation point is set up in the Xinyu dynasty, it can still enter the eastern region. Gu Yang did not comment on this. Not to mention that the farther the teleportation array is, the more troublesome it is to set up. Just to say that setting up a teleportation array in a force that is not under one's control is a very dangerous thing in itself. Once any news is leaked, the other end of the teleportation array may be full of dangers, and the slightest carelessness may bury the army. Therefore, Gu Yang must take every step carefully, starting with the ancient beast mountain range, further expanding the control of the Xinyu dynasty, and then getting involved in the eastern region, and even the entire ancient world. As long as the territory of the Xinyu dynasty can be expanded, it will become much easier to be promoted to the imperial dynasty in the future. If I can be promoted to the imperial dynasty, I may also be able to take advantage of this opportunity to directly step into the realm of saints. Gu Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance. The promotion of the Xinyu dynasty has already brought such benefits. If it is further promoted to the imperial dynasty, the benefits can be imagined. Then, Gu Yang's mind fell on the jade seal. The huge Xinyu dynasty seemed to be under his control. The terrifying luck came to him, giving him the illusion of suppressing everything. It was recorded in the Xuxian court that the Luck dynasty condensed the 6th grade Blue Lotus. Even the weakest Luck dynasty could suppress ordinary Dao Palace realm. If it is the top Luck dynasty, it can even suppress saints. Now that the Xinyu dynasty has just been promoted, its foundation is naturally at the bottom among the dynasties, but with my cultivation of the first level of Dao Palace realm, I believe it will not be a problem to suppress the 4th level cultivator of Dao Palace realm with the luck power of a dynasty. If the great saint soldier is used again, even the so-called half-saint can be suppressed. Gu Yang had a glimmer of enlightenment in his heart, and had a clearer understanding of the current limit of his own strength. Normally, with the power of the Phoenix Tower, if the power of this great saint weapon can be fully activated, not to mention the half-step saint, even the real saint can be suppressed. But the problem is, the power of the great saint weapon cannot be fully activated by a cultivator who has just entered the Dao Palace. Even with Gu Yang's current cultivation, it is difficult to fully tap the power of the Phoenix Tower. However, if he really wants to do it at all costs, Gu Yang is also sure that he can suppress a saint, but to do so, the Xinyu dynasty must pay a huge price. Gu Yang is quite satisfied with this situation. Looking back, in more than 10 years, the Xinyu dynasty has unknowingly acquired some of the foundation of the ancient dynasty. A great saint weapon can be equivalent to tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. Of course, Gu Yang is not arrogant. Because he knows very well that the Xinyu dynasty can be promoted so quickly, it is inseparable from the resources of the ancient wasteland Holy Land. The resources of the ancient wasteland Holy Land at least saved the Xinyu dynasty from hundreds or thousands of years of detours, and so far, these resources have not been completely exhausted. If all the resources of the ancient wasteland Holy Land are used up, at least the Xinyu dynasty can take a big step forward. Even if the Xinyu dynasty cannot be directly promoted to an imperial dynasty, it can also be among the ranks of old-fashioned dynasties. This is the foundation of an ancient Holy Land. After all, the ancient wasteland Holy Land is not comparable to ordinary Holy Lands. As a supreme force that once walked out of the Saint King realm, its foundation is not comparable to other forces. Father. Gu Yang looked in the direction of Gu Jiazhuang, his eyes became deep, and the hesitation in his heart disappeared now. With Gu Qingfeng, the Xinyu dynasty will not be able to turn the world upside down. In this way, you can also be bolder in your own actions. The next day, in the court, when Gu Yang passed down the news that he was going to attack the ancient Beast Mountain range, it immediately caused a lot of waves. Many ministers were opposed to it, thinking that it was too hasty to attack the ancient Beast Mountain range at this time. The reason was also very simple. That is, the ancient Beast Mountain range is powerful, and there are many top beasts among them. If the troops are rashly mobilized, there will inevitably be many casualties. In response to this, Gu Yang rejected all the objections with one word, and firmly believed in his original opinion. His trip to attack the ancient Beast Mountain range was not only to remove this obstacle to the court, but also to take advantage of this opportunity to collect the resources in the ancient Beast Mountain range to enhance the strength of the court. The ancient Beast Mountain range has existed for many years, and because of the large number of beasts, the ancient Beast Mountain range has bred many natural treasures. In addition, the blood and flesh of the beasts and even the inner elixir are all great supplements for cultivators. For various reasons, Gu Yang would naturally not miss such an opportunity. In the past, they didn't take action because the Xinyu dynasty was too weak and could only watch the treasure mountain without taking any action. But now that he has the strength, Gu Yang will naturally not have many scruples. A few days later, the imperial army marched to the ancient Beast Mountain range, which immediately caused a great sensation. When many cultivators heard the news, they were all stunned. They didn't expect the Xinyu dynasty to act in this way. The Xinyu dynasty actually wants to take action against the ancient Beast Mountain range. Are they crazy? The ancient Beast Mountain range has existed for countless years, and there are countless fierce beasts. Over the years, many forces have tried to push the ancient Beast Mountain range, but they all failed. It is a bit unrealistic for the Xinyu dynasty to want to take action against the ancient Beast Mountain range. Many cultivators sneered at this, thinking that Gu Yang was completely crazy to think of taking action against the ancient Beast Mountain range. However, some people hold different opinions. It is true that the ancient Beast Mountain range is powerful, but don't forget that the Xinyu dynasty has the support of Gu family manor behind it. That Gu Zhuang took action personally, and it is not impossible to push the ancient Beast Mountain range. When the three words Gu family manor were heard, the other cultivators were stunned and their expressions became much more solemn. Gu family manor. Gu Qingfeng. This name is a mountain that is now pressing on the heads of many cultivators. Looking at the many eras from ancient times to the present, this person's strength is enough to rank in the top 10. And in this era, the other party is even known as the strongest in the Dharma ending age. It is undeniable. It is true that the ancient Beast Mountain range is powerful. But if this person is willing to take action personally, then the Xinyu dynasty has a chance to push the ancient Beast Mountain range. After all, no matter how many fierce beasts there are in the ancient beast mountain range, they are actually no different from ants in front of this level of strong men. According to rumors, the ancient beast mountain range seems to have a saint-level fierce beast, which is also the real reason why other forces find it difficult to push the ancient beast mountain range. But Qingfeng's record is to kill a great saint. In this way, it makes sense that the Shenwu dynasty has the confidence to take action against the ancient beast mountain range. As for the many speculations from the outside world and the movements of the Shenwu dynasty, Qingfeng ignored them. Now he just wants to comprehend the Tianfeng magic and improve all other skills. As for other things, Qingfeng doesn't want to waste too much time. However, despite this, Qingfeng had secret guards to pass on information, and the information panel was constantly refreshed, so that even if he did not leave Gujiazhuang, he would know everything about the outside world. It is a good idea to take action against the ancient beast mountain range. As for the rumors about the ancient beast mountain range, whether this is true or not is particularly unknown. But even if there are really fierce beasts at the saint level, it is not a big problem. Qingfeng glanced at the information panel and shook his head immediately. Now he has enough qualifications to ignore the existence of the saint level. Not to mention the fierce beasts at the saint level, even if it is a fierce beast at the great saint or even the saint king level, as long as Qingfeng is willing, it is easy to kill it. At Qingfeng's current level, with the emperor's weapon in hand, only the existence of the quasi-emperor or even the great emperor level can make him pay attention to it. The remaining cultivators are not worth worrying about. End of this chapter. Chapter 283 The Powerful Foundation of the Ancient Beast Mountain Range. Boom! In the ancient Beast Mountain Range, towering trees collapsed, and fierce beasts as big as hills rushed crazily, as if to destroy everything in front of them. Team 1, block it. Team 2 and Team 3, attack from the left and right. The weakest part of this beast is the eyes. A general in the army looked at the beast in front of him, and gave orders calmly. The soldiers under his command attacked in an orderly manner. Some were responsible for resisting the attack damage of the beast head-on, while others launched a fierce attack from the side. Whenever a soldier couldn't hold on, others would soon take over to ensure that no deaths occurred. As for injuries, that was naturally inevitable. A quarter of an hour later, the beast let out an unwilling whine and finally fell heavily to the ground. Okay, dig out the beast's inner elixir, divide the rest of the flesh and blood, and rest, and treat the wounded on the spot. Seeing this, Li Chuan smiled. The beast in front of him is a powerful beast at the peak of the Grand Master level. Not to mention the inner elixir, the flesh and blood is a great tonic. According to the latest order issued by the Shenwu dynasty, all soldiers who enter the ancient beast mountain range to kill beasts can arrange the flesh and blood of other beasts at will, except for the inner elixir that cannot be taken privately. The flesh and blood of a beast at the peak of the Grand Master level is enough to improve one's own strength, and the strength of the soldiers under his command can also be improved. At this time, Li Chuan heard a faint roar in his ears, and then saw the trees in front of him collapse. Such a big movement made his face become much more solemn. Such a movement, at least all beasts at the level of the God Change realm. Li Chuan had no intention of participating in the battle. The beasts in the God Change realm were not comparable to him. As a centurion of the Divine Power Camp, Li Chuan was only at the initial stage of the Grand Master. Although he was in charge of 100 elite soldiers of the Divine Power Camp, it was already the limit to surround and kill the ferocious beasts at the peak of the Grand Master level. It would be a joke if he wanted to deal with the ferocious beasts in the Divine Transformation realm. Although there was only one level difference between the Divine Transformation realm and the Grand Master, the gap between the two was quite astonishing. If you really encounter a ferocious beast in the Divine Transformation realm, let alone 100 elite soldiers, even 1,000 elite soldiers would be useless. This level of ferocious beasts would be dealt with by senior generals in the army. So, Li Chuan himself did not care too much. After half a day, the original hill-like corpse of the ferocious beast had been cut off in large pieces of flesh and blood. Most of the flesh and blood were put into the storage bag by Li Chuan, and the remaining flesh and blood were directly roasted with flames on the spot. As the blood and flesh of the beast were swallowed into the stomach, a pure and majestic blood force burst out from Li Chuan's body, and the latter silently closed his eyes to refine this kind of power. Time passed little by little. After a long time, Li Chuan opened his eyes, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. The blood and flesh of the beast at the top of the Grand Master level is indeed good. This piece is equivalent to my hard training for a month. If I can take away all the blood and flesh of the beast in front of me, even if it supports me to practice to the top of the Grand Master level, I believe it will be more than enough. In other words, the blood and flesh of the beast cannot be swallowed too much at once, and it needs to be refined slowly. Otherwise, Li Chuan is sure to be promoted to the top of the Grand Master level directly on the spot. At this moment, among the hundreds of soldiers under his command, many people have gradually refined the blood and flesh of the beast, and the aura on their bodies has gradually become stronger. Seeing this, Li Chuan is more and more satisfied. Since the court ordered to take action against the ancient beast mountain range, the armies of all parties have stepped into this place one after another and began to hunt down the beasts with all their strength. Li Chuan heard a lot of news from the army, such as who took the blood and flesh of fierce beasts to break the shackles that had not been broken for a long time, and who got the natural treasures by chance, and finally changed his muscles and marrow, so that the road of cultivation was smooth, etc. It can be said that the existence of the ancient beast mountain range gave many people the opportunity to go further. Of course, there are also many dangers. For example, some teams accidentally encountered powerful fierce beasts, and finally all died and no one survived. But any opportunity is accompanied by risks. Although entering the ancient beast mountain range is very risky, the opportunity should not be underestimated. Li Chuan has been practicing for decades and has experienced the chaos at the end of the previous dynasty. Anyone who survived in that era of natural disasters and evil spirits is extremely eager for strength. Later, when the Emperor Gu started his army, Li Chuan joined the army and walked step by step from a small soldier to where he is now. Li Chuan knew very well that he had limited talent. If there were no other opportunities, the Grand Master was almost his end. It would be almost impossible for him to go further and break through to the next level of the divine transformation realm. And the military position has almost come to an end. After all, if you want to be promoted in the military, it is not just a simple experience, but also requires military merit and strength. A small Grand Master is not outstanding in the Xinwei camp. So, after learning that the court was going to conquer the ancient beast mountain range, Li Chuan volunteered to lead the troops into the ancient beast mountain range as soon as possible. For nothing else. His main purpose was to find a way out in the ancient beast mountain range. One day later, the team rested. Li Chuan said in a deep voice, "Take away all the blood and flesh of the fierce beasts that can be carried, and then continue to go deeper and hunt more fierce beasts." The Xinwei camp records the achievements with the inner pills of fierce beasts. This is our chance. As long as you kill enough beasts, all of you will have a chance to be promoted. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the team was also excited. Seeing that the morale was mobilized, Li Chuan led people to leave here. Boom! A terrifying force exploded, and a beast's body exploded, and a bloody inner pill fell into the hands of one person. Dao Palace Realm inner pill, not bad. Shi Zhen looked indifferent, and put the inner pill in his hand into his pocket. After breaking through the 9th level of the Dao Palace Realm, his strength has greatly increased. When an ordinary Dao Palace Realm beast appears in front of him, he can suppress it directly with a wave of his hand. As the only two Dao Palace Realm 9th level cultivators in the Xinyu dynasty, Shi Zhen naturally could not sit idly by when the court mobilized troops against the ancient beast mountain range. Besides, There are many fierce beasts in the ancient Beast Mountain range, which is also a good place to train soldiers. Now Shi Zhen is not only in charge of the Tiangang army, but also in charge of the 3 major military camps. He has 1,000,000 soldiers under his command and is one of the top generals of the Shenyu dynasty. However, Shi Zhen only supervised the battle in secret. He would not take action against ordinary beasts, and would only let his army deal with them. Only when he encountered a beast of the Dao Palace realm level would Shi Zhen take action to wipe it out. After all, the beasts of the Dao Palace realm are too powerful and can easily cause great casualties. Shi Zhen naturally cannot ignore them. However, ordinary beasts, even the top Shenbian realm, are not a big problem for the Tiangang army and the other 3 camps under his command. Half an hour later, Shi Zhen killed another beast of the Dao Palace realm. The bloody inner pill fell into his hand, but his face was a little solemn. The ancient Beast Mountain range is indeed a famous dangerous place in the east region. There are indeed many fierce beasts here, and there are also many cultivators who are striving for the Dao Palace realm. If you want to really open up the ancient Beast Mountain range and expand the territory of the court, it seems that it is not that easy. Shi Zhen looked in one direction of the ancient Beast Mountain range, where a strong aura was looming, which made him, a strong man of the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, feel instinctively afraid. And if a cultivator of the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm is afraid, then this aura must be at least of the same level. Shi Zhen naturally did not want to provoke such an existence. After all, even if they are all in the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, there are also differences in strength. As a 9th level of the Dao Palace realm who broke through by taking elixirs, Shi Zhen's strength is not actually strong among the same level. Even it can be described as mediocre. After all, Shi Zhen was originally just a cultivator of the divine transformation realm. Once he took the elixir and broke through, although his cultivation level skyrocketed, his magical powers could not keep up. Compared with other old-fashioned Dao Palace realm 9-layer, the gap would naturally appear. There is no way to deal with this. Other Dao Palace realm 9-layer, which one did not go through at least hundreds or thousands of years of precipitation, or even thousands of years of accumulation, so that they could step by step reach this realm. Such a long time not only made those old-fashioned Dao Palace realm cultivators have a deep foundation, but also mastered many extremely powerful magical skills. Shi Zhen wanted to compare with these old-fashioned Dao Palace realm 9-layer, of course, he was far behind. Pills can improve a cultivator's cultivation level, but it is difficult to improve magical skills and so on to the same level. So, if it is not necessary, Shi Zhen naturally does not want to provoke the fierce beasts of the Dao Palace realm 9-layer. You must know that fierce beasts are born with strong bodies, and their strength is among the strongest in the same realm. For many veteran Dao Palace cultivators, it is almost impossible to suppress a beast of the same level without a treasure, so Shi Zhen will not make trouble for himself. Besides, the court only needs to open a road in the ancient Beast Mountain range, and there is no need to push down the entire ancient Beast Mountain range. The difficulty is naturally different. For various reasons, Shi Zhen naturally let the army avoid these powerful beasts. Your descendant Guiyang decided to open up the ancient Beast Mountain range to prepare for the future competition in the wilderness world. Your descendant Guiyang ordered the army to set off, and a large number of troops from the Shenyu dynasty entered the ancient Beast Mountain range. Your descendant Guiyang learned that there were powerful beasts blocking the road in the ancient Beast Mountain range, and was immediately furious. He sent a large number of court strongmen into the ancient Beast Mountain range, and even used the 10,000 soul banner to suppress many beasts. Your descendant Guiyang seems to have some enlightenment in his cultivation, and his strength has increased slightly. The creation of your descendant Guiyang, the Shenyu dynasty mobilized troops against the ancient Beast Mountain range, and a large number of beast inner cores and natural treasures were continuously transported back, which steadily improved the court's strength. Your descendant Gu Yang learned that there was a suspected saint-level beast in the ancient Beast Mountain range, causing many casualties in the army, so he was furious and personally carried the Shenhuang Tower into the ancient Beast Mountain range. Your descendant. In Gujia's Wang, Gu Qingfeng looked at the text on the information panel, and then sensed the powerful aura that erupted from the ancient Beast Mountain range, and frowned slightly. Now there are two auras in the ancient Beast Mountain range, one is fierce and violent, and the other is like the mighty power of heaven, which makes people instinctively have the urge to worship. Gu Qingfeng's eyes can easily penetrate the void and see the scene in the ancient Beast Mountain range. There are terrible beasts comparable to mountains, which can shatter the void with a wave of their hands and feet, and the momentum is extremely huge. On the other side, Gu Yang used all his strength to activate the power of the Divine Phoenix Tower. The great sage soldier was mighty and powerful, and the ancient sky-supporting tower was suppressing it. The Dao rime was surging, and it seemed that Wu Shang's body walked out of the Dao rime. The great sage of Heavenly Phoenix. When Gu Qingfeng saw that figure, he knew it in his heart. This is the great sage of Heavenly Phoenix. The Shenhuang Tower is the treasure refined by this person, and naturally it contains the power of the great sage of Heavenly Phoenix. Now, Gu Yang is activating the foundation of the Shenhuang Tower to fight with this fierce beast. The foundation of the ancient Beast Mountain range is not simple. It turns out that there is a fierce beast of the Saint realm. However, in terms of strength, this fierce beast belongs to the first level of the Saint realm at most. With Yang'er's strength and the Shenhuang Tower, I believe it is enough to suppress it. Gu Qingfeng suppressed the idea of taking action. If there is really an existence that the Shenwu dynasty cannot contend with, Gu Qingfeng will naturally not sit idly by. But if the Shenwu dynasty can solve it, Gu Qingfeng will not take action. Now a fierce beast of the first level of the Saint realm, with Gu Yang's strength and the foundation of the Shenhuang Tower, it is not a big problem to suppress it. But Gu Qingfeng looked in other directions of the ancient Beast Mountain range. Since he broke through the 9th level of the Saint realm, his perception has become much sharper. Gu Qingfeng had a vague sense that there might be more powerful beasts in the ancient Beast Mountain range. You know, the ancient Beast Mountain range has existed for so many years. Many forces have wanted to attack the ancient Beast Mountain range and take control of this place, but they have not succeeded in the end. From this, it can be seen that the ancient Beast Mountain range is not simple. If there were only Dao Palace realm beasts or a Saint realm first level beast, the ancient Beast Mountain range would never be able to do this. If that were the case, the ancient Beast Mountain range would have long been controlled by other forces. On the other side, when Gu Yang fought with the Saint Realm beast, the powerful fluctuations shook the four directions, causing many strong men in the east region to turn their attention to the ancient Beast Mountain range. The ferocious beast of the Saint Realm. That's Emperor Gu of the Shenwu dynasty. I heard that the Shenwu dynasty was going to attack the ancient Beast Mountain range. Now it seems that the rumor is not false. When seeing the ferocious beast of the Saint Realm appear, these strong men all looked solemn. In this Dharma-ending era when saints are almost extinct, the appearance of a ferocious beast of the Saint Realm can bring about an impact that can be imagined. Some forces that are not very clear about the background of the ancient Beast Mountain range were even more horrified when they saw the appearance of the Saint Beast. In front of this level of ferocious beast, even the strong men of the semi-saint realm are no different from ants. They originally thought that the ferocious beasts in the ancient Beast Mountain range were at most a large number of Dao Palace realm ferocious beasts. But who would have thought that there were also ferocious beasts of the Saint realm sleeping here? On the other side, Gu Yang sacrificed the Shenhuang Tower to fight against the ferocious beasts of the Saint realm. The terrifying power of the great saint soldier also made many cultivators look a little subtle. End of this chapter. Chapter 284 Bloodline Strengthens. Divine Phoenix Tower. Great Holy Soldier. Upon seeing the appearance of the Divine Phoenix Tower, the strong men from all forces had a desire to rob it. If you can obtain such a treasure, your physical strength will definitely be further enhanced. But after thinking about the current heritage of the Shenwu dynasty, they suppressed their impulses. If it is just a new dynasty, then it is definitely not qualified to possess a great holy weapon. But the Shenwu dynasty was different. Behind the other side was an unparalleled powerful being. Let alone the great holy soldier. Even if the holy king's soldier was exposed, no one would dare to act rashly. Boom! Boom! The battle in the ancient Beast Mountain range is still going on. Seeing that he couldn't fight for a long time, Gu Yang immediately made a blood sacrifice to the divine Phoenix Tower. A mouthful of blood fell into the treasure, and the terrifying power of the great holy soldier exploded. The devastating blow fell, causing the body of the saint-level ferocious beast to explode, and a large amount of blood scattered. Roar! Humanized fear appeared in the huge eyes of this ferocious beast, and it turned around and ran away without even looking back. Seeing that the vicious beast was about to escape, Gu Yang took action to stop it. But it's a pity. A ferocious beast in the saint realm wants to escape. It is not easy to really stop him. But just then, there was a sword light that cut through the sky and the earth, just like dividing the sun, moon, yin and yang. The body of the ferocious beast suddenly paused, and then split from it. Wow! A large amount of blood and flesh was scattered, and a saint-level ferocious beast was completely dead. The sudden change shocked everyone else, and the few thoughts they had in their hearts were now gone. Kill the saint-level ferocious beast instantly with one move from the air. Except for the head of the Gu family, there is absolutely no other person in the entire Shenwu dynasty who can do it. Thank you, Dad, for helping me. Gu Yang also understood what was going on, and slightly raised his hand in the direction of Gu Jiazhuang, and then put away the body of the Saint Realm ferocious beast in front of him. The corpse of a ferocious beast of this level can almost be said to be a treasure. Every piece of flesh and blood contains majestic power, and among them, the ferocious beast's inner elixir is extremely rare. Even with Gu Yang's temperament, he can't help but feel a little excited now. The inner elixir of the ferocious beast in the Saint Realm. If he can refine it, his strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. If I can obtain the inner elixir of a ferocious beast in the Saint Realm, I will definitely be able to enter the semi-saint realm. Maybe when the great battle comes one day, I can also use this to reach the Saint Realm. There was a veteran Taoist Palace Realm 9th level expert, looking at the evil beast inner elixir that had been taken away, his eyes were full of blazing colors. To a certain extent, the ferocious beast inner elixir in the Saint Realm is no less powerful than a holy weapon. After all, it is very difficult for a semi-saint to break through to the Saint Realm, but if he can have the help of the inner elixir of a ferocious beast in the Saint Realm, then subsequent breakthroughs will become much easier. But no one came forward to snatch it. The inner elixir of a ferocious beast in the Saint Realm is certainly tempting, but you have to have your own life to take it. The risk of trying to seize food from the Shenwu dynasty is too great. And on the other side, inside Gu Jiazhuang, Gu Qingfeng also withdrew his gaze. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in the fight between the two, but seeing the ferocious beast about to leave, Gu Qingfeng had no choice but to kill it. The flesh, and inner elixir of a ferocious beast in the Saint Realm are enough to take Yang Er's cultivation a step further. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. The third son of the Gu family. What Gu Qingfeng wanted most was to improve Gu Yang's cultivation. After all, among the three rewards, only the one given by Gu Yang's breakthrough was the best. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng continued to practice in seclusion. Great Holy Soldier! Behead the ferocious beast in the Saint Realm. In the Guiwen dynasty, Emperor Han listened to the report of his subordinates, his face was gloomy and ugly, and his cold eyes seemed to have a cold light. At this time, some officials raised their hands and said, "Your Majesty, the Shenwu dynasty is now taking action against the ancient Beast Mountain range." Judging from the appearance, it seems that they are not trying to break through the ancient Beast Mountain range and then prepare to get involved in the Eastern Territory. I have a lot of grievances between the Qidian dynasty and the Xinyu dynasty. If the Xinyu dynasty really goes out of Kyushu, I'm afraid we will be the first to bear the brunt. Hear the words. Emperor Han's face became increasingly ugly. He naturally understood that what the minister in front of him said was true. The grievances between the Qidian dynasty and the grievances between other forces and the Xinyu dynasty were different. Not only one prince of the Qidian dynasty died at the hands of the Xinyu dynasty, but also 100,000 of the Divine Emperor's army and one general were killed. At the beginning, it's not that Emperor Han didn't have thoughts of revenge. But since Qingfeng showed his invincible strength, Emperor Han temporarily suppressed his impulse. Instead, he was worried that the Xinyu dynasty would take action against the Qidian dynasty. It was just that over the years, the Xinyu dynasty had been staying in Kyushu and rarely made any unnecessary moves, so Emperor Han could barely relax. But things are different now. The Xinyu dynasty's plan to launch troops against the ancient Beast Mountain range and encroach on the Eastern Territory is clear. Once the Xinyu dynasty takes action against the eastern region, the Qidian dynasty will most likely become the Xinyu dynasty's target. For a moment, Emperor Han wanted to bow his head and surrender directly to the Xinyu dynasty, but the anger in his heart made him unwilling to do so. The more important point is, even if Qidian Imperial City is willing to bow its head, there is no guarantee that Xinyu dynasty will be willing. Therefore, Emperor Han's eyes flickered, and after a moment, he had an idea in his mind. I have my own solution to the Xinyu dynasty's affairs. A man as powerful as the great sage should not be underestimated, but in the ancient world, the great sage is not invincible. Spring passes and autumn comes. Time flies. Ever since Qingfeng personally killed a saint-level ferocious beast, the Xinyu dynasty's advance into the ancient Beast Mountain range has been much faster. Just 3 years. The Xinyu dynasty almost penetrated the entire ancient Beast Mountain range. That's why the Xinyu dynasty has also grown by leaps and bounds in strength over the past few years. After all, there are many resources in the ancient Beast Mountain range, and the many ferocious beasts' flesh and blood elixirs are a great tonic. Even though the army suffered many casualties when fighting the ferocious beasts, those who survived had varying degrees of improvement in strength. So, overall, the foundation of Xinyu dynasty is much stronger than that of 3 years ago. Your Majesty, in another half year, the army will be able to penetrate the entire ancient Beast Mountain range. However, I and others discovered an unusual place in the ancient Beast Mountain range. Many spies who went deep into it disappeared without a trace. Later, the spies came back alive by luck and revealed that there was a ferocious beast there that was suspected of being in the Saint Realm. Above the court, Shi Zhen clasped his fists and said. When he heard the words sage-level ferocious beast, the court did not cause much uproar. After all, as early as thousands of years ago, the Xinyu dynasty killed a saint-level ferocious beast. Now that they know the news about other saint-level ferocious beasts, it is difficult for them to make waves in their hearts. Saint Realm ferocious beast. Gu Yang frowned slightly. Can this ferocious beast block the way of the army? No. Since you haven't, then just ignore it for the time being. Gu Yang waved his hand and had no intention of provoking another ferocious beast in the Saint Realm. After all, Gu Yang had truly seen the strength of the saint-level ferocious beast last time. Even if he had the Divine Phoenix Tower in hand, it would be difficult to kill it. If Qingfeng hadn't taken action to kill the ferocious beast at the last moment, then the Xinyu dynasty would have offended the other party, and they would have to be careful to guard against attacks by ferocious beasts in the future. Of course, Gu Yang can also ask Qingfeng to come forward and get rid of this vicious beast. But think about it. Gu Yang gave up this plan. If the Xinyu dynasty wants to grow stronger, it cannot rely solely on Qingfeng. It must also have sufficient foundation and strength itself. Rather than asking Qingfeng to take action, Gu Yang hoped to rely on the Shenwu dynasty's own strength to get rid of the ferocious beast. After hearing Gu Yang's words, Shi Zhen took the order and retreated. Subsequently, others reported some things that happened in Kyushu, but Gu Yang solved them one by one. This court meeting was truly over. End the meeting. Gu Yang immediately returned to his retreat place. After a while, his aura surged, and he made a breakthrough. You have reached the third level of Dao Palace Realm. Gu Yang let out a long breath, with a faint smile on his face. If you look inside your body, you will find that in Gu Yang's Danshan, there is a ferocious beast inner elixir exuding a terrifying aura, which he has refined little by little. This inner elixir is the original inner elixir of the ferocious beast in the Saint Realm. Since obtaining this inner elixir, Gu Yang has been refining it day and night. In just 3 years, his cultivation level has gone from the first level of the Dao Palace Realm to the third level of the Dao Palace Realm. But that's the case. The power of the ferocious beast's inner elixir has not been completely exhausted. According to Gu Yang's guess, the power of this ferocious beast's inner elixir can at least allow him to break through to the 5th level of the Dao Palace Realm. In Gu Yang's opinion, it shouldn't take too long to completely refine the ferocious beast's inner elixir. Within 10 years, this ferocious beast's inner elixir can be completely refined. 10 years. Breaking through from the first level of the Dao Palace Realm to the 5th level or above of the Dao Palace Realm is absolutely unimaginable for others. The ancient Beast Mountain range has existed for countless years. There are probably more than just 1 or 2 ferocious beasts in the Saint Realm. When my strength becomes stronger in the future, I will be able to use the Divine Phoenix Tower to eliminate all these ferocious beasts. Gu Yang's eyes were slightly cold, then he closed his eyes and continued to refine the ferocious beast's inner elixir. As for the Shenwu dynasty's invasion of the ancient Beast Mountain range and the killing of many ferocious beasts in recent years, Gu Yang's heart did not waver much. The ferocious beast eats people. People eat ferocious beasts. It is a natural cycle in itself. In the past, ferocious beasts often harmed the people of Kyushu. Now that the Shenwu dynasty has the strength to invade the ancient Beast Mountain range, there is no possibility of mercy. Say it again. There is never a right or wrong answer to such racial disputes, it's just that each side has a different stance. So, Gu Yang just wants to improve his strength as much as possible now, and the rest of the things have nothing to do with him. Your heir Gu Yang refined the ferocious beast's inner elixir, and his cultivation level broke through to the 2nd level of the Dao Palace Realm. Reward Improvement Points *900. Reward of Nourishing Pill *100. Reward Enlightenment Pill *100. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *236549. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *366393. Your heir Gu Xiu swept through many forces in the demon world and caused shock in the demon world. Your heir Gu Xiu refined the demon inner elixir and reached the 2nd level of Dao Palace Realm. Reward Improvement Points *500. Your heir Gu Xiu refined the inner elixir of demons and reached the 3rd level of Dao Palace Realm. Reward Improvement Points *500. Your heir Gu Xiu refined the demon inner elixir and reached the 4th level of Dao Palace Realm. Reward Improvement Points *500. Your heir Gu Xian listened to the powerful man from Taixu Holy Land, and if he had some enlightenment in his heart, his cultivation level improved slightly. You have a new heir born. You named him Gu Yunfen. You have a new heir born. You named him Gu Yunyu. Your heir Gu Yang refined the ferocious beast's inner elixir, and his cultivation level broke through to the 3rd level of the Dao Palace Realm. Reward Improvement Points *900. Reward of Nourishing Pill *100. Reward Enlightenment Pill *100. Yang Er has made another breakthrough. Gu Qingfeng glanced at his information panel. When he saw Gu Yang's breakthrough, his calm face fluctuated slightly, but it quickly disappeared. For 3 years, the overall strength of the Gu family has increased a lot. In Gu Xiu's cultivation improved the fastest. After all, the opponent has the resources of the entire heavenly demon Holy Land as support, which is extraordinary. And then, it was Gu Yang who followed closely. Inside the third sun, only Gu Xian has been hovering at the first level of the Dao Palace for the past 3 years. But in fact, this is the correct way to start spiritual practice. Every breakthrough in the Dao Palace realm requires accumulation. Even if you have a divine body, you cannot break through the first realm in just a few years. Unless there can be great opportunities. For example, Gu Xiu and Gu Yang. But even though Gu Xian was far behind in cultivation, Gu Qingfeng was quite optimistic about him. As the owner of Tianfeng Divine Body, Gu Xian's future achievements are destined not to be too low. The current speed cannot determine anything. And then, it's just some breakthroughs made by other people in the Gu family. But compared to these, what Gu Qingfeng cares more about is the further growth of the Gu family's bloodline. A year ago, Ji Qingyu and Lin Xia are pregnant with a son and a daughter respectively, allowing the Gu family bloodline to continue. To this end, Gu Yangde personally carried his 2 grandsons to Gu Jiazhuang and asked Gu Qingfeng to name them personally. Gu Qingfeng naturally did not refuse this request. Counting the newly born Gu Yunfen and Gu Yunyu, the number of Gu family bloodline has exceeded double digits. To this, Gu Qingfeng also seemed to see the scene where the Gu family's bloodline would blossom everywhere in the future. After all, he is only in his 60s now and already has a great-great-grandson. And as time goes by, the reproduction speed of the Gu family's bloodline will gradually accelerate. This situation is what Gu Qingfeng is happy to see. Subsequently, he also took a look at his attribute panel. Counting the breakthroughs of Gu Yang and others as well as other descendants of the Gu family, Gu Qingfeng's improvement points have already exceeded the 5,000 mark, a total of 5,612 points. But this is not what Gu Qingfeng is most satisfied with. What satisfied him most was that after years of hard training, he had finally successfully mastered the Tianfeng divine art. Strictly speaking, this is the first great sage magical power that Gu Qingfeng has learned independently, and it is of great significance. End of chapter. Chapter 285 Strange Black Fog. Your warrior Gu Wu has been practicing in seclusion and succeeded in breaking through to the Dao Palace realm again, breaking through to the first level of the Dao Palace realm. The Tianwu sect founded by your warrior Gu Wu has grown stronger and gradually swallowed up Jingyun Mansion. Wherever your warrior Gu Wu points his spearhead, all the sects are defeated. Your warrior Gu Wu founded the Jingyun League with the Tianwu sect as the foundation, and 90% of the forces in the huge Jingyun Mansion have joined the Jingyun League. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Your warrior Hong Yi has broken through to the 6th level of the Divine Transformation realm. The Tianwu sect founded by your warrior Hong Yi has the business of the Netherworld Pavilion grew day by day, and eventually angered an ancient holy land, causing the Netherworld Pavilion to suffer heavy losses. Your dead warrior Gu Yuan accidentally opened the ancient seal, and a terrifying evil spirit came out of it, causing harm to the area. Your dead warrior Gu Yuan was contaminated by ominous blood, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, but at the same time his own spiritual wisdom was erased, and he fell into darkness and turned into an evil spirit. Your dead warrior. When Gu Qingfeng looked at the dead warrior information panel, dense text emerged, making him a little dazzled. But when one of the texts appeared, Gu Qingfeng's pupil shrank. Evil spirit. This was the first time he saw rumors about evil spirits in the dead warrior information panel. No. To be precise, this was the first time Gu Qingfeng saw a dead warrior turned into an evil spirit. All along, Gu Qingfeng had some guesses about the appearance of evil spirits. Now when he saw the text in the information panel, he confirmed his guesses in his heart. The appearance of evil spirits. It comes from some strange power. As long as living beings are contaminated by these strange powers, they will fall and become evil spirits. The ancient seal was opened, resulting in the birth of evil spirits, but so far, there has been no news of large-scale evil spirits in Zhuzhou. It can be seen that the opened seal is not in Zhuzhou, but in other places in the ancient world. Gu Qingfeng thought secretly. He has always been extremely afraid of the existence of evil spirits. Even if his cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds now, Gu Qingfeng dare not be careless about such existence. At present, Gu Qingfeng has to take it seriously after witnessing the birth of evil spirits with his own eyes. However, the ancient world is so big that Gu Qingfeng does not know where the evil spirits appeared for the time being. He can only let the secret guards secretly find out the news. In the sect of the immortal family, there are only broken corpses everywhere, and the bodies with miserable death are lying there, dyeing the former mountain gate blood red. Sometimes the black fog surged, swallowing up the entire sect. In the center of the black fog, in the former sect hall, there was a young man with a dark blue face and red eyes sitting there, and in front of him, dozens of corpses with iron blue faces stood quietly in front of him. The huge hall. It was all in deathly silence. Go! Slaughter all living creatures! The young man spoke slowly, his low voice hoarse. The other dead bodies that had been unable to understand before now all let out a roar that was not like a human voice. The next moment, the black fog spread. Wherever it passed, all living creatures turned into mummies in an instant, as if all their essence and blood were drained. When the black fog appeared near a certain city, it was immediately discovered by many cultivators. Where did the black fog come from? What is this? This black fog comes strangely, everyone must be careful. Just when the cultivators from all sides were secretly in doubt, they saw a strong man in the god transformation realm soaring into the air, looking at the black fog with cold eyes. Playing tricks? I want to see who you are, and how dare you come here and act so presumptuous? The voice fell. The strong man in the god transformation realm directly sacrificed a long sword, and the sword light cut through the void, and in an instant, it hit the black fog fiercely. The black fog was surging, and under the attack of such a powerful sword energy, it was suddenly torn apart, and the scene inside was suddenly revealed. When he saw the scene clearly, the face of the cultivator in the god transformation realm suddenly changed. What is this? In his sight, he saw countless corpses in the black fog. These corpses were all rotten, with maggots in their flesh and blood, and their appearance was extremely weird. Before this divine transformation realm cultivator could be shocked, the black fog that was split suddenly surged and swallowed him in an instant. Ah! At the moment when this divine transformation realm cultivator was swallowed by the black fog, the other cultivators only heard a shrill scream from the black fog, and then there was no movement. This scene. The expressions on the faces of the remaining cultivators became uncertain. At this moment, the black fog had spread. The cultivators who were swallowed by the black fog all screamed, and then there was no movement at all, as if they had sunk into the sea. The black fog continued, and in less than a moment, it swallowed the entire city. In the ancient Beast Mountain range, the army of the Shenwu dynasty was still advancing. When another Dao Palace realm beast fell, Shi Zhen put away the body of the beast in front of him, and then looked forward with a smile on his face. The ancient Beast Mountain range has finally been opened. After several years, the Shenwu dynasty paid a huge price, and today they finally cleared the entire ancient Beast Mountain range. Open up the ancient Beast Mountain range. Then the Shenwu dynasty can use the opened route as a foundation to advance in other directions of the ancient Beast Mountain range. If they advance, they can send troops to the eastern region, and if they retreat, they can return to Kyushu. Immediately, Shi Zhen sent back the news about opening up the ancient Beast Mountain range. Gu Yang also looked overjoyed when he heard the news. Send an order to Shi Zhen and ask him to build a defensive city based on the passage of the ancient Beast Mountain range. There must be no mistakes. Yes. Immediately below, there were ministers bowing down to take orders. When Gu Yang's order was passed down, the luck of the Shenwu dynasty surged, and the 6th grade Qinglian seemed to become a little more solid. It's just that not many monks are really aware of this change. As the head of the dynasty, Gu Yang was naturally the first to discover such clues. But regarding the change in the dynasty's luck, Gu Yang was not surprised at all. After all, opening up the ancient Beast Mountain range is an expansion of the dynasty's territory, which will naturally improve the dynasty's luck. It's just that the improvement is not much, so it's not too obvious. If one day, the Shenwu dynasty can continue to expand its territory, then its luck will improve accordingly. But in the final analysis, territorial expansion is not as useful as population increase. Best practice. It is to annex other power dynasties and further strengthen the Shenwu dynasty. In this way, the luck will usher in explosive growth. But Gu Yang wasn't too anxious. Now, opening up the ancient Beast Mountain range is just the first step. Next, what the Shenwu dynasty has to do is to further dig into the resources in the ancient Beast Mountain range to enhance the dynasty's underlying strength. Only when Gu Yang has enough strength will he make the next move. Soon. Time flies. In the first year, the Shenwu dynasty built 9 ancient cities based on the passage of the ancient Beast Mountain range. Then the imperial court sent large armies to the 9 cities, making the 9 cities act as horns to each other and expand towards the ancient Beast Mountain range. For a while, the huge ancient Beast Mountain range shook. Many powerful and ancient ferocious beasts have revived one after another, but these powerful ferocious beasts were ultimately defeated by the soldiers of the Shenwu dynasty. A saint-level ferocious beast attacked in anger, causing many casualties in the army, but Gu Yang personally brought the Divine Phoenix Tower to the ancient Beast Mountain range and severely damaged it with a strong posture. The ferocious beast in the Saint realm could only flee in embarrassment. Since then, the power of the Shenwu dynasty's army was unstoppable. Second year. The third year. In the next few years, the Shenwu dynasty continued to dig deep into the resources of the ancient Beast Mountain range to strengthen itself, and its strength increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Other forces were keen on this, and many forces followed the example of the Shenwu dynasty and sent a large number of monks deep into the ancient Beast Mountains in an attempt to plunder the resources. No matter what, there are many powerful ferocious beasts in the ancient Beast Mountain range. Under the torrent of ferocious beasts, there are only a very small number of people who can truly benefit. This day, suddenly there was light of blood in the depths of the ancient Beast Mountain range, and then a strange black mist filled the sky and the earth, and all the creatures in the black mist were swallowed up. Immediately, this news was rushed at high speed, and it reached Gu Yang's hands in less than half an hour. Your Majesty, a strange black mist has appeared in the ancient Beast Mountain range, and a team of 1,000 people has disappeared without a trace. This team is the elite of the Shenwei camp, and the leader of the team is a 5th-level monk of the Divine Transformation realm. Above the court, a military commander said in a deep voice. When Gu Yang heard this, his face suddenly turned cold. Have you ever found out what caused the so-called strange black fog? It's not clear yet, but the strange black mist is expanding. There were once vicious beasts in the Dao Palace realm that were swallowed up by the black mist, and finally disappeared without a trace. In order to prevent the black mist from spreading, our army has temporarily avoided the edge. However, judging from the current situation, if the black mist is allowed to grow, it is very likely to spread to the 9 ancient beast cities. Hear the words. Gu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. The black mist that can swallow the vicious beasts in the Dao Palace realm must not be simple. Let the army not conflict with the black mist for the time being, and then let Shi Zhen take the 10,000 soul banners inside to see what the problem is. Gu Yang pondered for a moment and then made a decision directly. The black fog is not simple, anyone with a discerning eye can see it. That being the case, So before the black mist is clear, it is impossible to rush in with too many troops. Same reason. If the 9 cities of ancient beasts were abandoned, the Shenyu dynasty's efforts over the years would be completely in vain. Therefore, Gu Yang decided to let Shi Zhen lead the 10,000 soul banners inside to investigate the situation. Even if there was any real danger, with the opponent's strength and the help of the 10,000 soul banners, there would be no problem in escaping unharmed. After all, Shi Zhen has already entered the 9th level of the Taoist palace. Although the 10,000 soul banner is not a holy weapon, it can still be called a semi-holy treasure. A combination of both. Even when facing a true saint-level combat power, there is still a slight chance of retreating. Boom! In the grinding hall, flames rose, transforming the heaven and earth, and it seemed as if a supreme divine phoenix had transformed into the sun and soared into the sky. The terrifying power was so vast that it seemed to melt everything away. In the huge sharpening hall, many divine soldiers were trembling violently, as if they could not withstand such terrifying power. But if you look carefully, you can find that these magic weapons are absorbing and refining this power, adding a bit of power to themselves. Receive. Gu Qingfeng suddenly drank, and all the visionary flames were absorbed into his body, and Sumijian had disappeared. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng glanced at the attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 74/7000. Realm, 9th level of Saint Realm. Martial Arts, Tianmei Zhenjing, 3rd level, Heavenly Sword, Perfection, Dawang Boxing Sutra, Perfection, Shenyang Sutra, Perfection, Huanggu Heavenly Sword, Perfection, Ziji Dao Canon, Perfection, Li Feng True Sutra, Perfect, Nirvana Tao Sutra, 9th level of the Divine Transformation Chapter, Tianfeng Shenshu, Xiaocheng, Zhuxiao Tianjing, 4th level of the Saint Chapter, Shen Xiao Tian Li, Perfection, Baida Dao Jing, Perfection, Zhuxiao Dao Jing, Perfection, Zhuanyuan Gong. Perfection. Promotion points, 11,482. The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Technique has finally been accomplished. A faint smile appeared on Gu Qingfeng's face. Years of hard training. Tianfeng Divine Technique has been promoted from entry level to minor achievement. Don't think it's just a breakthrough of one level, but for the great sage's magical power, the changes brought about by a breakthrough of one level are extremely astonishing. Except, the Nirvana Tao Sutra has also been cultivated by Gu Qingfeng to the point of perfection of the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Chapter. If it goes up further, it can enter the Tao Palace Chapter. The rest of the other martial arts are basically reaching perfection. In terms of improvement points, it once again exceeded the 10,000 point mark. With more than 10,000 improvement points, it's time for Zhuxiao Tianjing to make a breakthrough. As soon as Gu Qingfeng thought about it, he saw that the 10,000 improvement points disappeared in an instant, and then a large number of memories emerged from his mind, and the terrifying energy and blood power revived from his body. Boom! The extremely powerful energy and blood seemed to reflect the void and turn into the supreme divine sun. The temperature of the entire sharpening hall rose to a terrifying level out of thin air. Fortunately, this vision did not exist for long, and gradually disappeared. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng closed his eyes, feeling the changes in himself, and a smile appeared on his face again. We are both at the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Now, with the breakthrough of the 9 Heavens Scripture to the perfection of the 9th level of the Saint Chapter, my strength has increased by at least about 30%. Don't look at the 30% increase that seems small, but if your cultivation level reaches Gu Qingfeng's level, if the 30% increase falls on other people, it will be an extremely terrifying existence. The more important point is, now that the 9 Heavens Scripture has reached the completion of the Saint Chapter, it means that Gu Qingfeng is already qualified to attack the Saint King realm. As long as he has enough improvement points in the future, he can directly break into the Holy King realm. That time, Gu Qingfeng's own strength can usher in explosive growth. As for the breakthrough from the 9th level of the Saint Realm to the Holy King Realm, the upgrade points required are 5,000. This value. For Gu Qingfeng now, it is nothing. It only takes a few years of accumulation to break through to the Saint King Realm, which is more than enough. End of chapter. Chapter 286, Disaster Level Evil Spirit. Gujiaz Wang. Lobby. Gu Qingfeng had already left seclusion, and in front of him was Gu Yang, who had lived in the temple for a long time. The child has seen his father. Gu Yang looked as respectful as ever. Even though he has now entered the 5th level of the Dao Palace realm, with the luck of the entire Shenwu dynasty and the power of the Divine Phoenix Tower, he can compete with a true saint. But when Gu Qingfeng appeared in front of him, Gu Yang still felt unfathomable. 5th level of Dao Palace realm, it seems that you have completely refined the inner elixir of the Saint Realm Ferocious Beast. Even if Gu Qingfeng didn't look at the information panel, he could tell at a glance what kind of state Gu Yang was in now. The 5th level of Dao Palace realm. Looking at the entire ancient world, everyone can be called a strong person. Moreover, with Gu Yang's talent, before the great contest comes, it is not a big problem to reach the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, or the semi-saint realm. Subsequently, he said again, "Today you are no longer in the palace to deal with government affairs, how can you have time to come back to the palace? There are changes in the ancient Beast Mountain range, I still need to ask my father to make a decision." When Gu Yang mentioned the words Ancient Beast Mountain Range, his expression became much more solemn. Hear the words. Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly, but his expression did not change significantly. "Tell me more about it." From the information panel, he knew that something had happened in the ancient Beast Mountain range, but the specific reason was not clear for the time being. But the matter in the ancient Beast Mountain range can bring Gu Yang to come in person, which is enough to show that it is unusual. Gu Yang did not hesitate and said immediately, "A month ago, a strange black mist appeared in the ancient Beast Mountain range, which once swallowed up an entire army of 1,000 people. Many Dao Palace realm ferocious beasts were trapped in the black mist and disappeared without a trace. As the black mist expanded, I asked a 9th level Taoist palace monk from the imperial court to carry the 10,000 souls banner into it to find out. As a result, we found corpses everywhere in the black mist, and even weird beings resurrected. If the 9th level Dao Palace realm had not exited in time, I would have been completely buried in it. Later, I personally brought the Divine Phoenix Tower inside, but unfortunately, I still couldn't really find out the origin of the black mist, but it triggered the strange existence deep in the black mist to take action. At the critical moment, thanks to the guardian of the Divine Phoenix Tower, otherwise I might not have been able to get out of there. Speaking of which, Gu Yang suddenly pulled open his clothes and exposed his chest, only to see a black palm print on it. A cold and strange aura lingered, as if it was corroding the blood in his body all the time. Evil power. Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly after seeing the black palm print. Good. It's the power of evil. Gu Yang smiled bitterly. There must be an evil spirit at the saint level hidden in the ancient Beast Mountain range, even stronger than the saint level. If it is an ordinary evil spirit, even if I can't suppress it, I can still get away. Only, I have never heard of such a level of evil spirits existing. Speaking of the back, Gu Yang's expression also became ugly. Before the establishment of the Shenwu dynasty, the most powerful evil spirit in Kyushu was the disaster-level evil spirit. Such evil spirits, the strength is comparable to that of God's transformation. After the establishment of the Shenwu dynasty, such weak evil spirits had completely disappeared, and were replaced by more powerful evil spirits. Such evil spirits. It was also named a natural disaster-level evil spirit by the Shenwu dynasty. At the same time, in order to more clearly analyze the power of natural disaster-level evil spirits, the Shenwu dynasty divided them into 3 grades from high to low, upper, middle and lower. In the evil spirits of the low-grade natural disasters are the benchmark for the Deo Palace realm. As for the evil spirit in the natural disaster category, it is the benchmark for the saint realm. For example, the drought demon that appeared in Chenhe County was labeled as a natural disaster. Likewise, that was also the most powerful evil spirit that the Shenwu dynasty had encountered in the past. Gu Yang originally thought that the Han demon that was suppressed by Gu Qingfeng was already the strongest among all the evil spirits. But now the evil spirit emerging from the ancient beast mountain range suddenly woke Gu Yang up. Based on my judgment, the evil spirit's strength, even among the middle-grade natural disasters, is probably at the top level, but it should not have entered the category of high-grade natural disasters. Otherwise, even if I am protected by the Divine Phoenix Tower, I may not be able to come out alive. Although the Divine Phoenix Tower is powerful, the evil spirits of high-grade natural disasters are already the benchmark for the Great Saint realm. Naturally, it cannot be competed by a Deo Palace realm holding a Great Saint weapon. After all, the Deo Palace realm is not enough to fully utilize the power of the Great Holy Soldier. What I'm most worried about right now is whether this kind of evil spirit will one day transform into a natural disaster if we allow it to grow stronger. If it really gets to that point, then the problem will become even more serious. This is another issue that Gu Yang is worried about. The more creatures the evil spirit kills, the stronger it becomes. For example, in the past, any calamity-level evil spirit could destroy an entire state. Some powerful calamity-level evil spirits could even turn a state into a dead place. Although the current Shenwu dynasty is far more powerful than the previous dynasty, if a high-grade natural disaster evil spirit were born, then the Shenwu dynasty would have no chance of competing. That is to say, with Gu Qingfeng in charge, Gu Yang was not so panicked. Otherwise, he was about to make preparations to lead the people of Zhuzhou to move to other places. After all, if there was no corresponding power to match, once the evil spirit set its sights on Zhuzhou, it would be easy to turn Zhuzhou into a deadly place with its terrifying strength. When Gu Yang finished speaking, Gu Qingfeng suddenly swung his palm, and the mighty blood and energy as strong as the sun poured into the opponent's body. Then Gu Yang heard a sharp and piercing scream in his ears. The next moment, the black palm print on his chest turned into billowing black smoke and dissipated. In less than a few breaths, all the palm prints disappeared without a trace, and the cold breath that was attached to Gu Yang all the time and tried to devour his blood and energy also disappeared. "Thank you, Father, for your help." Gu Yang's face relaxed. This palm print was like a thorn in his side, threatening him all the time. That is to say, Gu Yang's own cultivation is profound, and he has the protection of the Phoenix Tower, so he can resist the erosion of such power. If it were any other Taoist monk, he would have completely turned into a mummy. For Gu Qingfeng, it is easy to dispel the evil power on Gu Yang. Not to mention that his current strength has made another breakthrough. Even in the past, it would not be difficult to deal with such evil power. The origin of evil spirits is not as simple as you think. The evil spirits that caused trouble in Zhuzhou at the beginning were nothing. The truly powerful evil spirits, even my father is not sure to deal with them. Gu Qingfeng said after he easily resolved the crisis on Gu Yang. His words made Gu Yang's face change. But before Gu Yang could speak, Gu Qingfeng continued. But this evil spirit in the ancient Beast Mountain range is not a big problem. As long as he has not entered the upper level of natural disasters, it is not a big deal after all. Gu Qingfeng paused here. But no matter what, this kind of evil spirit cannot be underestimated. Your father will personally solve it. Before this problem is solved, don't let anyone go to the ancient Beast Mountains to avoid more casualties. I have already ordered people to temporarily withdraw from the ancient Beast Mountains. Gu Yang's face relaxed, and then he nodded again. After learning about the horror of the evil spirits in the ancient Beast Mountains, Gu Yang ordered the evacuation early, even if it meant giving up years of accumulation. As long as the army is still there, the things that are abandoned can be taken back sooner or later. But if all the elites are buried in the hands of the evil spirits, it will be an unimaginable blow to the Shenwu dynasty. How to choose between the two, how could Gu Yang not understand? Now that he heard that Gu Qingfeng was willing to take action personally, Gu Yang was also relieved. As long as his father was willing to come forward, there would be no problem. King Yunso. In front of Tianxiang Pass. The army is stationed. More than 1 million elite troops are now stationed here. Because Tianxiang Pass is the first line of defense between Qingyun Province and the ancient Beast Mountain Range, and it is also the most important line of defense. If the evil spirits come out of the ancient Beast Mountain Range, then Tianxiang Pass will definitely bear the brunt. If Tianxiang Pass is destroyed, not only Datong Prefecture will be affected, but Guangyang Prefecture and other places in Qingyun Province will also be affected. At that time, there will be many casualties. So, the army must be stationed here, and at the same time, be prepared to fight to the death if the evil spirits appear. Hello, Grandpa Emperor! At Tianxiang Pass, Gu Shengan, wearing military armor, looked at the person in front of him with awe. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, and a rare smile appeared on his face. I haven't seen you for a few years. You have matured a lot, and your cultivation has also improved a bit. It seems that it won't be long before you can break through to the Grandmaster level. Gu Shengan in front of him is much more mature and stable than before, and his cultivation has also broken through to the late Grandmaster level. At the age of 27, he has entered the late stage of Grandmaster, which is quite good in Zhu. If it is placed in the ancient world, it is actually the same. After all, at this age, it means that he has the opportunity to step into the divine transformation realm within 100 years. And being able to break through the divine transformation realm within 100 years means that he can enter the Dao Palace realm within 1,000 years. In the entire ancient world, cultivators who can enter the Dao Palace realm can be called strong, but there are only a few who can really enter the Dao Palace realm within 1,000 years. More cultivators may need 3 to 5,000 years, or even their entire lives to break through this realm. So, Gu Shengan's breakthrough level is naturally not bad. However, compared with his father and 2 uncles, it is more than a little bit worse. Whether it is Gu Yang or Gu Xian Gu Xiu, they all entered the Dao Palace realm, and Gu Xiu even broke through to the 7th level of the Dao Palace realm. You know, Gu Xiu is only in his early 40s. This level of Dao Palace realm 7th layer shows how terrifying it is. Even for the so-called top geniuses, the standard is to break through the Dao Palace realm within 200 years old. In other words, the talents of cultivators who can enter the Dao Palace realm before the age of 200 are all at the truly top level. It's just that the top genius itself is a general term, just like the same half-saints. Some half-saints are enough to defeat the 9th level of the Tao Palace realm, and some half-saints can already kill the great saint. This is the same reason. Entering the Dao Palace within 200 years is just the threshold for top geniuses. The more powerful the talent, the faster one can break through. Of course, there are also some people who have been blessed with unparalleled opportunities, and thus have astonishing cultivation speeds, but regardless of their qualifications or other opportunities, they are actually part of their own advantages. If Gu Yang and others weren't in front of him, Gu Shengan would still be able to attract attention. But now, it can only barely get a good rating. Hearing Gu Qingfeng's words, Gu Shengan couldn't help but smile on his face. The stability he had in the past seemed to have disappeared without a trace. My grandson hasn't been able to serve Grandpa Huang for a long time. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng glanced at him, and then smiled and said, "That's okay, if you have time, you can go back to Gu Jiazhuang to live for a while. A change of environment will also be conducive to your practice. My grandson understands." Gu Shengan's face suddenly became overjoyed. He could naturally hear the meaning of these words. Today's Gujiazhuang is no longer accessible to anyone who wants to, and Gu Qingfeng has been in seclusion all year round. Even if he goes, he may not be able to see him. Now that Gu Qingfeng has personally agreed, it is a great surprise for Gu Shengan. If he could get guidance from Gu Qingfeng, Gu Shengan believed that it would be much easier for him to break through the Grand Master. Notice: in today's Kyushu, a Grand Master is nothing. Even a great Grand Master can barely achieve a certain level of prominence. Only by entering the realm of divine transformation can one be initially qualified to become a strong person. But Gu Shengan also knew that breaking through to the realm of divine transformation would not happen overnight, but it was not a bad thing to break through to the Grand Master faster. At this time, Gu Qingfeng's gaze was already looking in the direction of the ancient Beast Mountain range. In his sight, the black mist was filled there, as if it was blocking the sky and the sun. And in the strange black mist, it was filled with a dead and cold atmosphere. When Gu Qingfeng's eyes were about to penetrate the black fog and see clearly the scene inside, he saw the black fog shake, and a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared. In an instant, eyes facing each other, a terrifying and chaotic divine power suddenly struck. If an ordinary monk is impacted by the power of such spiritual thoughts, he will easily be contaminated by the chaotic power. At least, his mind will be damaged and he will become stupid. At worst, he may lose his original intention and degenerate into evil spirits. But this level of spiritual attack would be difficult to shake Gu Qingfeng in the slightest. I saw the divine light of the sun burst out in Gu Qingfeng's eyes, which not only shattered the chaotic spiritual thoughts, but also blasted into the black mist, causing the black mist to surge endlessly, and there were faint signs of disintegration. End of chapter. Chapter 287, Strange Statue. Grandpa Huang. Seeing the strange movement in the ancient Beast Mountain range, Gu Shengan's expression changed drastically. Although he couldn't see clearly what was in the black mist, the inexplicable cold air surged in just now, making his blood almost stagnant. The cultivation level of the lower level of the Grand Master realm is as insignificant as an ant. Such a gap! Even though Gu Shengan already knew it. But when I really feel this power, I also feel a sense of powerlessness deep in my heart. But this feeling goes as quickly as it comes. I saw two divine lights shooting out of Gu Qingfeng's eyes, splitting most of the black mist away. Such an astonishing method made Gu Shengan feel more and more in awe. It's not just Gu Shengan who is like this. When the other strong men in Tianxiang Gate saw that figure, their faces showed off for the strong man. The morale of the army was also greatly boosted. Without my order, no one is allowed to step into the ancient Beast Mountain range. As for this evil spirit, I will go and meet him for a while. Gu Qingfeng took one step forward, and his body turned into rainbow light, heading towards the ancient Beast Mountain range. When he really stepped into the ancient Beast Mountain range, there was a strong and terrifying cold aura flooding in from all directions, seeming to swallow Gu Qingfeng completely. But the next breath, I saw the sun rising across the sky. The majestic power of pure yang qi and blood around Gu Qingfeng's body was as blazing as the scorching sun, and all the cold auras melted and dissipated at an extremely fast speed before they touched him. As Gu Qingfeng gets closer, the black mist recedes at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if the things in the black mist feel fear. When the black fog gradually receded, the scene that was originally obscured by the black fog was completely exposed. The earth was scorched black. Trees withered. Countless ferocious beasts were drained of their essence and blood and turned into mummies and fell to the ground. Even if these ferocious beasts have died, the aura on their bodies is still terrifying. Some have entered the realm of divine transformation, and some have even entered the level of Taoist palace. But without exception, in front of the black mist, these ferocious beasts can hardly survive. With Grandpa Huang taking action, the problem of the ancient Beast Mountain range is no longer a concern. After Tianxiang closed the door, Gu Shengan felt at ease. Although he couldn't see the specific scene inside the ancient beast mountain range, he could see that as Qingfeng continued to go deeper, the black mist receded like a tide. The original ancient beast mountain range was covered in black mist, making it difficult for even sunlight to penetrate into it. But now I can see the terrifying energy and blood turning into the scorching sun, dispersing all the thick black fog. Such momentum! It can be said to be a shock to all parties. Grandpa Wang's power is truly unfathomable. Gu Shengan took a deep breath, with a look of excitement on his face. This is the power he seeks. But Gu Shengan also knew that with his talent, it would be difficult for him to reach the level of Gu Qingfeng. But Gu Shengan didn't expect that he could reach the level of Gu Qingfeng. He would be satisfied if the other party achieved just a few points. Fenger's talent is pretty good, and he has already perfected blood refining. If it weren't for polishing his foundation, it would be more than enough to break through to the bone refining realm. If Fenger can be brought to Grandpa Huang for guidance, my Gu family might be able to produce another Qidian in the future. Gu Shengan already had some ideas in mind. In fact, he had always wanted to keep Gu Yunfen by Gu Qingfeng's side. Even if he could stay with him for a while and get some guidance from him, it would be of great benefit to his future practice. But all this time, Gu Qingfeng had been practicing in seclusion, and Gu Shengan did not dare to disturb him. If he was a child, Gu Shengan would naturally not have such thoughts. But now Gu Shengan is no longer what he used to be, and he knows exactly what kind of person his Grandpa Huang is. It is inevitable that he will feel pressure when they meet again. It was just this meeting that Gu Shengan finally made up his mind. But no matter what, we have to wait until the matter in the ancient beast mountain range is resolved. At this time, within the ancient beast mountain range, the black fog gradually dissipated. Wherever Gu Qingfeng looked, everything was withered. The land that was once full of vitality was now completely reduced to a dead zone. In the charred earth, there is still a cold and evil atmosphere. As Gu Qingfeng continued to go deeper, the black mist receded slower and slower, and the cold aura became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the black mist no longer recedes. There was a hoarse and harsh sound coming from the black fog. Retreat, retreat. This voice spoke very slowly, as if he was not used to it. Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent and did not respond verbally. He just punched the black fog in front of him with his right hand, and in an instant, a terrifying energy and blood burst out. Boom! The energy and blood turned into flames and rose up. In an instant, a divine phoenix soared. The extremely hot temperature burned the void, and the earth instantly melted and turned into magma. When the flame divine phoenix bombarded towards the black mist surged violently and died. At this moment, all the cold atmosphere retreated at an extremely fast speed. It takes less than a moment. All the black mist dispersed, and the scene inside was completely exposed to Gu Qingfeng's vision. I saw a dark temple standing there, and the power of the strange black mist was escaping from it. The corpses of many human beings and ferocious beasts were guarding around the temple as if they had been summoned by some kind. But with the attack of the Phoenix divine art, these corpses were instantly turned into ashes and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Just when the flame phoenix was about to touch the temple, a faint light appeared in the black temple, as if trying to block such an attack. But the faint light only lasted for less than a moment before it collapsed and disappeared. Without the protection of the faint light, the black temple shattered instantly. Boom! When the black temple shattered, a statue of Guanyin appeared in Gu Qingfeng's sight. The statue was about 10 feet tall and made of clay. The other party held a jade bottle in his left hand and made a flower-picking gesture with his right hand. At the same time, his eyes were closed. The face that should have been sad now gave people a weird and hideous illusion. You are the evil spirit here. Gu Qingfeng looked a little cold. The strange statue in front of him seemed to be a dead thing, but it gave him the feeling of a living thing. Coupled with the almost indescribably strong cold aura on his body, everything seemed beyond doubt. At this moment, the strange statue suddenly opened its eyes, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down its cheeks. At the same time, a chaotic divine thought that was even more terrifying than the previous one bombarded it. Such a chaotic divine thought was so chaotic that even a saint in front of him might fall into darkness. However, Qingfeng's divine thought was stable, and his blood and qi were like the sun. The moment this chaotic divine thought touched him, it was instantly disintegrated and dispersed by this blazing power. Destroy! Qingfeng's eyes were fierce, his right hand clenched in the void, the evil killing knife in his dantian trembled, and Sumi appeared in his hand. The emperor's weapon appeared. The divine power was mighty. The moment Qingfeng grasped the hilt of the knife, the domineering and unparalleled sword energy had already chopped out, and all space was shattered, and the sky and the earth seemed to be split in half under this knife. The strange statue suddenly moved, and the right hand that was originally holding a flower pulled out the willow branch in the jade bottle. Then a blood-colored streak appeared in the air, and an extremely unpleasant stench came to the nose. The so-called blood-colored streak was formed by the blood of countless creatures. Even Qingfeng could hear countless souls wailing in the blood river. There were countless people buried in the blood-colored sky river. However, although the blood-colored sky river was terrifying, it seemed weak in front of the blade of the imperial weapon. When the sword energy came, the blood-colored sky river was suddenly split in half. All the blood rivers that touched the sword energy made a hissing sound, just like hot oil falling into a raging fire, and were completely ignited and burned. Boom! With one knife, the blood river was broken. The remaining sword energy was wrapped in endless flames and flooded. When it was about to completely split the strange statue, the latter made another move. The left hand that originally held the jade bottle was raised, and the huge bottle mouth tilted, and a mighty river of blood rushed out from it, rushing like a flood that broke through the dam. Finally, the power of the blood river completely swallowed up the knife aura. Seeing this scene, Qingfeng's expression did not change. He took a step forward, and the power of the 9th level of the Saint Realm finally broke out completely, pouring madly into the evil-killing knife, stimulating the power of this imperial weapon. No matter how evil and strange you are, I will kill you with my sword today. The words fell. The imperial weapon was swung out. The moment the terrifying knife aura was slashed out, this vast power seemed to turn into a glorious sun across the sky and earth, and all the blood rivers were completely evaporated in front of this power. Before the weird statue had the next move, the knife had completely split the weird statue in half. At this time, Qingfeng could see clearly that the clay statue had flesh and blood, and its internal organs were exposed, emitting a foul smell. Qingfeng frowned slightly at this situation, but he was not surprised. After all, from the initial situation, it was enough to show that the statue in front of him was not as simple as an ordinary statue. Although it was a little incredible that it was now nurturing flesh and blood, it was not completely unacceptable. Now, the statue was broken. The flesh and blood were still slowly moving. Seeing this, Qingfeng pinched the seal, and suddenly purple thunder struck down from the sky. Boom! The extremely strong and yang thunder struck the flesh and blood of the strange statue, which immediately made a hissing sound, and then an increasingly unpleasant stench was emitted, accompanied by a shrill scream, and the statue and the flesh and blood in it gradually melted away. In less than a moment, the strange statue was completely destroyed. When the strange statue disappeared, the thick cold atmosphere here suddenly dissipated a lot. After all, the strange statue is the source of this power. Now that the source of this power has been eliminated, it is reasonable that the cold atmosphere here is weakened. However, Qingfeng also understands. If the remaining power here is not dealt with, then after a few years, there may be evil spirits born again. After all, the power of the strange statue is too terrible. Although this existence has disappeared, its remaining power also covers the surroundings. The probability of mutation over the years is not ordinary. Because he understands the hidden dangers, Qingfeng did not give this place the opportunity to give birth to evil spirits again. He was so angry that his blood boiled, and he pinched his hands to draw the 9 heavens thunder. Boom! The clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and the terrifying purple thunder burst out crazily, as if covering and engulfing the entire ancient beast mountain range. In the eyes of other cultivators, they suddenly saw a vast ocean of purple thunder in front of them. All other colors in the world seemed to disappear, leaving only purple. Thunder in the sky, cleansing the filth of the world. All cultivators who sensed this breath could not help trembling in their hearts. When they looked at the purple ocean of thunder, they could not help but show horror on their faces. Is this the strength of the strongest person in the Dharma ending age? So terrifying! It turns out that when the cultivation reaches a certain level, the so-called destruction of heaven and earth is not an empty talk. Whether it is a semi-saint or other Deo Palace cultivators, they all deeply feel their own insignificance under such terrible power. At the same time, in other places of the ancient beast mountain range that were not affected by the thunder, many beasts were terrified and fled frantically to other places, fearing that they would be touched by the thunder and die on the spot. The purple thunder lasted for a full quarter of an hour before slowly dissipating. When the thunder dissipated, everyone fell silent again. If the earth turned black when the black fog was affected, and the trees withered but still had trunks, then now after the baptism of the sea of thunder, all of this has completely disappeared. The whole land seemed to have been plowed, and all the trees and hills disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace. Everything. All were razed to the ground. This is a true razing to the ground, not an exaggerated rhetoric. The places affected by this wave of thunder sea completely destroyed the land of no less than 10,000 miles. If this kind of power were to explode in a place where other cultivators lived, it would be enough to instantly turn hundreds of millions of cultivators into ashes, leaving no remains. That is, before the baptism of the sea of thunder, the lives here had been wiped out by the black fog. Otherwise, I don't know how many lives would have died in this attack. When all parties were shocked by the scene before their eyes, Qingfeng stopped his movements. The original powerful blood and qi power had been somewhat consumed. After all, the great sage's magical power was extraordinary, and with the duration of the divine thunder, it was Qingfeng who could cast the divine thunder. Otherwise, if it were any other 9th level sage, it would definitely not be able to support it. Now, thunder baptism. All the strange and cold auras were completely dissipated. This result. Naturally, it was what Qingfeng wanted to see. Then, his eyes fell on the place where the strange statue disappeared, and he saw the dust on the ground rising, and a corner of the stone tablet came into view. End of this chapter. Chapter 288, Forever Suppressing Evil Spirits. Qingfeng's expression changed, and as soon as he flicked his sleeves, he saw dust flying, and an ancient stone tablet appeared completely in front of him. Eternal Suppression of Evil Spirits. The stone tablet only has 4 simple words. However, when these 4 words fell into Qingfeng's eyes, the mighty power of heaven appeared, and Wu Shang's figure seemed to come into view. A strong man wearing golden armor, whose face could not be seen clearly, stepped into the void and fought with the strange statue. The two sides fought so hard that the earth collapsed and the mountains and rivers hung upside down. Final. The strange statue was completely killed by the golden-armored god general. Then, this golden-armored god general dropped a stone tablet and landed on the place where the strange god statue died. I am the leader of the Tai god Qidian, and I am hereby ordered to suppress the evil spirits here. The majestic voice seems to echo through the past and present, and the iron-blooded and chilling aura makes people tremble with fear. Immediately afterwards, the image fades. Tai Divine Dynasty. Tiankui. Qingfeng looked solemn. From the scene just now, he naturally understood what was going on. That was the strong man who left this stone tablet in the past. The immortal Taoist charm hidden in it has still recorded the original scene after endless years. Although he could only see the golden armored man from the phantom portrait, Gu Qingfeng could conclude that it was a being that was even more terrifying to a great sage. It could be the Holy King. More likely to be above the Holy King. Of the two, Gu Qingfeng actually prefers the latter. After all, judging from the battle between the strong man in golden armor and the strange idol, the strange idol at that time was much more powerful than it is now. Think of this. Gu Qingfeng let out a long breath. Quasi-emperor. The strong man in golden armor who suppressed the strange idol was a quasi-emperor level being. Tai dynasty. For this name, Gu Qingfeng is also very unfamiliar. Among the many ancient forces he learned about, there was no record of the Tai divine dynasty. Perhaps the supreme power in Kyushu was the Tai dynasty. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. He naturally knew that Kyushu had a supreme power in ancient times. This was also the fundamental reason why other strong men had not hesitated to enter Kyushu for many years. It would also make sense if that force was the Tai divine dynasty. After all, the Tai divine dynasty is indeed powerful. And from the words of the powerful man in golden armor, it seems that the other party is not the strongest person in the Tai dynasty, but is acting under orders. If you want to command a quasi-emperor, only the great emperor has this qualification. That is to say, it is very likely that the Tai divine dynasty had a great emperor alive. What's more, divine dynasty. It is above the imperial dynasty. For example, the current Qinwu dynasty has just entered the ranks of dynasties. Even the imperial dynasty has not been able to enter, let alone the divine dynasty. At least, among the things Gu Qingfeng learned, there is an ancient imperial dynasty in the ancient world, but when it comes to the divine dynasty, I have never heard of it. The immortal palace of the past may be something left over from the Tai divine dynasty. The divine dynasty goes up to the immortal dynasty, and above the immortal dynasty is the immortal palace. Although the divine dynasty is not the end, it is not easy to achieve a divine dynasty. In the immortal garden, there are records about the imperial dynasty's heritage. No matter how weak the imperial dynasty is, its destiny power can be comparable to that of the great sage. If it is a powerful imperial dynasty, even the Holy King can suppress it. And the divine dynasty above the imperial dynasty. Although there is no record of its power in the immortal forging court. But it doesn't take much thinking to understand that the Qi-Luk divine dynasty at this level must involve the level of the great emperor. The so-called immortal dynasty. It is probably not something that this world can have. After all, the limit of the ancient world is the great emperor realm, and if it goes higher, it is the ethereal immortal. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng thought of something else again. That is, in the records of the ancient world, the supreme power that came out of Kyushu suddenly disappeared without a trace. If the Tai divine dynasty is that force, then what kind of power can make a top divine dynasty with the great emperor realm disappear quietly? Ascend to the sky? Or was it directly wiped out by some force majeure? Different guesses popped up in Gu Qingfeng's mind, but he couldn't decide. It's a bit shocking to rise to the top, but to be directly wiped out is unjustifiable. After all, although Gu Qingfeng could only glimpse the tip of the iceberg of the Tai divine dynasty, he could also understand how powerful this force was. Shake his head. Gu Qingfeng put away these distracting thoughts. He focused his attention on the stone tablet in front of him again. Although the strong man named Tiankui suppressed the strange statue, he seemed to have expected that the strange statue would not really die, so he left a stone monument here to suppress it. Or it could be that the strange statue was indeed dead at that time, but in order to prevent the other party from being resurrected in the future. But no matter what, the reason why this evil spirit was not born was because of the suppression by the power of the stone tablet. It's just that after a long time, the power in the stone tablet gradually dissipated, so this evil spirit had a chance to escape. Gu Qingfeng's eyes flickered. He can tell. The place where Tai divine dynasty suppressed evil spirits was definitely not just here. Qingfeng did not dare to be careless when thinking about the strange statue's resurrection from the dead. Although he had already cleaned it with the divine sky thunder, he still diffused his spiritual thoughts and searched carefully bit by bit to prevent the possibility of the strange statue being revived in the future. There really is. Qingfeng's spiritual thoughts suddenly moved, and he discovered a weak but extremely strange power at the place where the strange statue had fallen. Qingfeng stretched out his hand to grab it, and there was a strange black energy in his palm. This strange black energy twisted crazily in Qingfeng's palm, and strange and evil thoughts emanated from it, as if there were Buddhist chants singing, and there seemed to be ghosts from hell screaming. Not only that, he even wanted to get into Qingfeng's body and completely degenerate him into an evil spirit. Immediately, Qingfeng activated the power in his palm, and the terrifying and hot energy and blood exploded, trying to completely refine and dissolve the strange black energy. However, no matter how amazing the energy and blood are, it is still difficult to truly eliminate the weird black energy. See here. Qingfeng's expression finally changed. It can't be refined. This is the third kind of thing he has seen that cannot be refined. A drop of blood, broken finger, and the strange black energy in front of him. But Qingfeng also had a way to deal with it. He immediately took out the jade bottle and directly put the strange black energy into it. It's worth saying, the jade bottles given on the information panel were made of unknown materials. Even with Qingfeng's current strength, it was difficult to crush these jade bottles. To a certain extent, Jade Ping is a more powerful existence than the Imperial armament. But it's a pity. The jade bottle has no other function besides being able to hold things. But for Qingfeng, this jade bottle is perfect for holding these things. After putting the strange black energy into the jade bottle, Qingfeng put the things into the storage ring. Every time Gu Yang breaks through, he can be rewarded with a lot of elixirs, and 10 elixirs can provide a jade bottle, so in terms of the number of jade bottles, Qingfeng also has a lot of them. As expected, this weird black energy is the reason why the statue can be resurrected continuously. It was originally suppressed by the stone tablet, so this weird black energy was reborn after many years. But now that the power of the stone tablet is exhausted, if it is not sealed, it won't be long before the strange statue will be reborn. Qingfeng thought to himself. After he suppressed the strange black energy, he scanned with his spiritual mind, and finally there was no sign of any evil spirits. At last, Qingfeng also took away the stone tablet in front of him. A statue left behind by a powerful man suspected of being in the quasi-emperor realm certainly has its value, and even if the power on it has dissipated, there is still some Taoist charm left. Say it again. The steel itself is a treasure. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary stone, how could it carry the quasi-emperor's power and exist for so many years? When Qingfeng returned to Tianxiang Pass, Gu Yang had already arrived. May I ask my father, have you solved the problem in the ancient Beast Mountain range? That was a weird statue of an evil spirit, but it has been solved. Qingfeng said. His words. Gu Yang looked relieved. No way. The movement in front was really too great. First, there was a sword that cut through the sky, earth, and sky, and then there was a sky full of divine thunder that baptized the earth, destroying all the realms thousands of miles away. The aura fluctuations that broke out made people feel heart-stopping. Such a powerful force, even with Gu Yang's current cultivation level, makes him feel like an ant. If Qingfeng fails to solve the evil spirit, then the problem will be quite serious. That explains it. The evil spirits in the ancient Beast Mountain range are terrifyingly powerful. Fortunately, now the evil spirit has been resolved. Gu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The evil spirits have been solved, but we still cannot be careless. The ancient world is not as simple as it seems. Maybe there are still other evil spirits lurking in the ancient beast mountains. If you advance into the ancient beast mountain range, you still need to be careful. Gu Qingfeng reminded. Gu Yang nodded, my child understands. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng did not stay at Tianxiang Pass for long, and left Yukong directly. The next day, what happened in the ancient beast mountain range spread instantly. Everyone in the vast ancient world who heard this news was shocked. Gu Qingfeng is now dubbed the most powerful person in the age of ending law. His reputation is self-evident, and countless forces in the world are secretly watching. Whenever Gu Qingfeng takes action personally, it will attract all kinds of attention. But Gu Qingfeng didn't pay attention to these things. He has now returned to Gujiazhuang to study the stone tablets left by the Tai dynasty. Although the Taoist rhyme of this stone tablet is so weak that it seems as if it will dissipate at any time, Gu Qingfeng can feel the power contained in that weak Taoist rhyme. While comprehending this Taoist rhyme, Gu Qingfeng also understood more and more how powerful the man named Tiankui was. Even if Gu Qingfeng has now reached the 9th level of the saint realm, he can kill ordinary saints by relying only on his own foundation without using any external force. But in front of that ancient strong man, it was still not enough. After the saint realm, the gap between each realm is huge. Don't say that I am now at the 9th level of the saint realm. Even if I step into the 9th level of the great saint realm, it is difficult to compare with the quasi-emperor based on my strength alone. Gu Qingfeng knew this very well. But if he really wants to use all his means, Gu Qingfeng's strength will naturally be more than that. After all, the 3 major heavenly veins, the 3-fold increase, and the imperial weapons in hand are enough to raise Gu Qingfeng's strength to a terrifying level. But because he understands the gap between himself and the quasi-emperor realm, Gu Qingfeng also hopes to get something he wants from the stone tablet. 3 days later, Gu Yang came again. Father, you want to ask about the situation of that evil spirit? Yes. Gu Yang nodded. He had been dealing with other matters before and didn't have time to ask clearly. Gu Yang was very curious about the evil spirit in the ancient beast mountain range. Gu Qingfeng said, that evil spirit is a strange statue. In terms of strength, it should be comparable to the great saint realm. Impossible, if it is the great saint realm, I am afraid it will be difficult for me to come out alive. In addition, I had a fight with that evil spirit at the beginning, and it was not the so-called strange statue. Before Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, Gu Yang had already shaken his head. Evil spirit comparable to the great saint realm. That is the top grade of natural disasters. Gu Yang was very clear about his own strength. If he were to encounter it, he would have difficulty getting out even with the protection of the Phoenix Tower. Not to mention, he also met the evil spirit. The so-called strange statue was completely different from what he had imagined. Gu Qingfeng said, the evil spirit you fought originally should have been bred by the strange statue. It was not very strong. As for the evil spirit incarnated by the strange statue, it was the source of this disaster. As he spoke, Gu Qingfeng's mind moved, and a stone tablet suddenly appeared in front of Gu Yang. This is what I got after I killed the evil spirit. From the remaining Dao rhyme on it, I learned that in ancient times, there was a strong man from the Tai divine dynasty who had killed this evil spirit and then set up this stone tablet. I now suspect that the so-called Tai divine dynasty is very likely the supreme force that once existed in Zhuzhou. The immortal casting court you got may also come from the Tai divine dynasty. Gu Qingfeng told all the news he had received. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The latter's face suddenly changed when he heard this. Tai divine dynasty. Gu Yang was very clear about what the word divine dynasty meant. Gu Yang also had a secret understanding of the supreme power that once existed in Zhuzhou, but the information he got was limited. It was just that the power was extremely powerful, coming out of Zhuzhou and overwhelming the entire ancient world. But because of the endless years, there was not much information about that power. Even Gu Yang heard the name of Tai Divine Dynasty for the first time. But now, after hearing what Gu Qingfeng said, Gu Yang already had some guesses in his mind. Tai Divine Dynasty. It is very likely that it is the supreme power that once overwhelmed the ancient world. Permanently suppress evil spirits. If what father said is true, it means that the problem of evil spirits has a long history, and can even be traced back to those ancient times. And since there are evil spirits suppressed by Tai Divine Dynasty in the ancient Beast Mountain range, I'm afraid they also exist in other places in the ancient world. When Gu Yang said this, his expression became very solemn. The problem of evil spirits. It is much more difficult than he imagined. End of this chapter. Chapter 289 Great-Grandson. Your guess is right. The water in the ancient world is much deeper than you and I imagined. In addition, the origin of the evil spirit must be complicated. Some things can only be seen step by step. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. But you don't have to worry too much. With your father here, there shouldn't be any big problems for the time being. This sentence gave Gu Yang a reassurance. Afterwards, the latter couldn't help asking, what level is father's current strength at? Gu Yang couldn't help but be curious. Gu Qingfeng's strength has always been a mystery. Even now, every time he sees the other party take action, he feels refreshed. If you don't use other trump cards, suppressing ordinary great saints is not a problem. If you use trump cards, maybe the quasi-emperor can also compete. Gu Qingfeng said it lightly, but when the words fell into Gu Yang's ears, it shocked his heart. Can suppress ordinary great saints? Can even compete with quasi-emperors? In the ancient world, the emperor is the end. However, throughout the ages, there are very few strong men who can really challenge the great emperor. In a great era of contention, let alone the great emperor, whether there are strong men who can reach the quasi-emperor level is a question. So, as the strongest existence under the great emperor, every quasi-emperor is supreme. Gu Yang did not expect that Gu Qingfeng's current strength is enough to compete with the quasi-emperor. In addition to being shocked, Gu Yang was ecstatic. He always thought that Gu Qingfeng's strength was at most at the great sage level, and whether he could fight with the Saint King was a question. Result: Gu Yang found that his father had already reached the level of the quasi-emperor. How could he not be surprised? With such a strong man in charge of the Shenyu dynasty, it was like a sea-stabilizing magic needle. However, this world is not as simple as you think. Not to mention whether those ancient forces have top masters, there are endless dangers in each life-forbidden area. Even if you are a quasi-emperor, you may not be invincible in this era. Gu Qingfeng took a deep look at the other party, and then warned him. Although he knew that Gu Yang had always been steady, he also had to let the other party understand how deep the ancient world was, so as not to let him think that the Shenyu dynasty, with him in charge, could really sweep the world without any resistance. Father taught me that. Gu Yang's face became serious, and he immediately suppressed the excitement in his heart. But having said that, he could also understand how important the significance of a quasi-emperor is. Afterwards, Gu Qingfeng looked at the stone tablet. This stone tablet was left by the Tai Divine Dynasty. It has a bit of the Dao rhyme of the former quasi-emperor, but the situation has changed, and this Dao rhyme has become extremely weak. This Dao rhyme is useless to me, but for ordinary cultivators, it is also a great opportunity. You can take this stone tablet back and see if you can comprehend something. Yes. Gu Yang could naturally see that the stone tablet was unusual. After all, it was also something that was suspected to be left by a quasi-emperor. Not to mention the quasi-emperor Dayun on it, the stone tablet itself is also an extraordinary treasure. Afterwards, Gu Yang took the stone tablet away. Looking at the lobby in front of him, Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. Tai Divine Dynasty, strange black air, it is not so easy to really see the truth of this world. The 9th level of the Saint Realm. It is not enough to have the ability to deal with everything. But Qingfeng also knew that the Great Saint Realm was not something he could break through just because he wanted to. For now. At least we have to wait for a while. After all, in the Dharma ending age, saints do not come out. In this age, if you want to break through, you can only break through other aspects. It is absolutely difficult to break through by relying on your own cultivation. Then, Qingfeng called a person. I greet the owner of the manor. Gu Peng bowed respectfully. Qingfeng's eyes fell on the person in front of him. After many years, Gu Peng's cultivation has also made some breakthroughs. Now he has steadily stepped into the 3rd level of the divine transformation realm. The other party can break through so quickly, not because of Gu Peng's strong talent, but because of a large number of pills. After all, Qingfeng got too many pills from the information panel, among which the divine blood pill is of great benefit to the divine transformation realm cultivators. In addition, Gu Family Manor is powerful and has many resources. As the general manager of Gu Family Manor, Gu Peng's strength improvement is needless to say. Yes. It's the general manager. Gu Peng had stopped being the head of the outer hall several years ago, and became the general manager of Gujiazhuang, responsible for the affairs of the inner and outer halls. As for the former head of the outer hall, he was replaced by other people. How many disciples are there in the manor now? Reporting to the manor master, there are now 1,800 outer hall disciples, 380 inner hall disciples, and 36 law enforcement hall disciples. Gu Peng answered without hesitation. For him, the situation of Gujiazhuang is well known. Qingfeng said, how is the strength? Most of the outer hall disciples are now in the refining realm, 100 have entered the master realm, and 3 are great masters. There are 200 masters and 30 great masters in the inner hall. There are 36 people in the law enforcement hall, all of whom are great masters. Gu Peng answered truthfully. Hearing this, Qingfeng nodded slightly. Strictly speaking, including the law enforcement hall, the total number of disciples in Gujiazhuang is less than 2,200. Among such a number of disciples, there are 300 masters and 69 grand masters, which is naturally considered good. At least inside Kyushu, no other power in the world can compare with Gujiazhuang. After all, it has only been 23 years since the Shenwu dynasty established Zhuzhu. That is to say, the practice has been at its peak and has lasted for only 23 years. Before the Shenwu dynasty established the 9 provinces, not to mention the great masters in the world, there were not many monks who had entered the realm of grand masters. Now more than 20 years have passed, and even if the forces of various Jianghu sects have experienced explosive growth, it is not that easy to enter the grand master realm. So, in Qingfeng's view, with the power of Gujiazhuang, even excluding him and the Shenwu dynasty, it was enough to look down upon many sects in the world. After Gu Peng finished speaking, he stood aside, waiting for Qingfeng to speak. A long while. Qingfeng finally put away his thoughts and said slowly, if a force wants to grow, other aspects are also indispensable. We can dig deeper. If there are disciples who are talented in alchemy, weapon refining or formations, focus on cultivating them. Fan. Those with outstanding talents can be brought to meet me. Gujiazhuang has developed to this point, and some things should be improved. Gu Peng looked difficult. There are no real monks in the alchemy and weapon refining in the village. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to tap the potential of other disciples. This matter is simple. There are also many techniques involving alchemy, weapon refining and formations in the village. Just let them study it on their own. If you can rely on yourself to reach the first level within 3 years, you will be considered to have some talent. Qingfeng looked indifferent. He is a 6th level formation master, so he can give occasional advice on formations. As for alchemy and weapon refining, although Gu Qingfeng is not good at it, he has people who are good at it. For example, take Zhu Holy Land. This ancient holy land has a good foundation. Due to the relationship between the Shenwu dynasty and Taixu Holy Land, the Gu family sent several disciples to Taixu Holy Land, and it was impossible for the latter to refuse. Big deal. The Gu family just has to pay some price. Hear the words. Gu Peng naturally took the order. In addition, I remember that the positions of the heads of the inner hall and the law enforcement hall have been vacant for a long time, right? Does the owner have someone to choose? Let Sheng Xing and Chen Gan come to Gu Jiazhuang together. Yes. Gu Peng took the order and retreated. Half a day later, Gu Shengxing and Gu Shengan came together. My grandson pays homage to Grandpa Huang. No need to be polite. Gu Qingfeng looked at the two people in front of him. Both of them had a calm demeanor, without the arrogance of the past. I called you here today, but do you know why? My grandson doesn't know. Gu Shengxing looked at each other and shook their heads. Since they got married, they have had their own mansions, so they have moved away from Gu Jiazhuang for a long time, so they don't know the purpose of why Gu Qingfeng suddenly summoned them. Gu Qingfeng did not mince words and said bluntly, the positions of the Gu family's inner hall and the head of the law enforcement hall are vacant. It is difficult for non-Gu family members to fill these two positions. Now, one of you, Uncle Wang, is in Taixu Holy Land, and the other is in Demon Realm, so it is impossible for you to come back. As for your eldest sister, she has also left Kyushu to go out for training. The two younger sisters are too poor in martial arts. I have thought about it and you are the only two who can hold the position of masters of the two halls. I just don't know what you two think about this. As soon as this statement came out, Gu Shengxing and Gu Shengan both looked overjoyed. The master of the hall. If it were other sects, they would naturally look down upon it. After all, as princes, both of them have high status. Generally speaking, sects should not say that they are the master of a sect. Even being the master of a sect is nothing in front of them. But Gu Jiazhuang is different. This is the ancestral land of the Shenwu dynasty and the origin of the Gu family's bloodline. To put it bluntly, the Gu family is not only the largest family in Kyushu, but also ranks higher than many saint families in the entire ancient world. This way, it would be extraordinary to be the head of the Gu family. So, neither of them hesitated at all. My grandson must obey Grandpa Wang's orders. Good. Gu Qingfeng nodded. From today on, Sheng Xing will be the master of the inner hall, and Sheng'an will be the master of the law enforcement hall. However, both the inner hall and the law enforcement hall have monks who are at the Grand Master level. The two of you are now in the Grand Master realm, and after all, it is difficult for you to truly take charge of the overall situation. Next, I will give you 1 year to break through to the Grand Master realm. As for the resources for cultivation, the village can fully provide them. My grandson should do his best. Both of them nodded. Breaking through to become a Grand Master in 1 year seems impossible. After all, both Gu Shengxing and Gu Shengan are only at the lower level of the Grand Master, and they are more than 1 step away from the Great Grand Master. But if there are enough resources, it is not completely impossible to break through the Grand Master in a short time. Seeing the determined expressions on the two men's faces, Gu Qingfeng didn't waste any time. He immediately waved his sleeves and several gourds filled with pills appeared directly in front of them. One gourd contains the golden body pill, which can be used by the Grand Master to temper his physical body. One gourd contains the true meaning pill, which can be used by the cultivator to comprehend the true meaning, and the other gourd contains the divine blood pill. These pills should be taken by the cultivators in the divine transformation realm to strengthen their own blood and qi. If you don't enter the divine transformation realm, it will be difficult for you to truly withstand the power of the complete divine blood pill. So when taking it, you need to dilute the divine blood pill 100 times, and then slowly refine it and take it. Gu Qingfeng said. Each person has 3 gourds, and each gourd contains 20 pills. These pills are naturally the rewards given by the information panel. It's just that the jade bottle is precious, and Gu Qingfeng has his own use, so he uses a gourd to load it. With so many pills, Gu Qingfeng believes that it won't be a big problem to break through the Grandmaster realm, let alone make a step further on the basis of the Grandmaster. Thank you, Grandpa Huang. Both of them were overjoyed. They had heard of the names of the 3 kinds of elixirs, and they had taken the golden body pill, so they naturally understood how powerful this kind of elixir was. As for the divine blood pill, which can only be taken by the divine transformation realm, the 2 of them knew how precious it was. Originally, they were not very sure about breaking through to the Grandmaster realm within a year, but now they have the elixir in hand, and the confidence of breaking through is at least more than 90%, if not 100%. Seeing the 2 of them put away the elixir, Gu Qingfeng waved his hand. Okay, I've given you everything I should give you. As for how far you can go, it depends on your own chance. Grandson, I'm leaving. Leaving Gujia's Wang. Both of them instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the sunshine outside, and couldn't help but smile. Second brother, it's up to you and me, who will break through to the Grandmaster first. Gu Shengan looked at the person in front of him and said with a smile. The latter smiled confidently upon hearing this, don't worry, your second brother will definitely not break through slower than you. Then wait and see. Gu Shengan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a bit of competitive spirit rose in his heart. The 2 grew up together and compared with each other since childhood. Even though they are older now and their competitive spirit has faded a lot, they now avoid the idea of comparing. Afterwards, the 2 did not say anything more and left together. The following days, Gu Qingfeng returned to his former tranquility. During the period, Gu Shengan sent someone to send Gu Yunfen over again, under the pretext of enhancing their relationship. In response to this, Gu Qingfeng did not refuse. Gu Qingfeng did not meet his great-grandson many times, but after all, he was of the Gu family bloodline, so he was naturally a little close to him. However, compared to Gu Qingfeng, Su Yulan liked Gu Yunfen quite a lot. In addition, she was already a 9th-level cultivator in the Dao Palace realm, and her cultivation level was among the top 3 in the entire Shenwu dynasty. So, Su Yulan often instructed Gu Yunfen in his cultivation. In this way, it saved Gu Qingfeng a lot of effort. Faced with such a thing, Gu Qingfeng had no reason to refuse. End of this chapter. Chapter 290, Ancient Times. Your heir Gu Shengen has taken the elixir and improved in cultivation. Your heir Gu Shengen received the guidance of the Divine Realm Transformation Cultivator, and his strength has increased accordingly. Your heir Gu Shengxing has practiced hard in seclusion, and his cultivation has been greatly improved. Your heir Gu Shengen has achieved a breakthrough in cultivation and has reached the level of a master. Reward improvement points *120. Your heir Gu Shengen tried to attack the Grand Master realm, but failed for the time being. Your heir Gu Shengxing has achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the master level. Reward improvement points *120. Your heir Gu Shengen has reached the first level of Grand Master realm. Reward improvement points *200. Your heir Gu Yunfen received the guidance of a 9th-level monk at the Dao Palace realm. His strength has been greatly improved, and his cultivation has broken through to the first level of the bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your heir Gu Yunye received the guidance of a 9th-level monk at the Dao Palace realm. His strength has been greatly improved, and his cultivation has broken through to the first level of the bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your heir Gu Yunye has achieved self-enlightenment. His understanding of the Green Lotus Sword Sutra has been greatly improved, and he has successfully understood the meaning of the Green Lotus Sword. Your heir Gu Yunyu has reached the intermediate level of bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. In the next half year, the entire Shenwu dynasty returned to peace. Gu Qingfeng stayed in the Gu family manor, often guiding the disciples in the manor to practice, and also practicing on his own. When Gu Shengxing learned that Gu Shengan had sent his son to Gu Jiazhuang, he immediately found Gu Yunfen and sent him directly to Gu Jiazhuang under some pretext. Su Yulan was very happy about this. For her, it was a bit boring to stay alone in the village. Now that she has 2 great-great-grandchildren to accompany her, it is also a good thing. Gu Qingfeng naturally turned a blind eye to these matters. But Gu Qingfeng often pays attention to the changes in the information panel. It turns out that the 2 brothers, Gu Shengxing and Gu Shengan, actually have similar talents, but seriously speaking, there are some differences. In the past, this gap did not show up much, but now when the 2 of them are practicing in seclusion at the same time and trying their best to attack a higher realm, the gap will naturally show up. Among the 2, Gu Shengan's talent is undoubtedly stronger. While the opponent was already able to attack the Grand Master realm, Gu Shengxing had not yet been able to break through to the Grand Master level. Now Gu Shengan has stepped into the Grand Master realm first, but Gu Shengxing is still at the level of Grand Master perfection. But 1 year is not over yet. No surprises. It won't be a problem for Gu Shengxing to break through to the Grand Master realm later on. Compared to these 2 people, Gu Qingfeng was somewhat curious about his great-great-granddaughter whom he had not met many times. At such a young age, I was able to comprehend the Green Lotus Sword Sutra and understand the meaning of the Green Lotus Sword. I didn't expect that Shenzing's talent was average, but he gave birth to a good daughter. Gu Qingfeng's eyes moved slightly. Understanding the true meaning is not something everyone can achieve. Many monks at the master level may not be able to grasp the true meaning, let alone other monks. The most important point. That is, Gu Yunyu is only 8 or 9 years old, and has already directly understood the meaning of the Qinglian sword. Such a talent is quite outstanding. To this, Gu Qingfeng was very satisfied. It is a good thing that the younger generations of the Gu family are more talented. But Gu Qingfeng did not intervene in Gu Yunyu's growth, but personally came forward to give some guidance on the great-great-granddaughter's cultivation. Although Gu Qingfeng has never practiced the Green Lotus Sword Sutra, for him, it only takes one glance to see through the fundamentals of such a great master's martial arts, and it couldn't be easier to give him guidance. The reason why Gu Yunyu was allowed to practice the Green Lotus Sword Sutra was because the other party's cultivation was too weak. Strictly speaking, martial arts at the divine transformation realm and above were already gradually evolving towards supernatural powers. Without enough cultivation support, it is difficult to succeed in cultivation. The Green Lotus Sword Sutra is relatively easy. And the Green Lotus Sword Sutra is also quite mysterious, at least at the Grand Master level, it is considered a very good martial art. I've met Grandpa Huang. In the lobby of Gu Jiazhuang, Gu Shengxing and his 2 men arrived again. Gu Qingfeng looked at the 2 of them and nodded slightly. Okay, since you are here, then according to the previous decision, Sheng Xing will be the leader of the inner hall, and Shengan will be the leader of the law enforcement hall. Gu Peng. My subordinate is here. Gu Peng clasped his fists and lowered his head. Gu Qingfeng said, take them to get familiar with the inner hall and the law enforcement hall. Yes. Gu Peng nodded, then smiled at Gu Shengxing and the others. 2 hall masters, please come with me. Then there's Chief Labor and Career. Gu Shengxing and the others hurriedly returned the greeting, showing great respect for Gu Peng in their words. As the general manager of Gu Family Village, the other party has been with Gu Qingfeng for decades and has won the latter's trust. This is something that anyone with a discerning eye can see. Even though Gu Peng was not of Gu family blood, he was still given the Gu surname, and the most important point was that being trusted by Gu Qingfeng was worth everything. Even as Gu Shengxing and the other two were direct descendants of the Gu family, they did not dare to be rude to Gu Peng. Not to mention, Gu Peng watched them grow up, so they respected them quite a lot. Subsequently, Gu Peng took the two of them away. Gu Qingfeng looked at the backs of the three people leaving, and then looked away after a while. 1 year period. Just as he thought, Gu Sheng'an's talent was a bit stronger, and he was now at the intermediate level of the Grand Master realm, while Gu Shengxing was just barely entering the Grand Master realm. The gap between the two has gradually become apparent. Except, the other heirs of the Gu family have not changed much. After all, 1 year is neither long nor short. Gu Yang and others have already entered the Dao Palace realm, and it is not that simple to break through in the future. Spring passes and autumn comes. Soon another half-year passed. In the past 6 months, the Shenwu dynasty has once again launched troops on the ancient Beast Mountain range, and the 9 ancient beast cities that had turned into dust in the past were re-established. But nowadays, the 9 cities of ancient beasts are already called by a name. Suppress evil in 9 cities. The so-called evil. It is naturally evil. The evil spirits in the ancient Beast Mountain range have been suppressed. Gu Yang established the 9 cities to suppress evils to commemorate the original battle. And at the same time, the army settled in 9 cities and began to explore the ancient Beast Mountain range. As the barrier between Kyushu and the Eastern Territory, the ancient Beast Mountain range stretches endlessly. There are countless powerful ferocious beasts among them, and how many monks have fallen here? Over the years, there are too many opportunities hidden in the ancient Beast Mountain range. These opportunities, for other forces, it is a great temptation. Royal Palace. Above the court, all the officials gathered. Gu Yang looked at the officials below, and finally his eyes fell on the leader, Shi Zhen. Shi Zhen, I gave you 10 years to train troops to create an elite force that can fight for our Shenwu dynasty. Have you succeeded now? Your Majesty, the Tiangang camp has 36,000 Tiangang troops, all of whom have reached the Grand Master realm. If the Tiangang gods and demons come together, they will be able to suppress the Dao Palace realm. In addition, Shenwei camp and Zhenshan camp both have millions of elites, all of whom are veterans of the army. Those with the weakest cultivation are in the marrow cleansing realm, and those with the strongest cultivation have already entered the divine transformation realm. The elites of these 3 battalions can all fight. As soon as this statement came out, all the officials' expressions changed. They knew that the imperial court had been training troops intensively in recent years, but they did not expect it to have such power. The 3 major military camps are all elites. Leaving aside the Shenwei camp and the Zhenshan camp, the 36,000 soldiers of the Tiangang camp may not seem to be many, but every one of them has entered the realm of a Grand Master, which is a bit shocking to know. Even in today's Kyushu, great masters are monks who can establish sects. Whether there can be so many great masters in the entire world is a question. But now, the Tiangang army alone has 36,000 great masters. If this news spreads, it will shock the world. To this, Gu Yang was not too shocked. Only he himself knows what price the Shenwu dynasty paid in order to train the elites of these 3 battalions. Basically 90% of all the resources collected in the ancient Beast Mountain range fell on the 3rd battalion. At the same time, the resources of the ancient wasteland Holy Land were also heavily tilted. Because of such investment at all costs, it was possible to train all the elites of the 3 battalions in such a short period of time. When the words came to an end, Gu Yang showed a satisfied look on his face. Okay, with these 3 elite battalions, our Shenwu dynasty can take over the eastern region. Speaking of which, Gu Yang paused and said again, Shizhen, I'm here. I appoint you as the commander-in-chief of the army to defeat the Yuan dynasty. You will lead the 3 elite battalions of Tiangang camp, Shenwei camp, and Zhenshan camp to attack Taiyang Mansion. I accept the decree. Shi Zhen was shocked and immediately clasped his fists to accept the order. Subsequently, Gu Yang looked at the others again. Xuecheng, Zhang Mo, and Tong Lingfeng, the three of you will lead your subordinates Xueziying, Zhang Ziying, and Tong Ziying to accompany the army. You are the deputy generals. When the army sets off, you will obey the orders of Shichen. I'm waiting for the order. Xuecheng and other three people also came out at the same time and bowed to take orders. The three of them are all generals of the imperial court and are in charge of corresponding troops. Although the army under the command of the three men was not elite, it was superior in numbers. Now that the Shenwu dynasty rules Kyushu and has been recuperating for decades, the population has increased significantly. Compared with the last years of the previous dynasty, it has grown tenfold. So, 3 major military camps. All have 5 million people. The 3 battalions together amount to 15 million people. This amount is already extremely astonishing. I will give you 1 year. I want to see the flag of the Shenwu dynasty hanging on the Taiyang mansion. Gu Yang said in a deep voice. Taiyang mansion is a mansion under the control of the Giwen dynasty. Now that the Shenwu dynasty wanted to mobilize troops, the first target was naturally the Giwen dynasty. Your Majesty, don't worry. Within 1 year, the ministers will definitely capture Taiyang mansion. If not, I will be willing to be dealt with by military law. Shi Zhen directly issued a military order. Seeing this, Gu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Subsequently, the court discussed matters for another half an hour, and then they dispersed. When the court meeting dispersed, all the officials left in a hurry, and everyone's face became complicated. No way! What happened in the court this time really shocked them. Even though the news that the Shenwu dynasty was going to launch troops had been circulating among the public for a long time, and everyone had speculated about it, when the matter actually came to fruition, it still shocked people's hearts. You know, once a war breaks out, there are too many things involved. This is especially true for the interests of all parties. However, Gu Yang ignored the shock from the outside world. He was now in the imperial study, looking at the information sent back by the secret guards. Your Majesty, there are now reports of the resurrection of evil spirits in the ancient world, with many dead and injured monks. It is rumored that several saints' sects and families have been destroyed, and all the strong men have died. This matter has alarmed many ancient forces, and they have sent strong men to go and encircle and suppress the evil spirits. Gu Yi reported respectfully. His words made Gu Yang look a little solemn. It seems that there are indeed many evil spirits lurking in the ancient world, but it is not clear whether the outbreak of evil spirits this time is a coincidence or someone deliberately did it in secret. Gu Yang muttered to himself, his eyes flickering. The evil spirits appeared. The chaos in the ancient world has already appeared. This is not a bad thing in Gu Yang's view. After all, the more chaotic the ancient world is, the greater the chances of the Shenwu dynasty. If everything in the ancient world is peaceful, the Shenwu dynasty will inevitably attract the attention of all forces if it wants to mobilize troops, and it will definitely be difficult at that time. On the contrary, now that the evil spirits have appeared, all forces are being pulled by the evil spirits. In this way, the Shenwu dynasty will naturally be much easier to act. Gu Yi said, according to the information obtained by the secret guards, the appearance of the evil spirits this time is likely to be related to a force called Tai Divine Dynasty. Oh! Gu Yang looked surprised. He has never leaked the affairs of Tai Divine Dynasty. Gu Yi said, an ancient family brought the great saint soldiers to defeat the evil spirit army, and then went deep into it to suppress the evil spirits that were causing trouble. In the end, they found a stone tablet with the 4 words "Forever suppress the evil spirit" engraved on it. And on the stone tablet, there is even the ancient Taoist rhyme left in the past, which records the origin of the stone tablet. The news of Tai Divine Dynasty also spread with it. Speaking of this, Gu Yi paused and continued. It is now rumored in the ancient world that the existence of evil spirits can be traced back to the ancient times, when a supreme force called Tei Divine Dynasty took action to suppress the evil spirits in the entire ancient world. But as time passed, the seal left by Tei Divine Dynasty gradually weakened. In this era, the seal completely lost its effect, so the suppressed and sealed evil spirits came out one after another, causing a huge disaster. Gu Yang nodded slightly when he heard this. I have to say, what Gu Yi said was exactly the same as Gu Yang's original guess. The difference is, Gu Yang knew more clearly that the so-called Tei Divine Dynasty was very likely the supreme force that came out of Zhu at the beginning. In the ancient world, before this era, there are 3 eras. One is the ancient era, one is the ancient era, and one is the ancient era. Each era is not simply determined by time, but is accompanied by a supreme catastrophe, which reshuffles the entire ancient world, thus announcing the conclusion of an era and the beginning of a new era. However, according to Gu Yang's understanding, the so-called ancient catastrophe is at least tens of millions of years away from now. This is the case in the ancient times. The so-called ancient times are so ancient that it is difficult to guess. End of this chapter. Chapter 291 Inner Gate. Ancient Times. Tei Divine Dynasty. In Gujia's Wang, Gu Yang also sent someone to inform Gu Qingfeng of the news. In fact, the latter had already learned about it from the secret guards. Chaos arises in the world. It seems to be the beginning of the upcoming great competition. But Gu Qingfeng's current thoughts are not here. In front of him, there are 6 Gujiazhuang disciples standing here respectfully. 6 disciples. 3 people came from the inner hall, and 3 people came from the outer hall. I heard that you are already in the 3 realms of alchemy, weapon refining and formation, and each of you has entered the first level. Gu Qingfeng looked at a few people and said slowly. Now I give you a chance to show it on the spot. As long as you are sure that what you said is true, you will have a great opportunity. Disciple, obey. After hearing Gu Qingfeng's words, the 6 of them looked excited. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng prepared all the necessary things and immediately asked the 6 people to start practicing. When the 6 people started, Gu Qingfeng watched the movements of the 6 people, and then his eyes fell on one of them. What this person is practicing now is a formation. The so-called formation. In fact, it communicates with the power of heaven and earth and evolves in all kinds of mysteries, so it can move stars and change battles. Therefore, in terms of formations, more attention must be paid to understanding. He is proficient in formations. He is not just a first-level formation mage. He has vaguely touched the threshold of a second-level formation mage. Gu Qingfeng nodded secretly, and this person's information also appeared in his mind. Gu Chang'an. Inner disciple. The orphan who was originally adopted by Gu Jiazhuang is now only 30 years old. He is already an intermediate-level master monk, and his talent is quite good. Although he is not a top genius, for ordinary people, this talent is not bad. Time passes. There are people passing the assessment one after another. Gu Qingfeng looked at the 6 people in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. You and others have passed. It seems that you are really talented in the 3 levels. Speaking of which, Gu Qingfeng paused, looked at one of them, and suddenly shouted in a deep voice. Gu Chang'an! The disciple is here. Gu Chang'an's body was shaken and he stepped out of the queue in a hurry. Gu Qingfeng took a deep look at the other party. You are very talented in formations. Are you willing to become my disciple? Disciple is willing. Gu Chang'an was stunned for a moment, then his face was full of uncontrollable surprise, his body was shaking violently, and his tone of voice became a little stuttered. The other 5 people looked at Gu Chang'an with eyes filled with envy. Disciple of the village owner. You must know that over the years, Gu Qingfeng has never really accepted any disciples. It's just someone who occasionally gets some guidance from the other party. Now that Gu Chang'an has become Gu Qingfeng's disciple, it can be said that he has reached the sky in one step. Not to mention, Gu Qingfeng is now the most powerful person in Kyushu, and is praised by many monks in the ancient world as the most powerful person in the age of ending law. An ancient holy land once said that if the age of great struggle comes, this person will already have the qualifications to become the great emperor. If you become a disciple of such a powerful person, your future achievements will be limitless. Subsequently, the other 5 people all focused on Gu Qingfeng again, with some hope in their hearts, hoping that they could become the next Gu Chang'an. Noticing the gazes of several people, Gu Qingfeng looked calm. I am not good at alchemy and weapon refining, so if you take me as your teacher, you will be wasting your talents after all. As soon as this statement came out, the expressions of the 5 people all became much darker. But I will take you to Taegzu Holy Land and let you become Taegzu Holy Land's disciples. With your talents in alchemy and weapon refining, you should be able to achieve higher achievements in Taegzu Holy Land. If you succeed in your studies at Taegzu Holy Land in the future, you can choose by yourself whether you will continue to stay in Taegzu Holy Land or come back to Gujiazhuang. This was Gu Qingfeng's long-awaited plan. As he said, he was not good at alchemy and weapon refining. Instead of burying talents, it would be better to send them to Taegzu Holy Land. Of course, after sending these disciples there, they may not all be willing to come back, but as long as 1 or 2 can come back, Gujiazhuang will make a sure profit. In fact, for forces such as Taegzu Holy Land, many of the disciples in its holy land come from various small forces, and their relationships with each other are complicated. Taegzu Holy Land doesn't care about these things. What they want is to wash away the sand and leave behind some disciples who are truly talented and loyal to them. Gu Qingfeng is doing almost the same thing now. When they heard the words Taegzu Holy Land, the disappointment on the faces of the 5 people became much lighter. As the ancient Holy Land in the eastern region, they naturally heard about the reputation of Taegzu Holy Land. In addition, the fact that a direct descendant of the Gu family worshipped in the Taegzu Holy Land and became one of the 9 sons of Taegzu was also spread in the Gu family village. So, after Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, the 5 of them looked at each other and said respectfully, "Disciple, please obey the instructions of the village master." The next day, Gu Qingfeng left Gujiazhuang with 5 people. He did not use the teleportation array, nor did he use other treasures. Instead, his spiritual thoughts directly forcibly condensed a cloud and led the 5 people towards the Taegzu Holy Land. Above the clouds, looking down at the earth, the 5 of them were all young, and they all looked shocked at the scene in front of them. At the same time, they looked at Gu Qingfeng with more and more awe. Gathering clouds and walking together, such magical methods are simply unimaginable. Even if a monk in the divine transformation realm can control the air on his own, he is definitely not comparable to what he is seeing in front of him. Taegzu Holy Land has many resources. Once you worship in Taegzu Holy Land, you will hopefully break through to the divine transformation realm or enter a higher Dao Palace realm in the future. You can use this method now when you have enough cultivation in the future. Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly and explained to several people. Hearing Gu Qingfeng speak, the depressing atmosphere in the clouds was relieved a lot. The 5 people were originally in awe of Gu Qingfeng's power and did not dare to breathe. Now they finally started discussing with each other. Some even had the courage to ask Gu Qingfeng for some advice. To this, Gu Qingfeng always accepted everyone who came and gave answers one by one. Soon, Gu Qingfeng brought a few people to Taegzu Holy Land. When he arrived at Taegzu Holy Land, Fu Shenjun had already sent someone to wait here. Senior Gu is here. The Peak Master has a destiny, so I am here to wait here. Fu he said with a smile. Gu Qingfeng glanced at him and said with a dumb smile, "When did fellow Daoist Fu become so polite? I used to be ignorant and offended my seniors so much. I would never dare to bear the word fellow Taoist." Fu He waved his hands quickly. Joke. He already dared to match fellow deist Gu Qingfeng because at that time, he was just the head of the Gu family. But things are different now. The status of the person in front of me is no longer something that I, a small Taoist palace, can discuss as my equal. Not to mention, my father was acquainted with this peer. If I were to be acquainted with him as an equal, wouldn't it be confusing the seniority? Seeing that Fu He looked in awe and was not as calm as before, Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly and said nothing more. Really? Just as rumored. Cultivation is actually divided into 3 realms, the Ant realm, the Taoist realm and the Senior realm. The rest are all in vain. Under the leadership of Fu He, Gu Qingfeng and several others entered the Taixu Holy Land. Once you enter the Holy Land of Taixu, the faces of several Gujiazhuang disciples were full of shock. The pavilions and pavilions that caught their eyes, as well as the aura emanating from the occasional monks, were enough to prove their strength. Although Gujiazhuang has a great reputation, it is actually only 1/3 of an acre. Naturally, it cannot be compared with Taixu Holy Land. Enter the 9th peak. Gu Qingfeng met Fu Shenjun again. Fellow deist Gu is here. Master Fu Peak. Gu Qingfeng returned the gift with his hand. Fu Shenjun looked at the few people standing, looked at them for a while, and nodded. It seems that these people are the geniuses brought by fellow Taoist Gu. They have already reached the master level at such a young age, which is indeed good. They are quite talented in alchemy and weapon refining. However, there are no monks in this area in Gujiazhuang. In order to avoid wasting talents, Gu brought them to Taixu Holy Land to see if they could become Taixu Holy Land. Opportunity in the virtual Holy Land. Gu Qingfeng smiled lightly. Fu Shenjun nodded. This matter is simple. Since they are brought by fellow Taoist Gu, then they are my inner disciples of the 9th peak, Fu He. What are the orders from the peak master? They'll leave it to you to arrange it. Yes. Fu He respectfully accepted the order, and then led the 5 people down. The 5 people didn't react until they followed Fu He away. No one expected it. They can worship into Taixu Holy Land so easily. After all, Taixu Holy Land is an ancient holy land, and countless monks want to worship in it but cannot. Now, I and others can worship in the Holy Land so easily, not to mention that they have been inner disciples since they started. To know. Generally speaking, if you want to become an inner disciple of Taixu Holy Land, you need to have the cultivation level of a great master. But you only need to think about these things a little bit to understand what is going on. Obviously. The reason why I and others can be directly called the inner disciples of Taixu Holy Land is not because of how talented they are, but because they come from Gujiazhuang. Fu Shenjun only cares about the face of Gujiazhuang, or to be more precise, he only cares about the face of Gu Qingfeng, the owner of Gujiazhuang. Other side. In the 9th peak hall. The smile on Fu Shenjun's face faded, and his expression became much more solemn. Fellow deist Gu must have heard about the evil spirits causing chaos in the ancient world, right? I have heard a little bit. It is said that this evil spirit is involved in an ancient force called the Tai Divine Dynasty. Gu Qingfeng nodded, but did not deny this matter. After all, Taixu Holy Land would not be unaware of the information that the secret guards could find out. Fu Shenjun said, the Tai Divine Dynasty has an extremely ancient origin. There were strong men in our Taixu Holy Land who once entered the secret realm left by the Tai Divine Dynasty and obtained a lot of secrets from it. This force can be traced back to the ancient times, and it is also a supreme force that came out of Kyushu. The Tai Divine Dynasty had great emperors and powerful men in the world, but later, for unknown reasons, all the monks in the Tai Divine Dynasty disappeared overnight, as if they had disappeared out of thin air. Some powerful people once suspected that the Tai Divine Dynasty might have ascended into the rumored fairyland, but no one could be sure about this. However, in the ancient times, evil spirits were in trouble, and the Tei divine dynasty suppressed all parties. It can be seen that the origins of evil spirits are also extremely ancient. There are even rumors from powerful people that evil spirits may even be related to the upper world. But these things are impossible to study, but this time the evil spirit appears and causes trouble in the world. There are many things involved. Now that the chaos in the eastern region is suddenly rising, Taizhou Holy Land hopes to form an alliance with the Shenyu dynasty to fight against the evil spirit. Until now, Fu Shenjun was the one who truly stated his purpose. Evil and troubled times. The entire Taizhou Holy Land felt pressured. Even though Taizhou Holy Land has hundreds of thousands of years of history, and even a powerful man who once stepped out of the Great Saint realm, only by truly understanding the existence of evil spirits can we understand the horror of such strange existences. If there are only sporadic evil spirits appearing, then there is no need to worry. But here's the thing. This time, the 5 major regions of the ancient world are all plagued by evil spirits, and even monks have discovered the ancient stone tablets used by the Tei dynasty to suppress evil spirits. From the perspective of the Taizhou Holy Land, the Tei divine dynasty suppressed evil spirits in the world in ancient times. Now that the emergence of evil spirits involves the seal of the Tei divine dynasty, people have to wonder whether there is a problem with the seal of the Tei divine dynasty. If the guess is correct, then this is bound to be a catastrophe sweeping the entire ancient world. Gu Qingfeng pondered for a while, and finally nodded. Taizhou Holy Land and Shenyu dynasty have always had a close relationship, and Gu will not object to the alliance. But after all, Gu is not the leader of the Shenyu dynasty. For some matters, Peak Master Fu still needs to contact the Shenyu dynasty. Fu Mao certainly understands this. Fu Shenjun had a smile on his face. In his opinion, if Gu Qingfeng didn't object, the matter was settled. After all, the Shenyu dynasty was nominally dominated by Emperor Gu, but everyone knew that the head of the Gu family in front of them was the real anchor of the Shenyu dynasty. As long as Gu Qingfeng nods in agreement, then the problem is not big. On the contrary, if this person disagrees, the Shenyu dynasty may not be able to form an alliance with Taizhou Holy Land. The reason why they formed an alliance with the Shenyu dynasty was because Taizhou Holy Land valued Gu Qingfeng's strength and the potential of the Shenyu dynasty. This force was established only a few decades ago, and it was directly promoted from the dynasty to the dynasty, and now it has sent troops into the eastern region to fight against the Qidian dynasty. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that with Gu Qingfeng's support behind the Shenyu dynasty, its rise is unstoppable. As long as the Shenyu dynasty is given time, not even Taizhou Holy Land can determine how high it will grow in the future. Yan Lingyun handed over this task to 9th Peak. Now that Fu Shenjun received a positive reply from Gu Qingfeng, he felt relieved. End of chapter. Chapter 292. The Qidian dynasty is in retreat. After leaving Taizhou Holy Land, Gu Qingfeng returned to his hometown. However, Gu Qingfeng did not explain to Gu Yang about the alliance between Taizhou Holy Land. After all, people from Taizhou Holy Land would contact them about these matters, so he was naturally too lazy to interfere so much. After returning to Gujia's Wang, Gu Qingfeng just continued to practice in seclusion. Before that, he also glanced at the information panel out of habit. Your heir Gu Yang is practicing in seclusion, and his cultivation has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Xian was ordered by the Taizhou Holy Land to suppress the evil spirits, and the reputation of Taizhou's 9 sons has become more and more famous. Your heir Gu Xian got the opportunity to stay in the Tei divine dynasty, and his strength has been greatly improved. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *639842. Your heir Gu Xiu accidentally entered the ancient secret realm, encountered an ancient strong man who wanted to seize his body and be reborn, and finally used his own strength to fight back. Your heir Gu Xiu has taken the demon inner elixir and his cultivation level has improved. Your heir Gu Xiu has gained some understanding of the Huangji hegemony fist, and his strength has been greatly improved. Your heir Gu Xiu Your heir Gu Sheng'an takes charge of the Gujiazhuang Law Enforcement Hall and restores order in the village. Your heir. The Qingyun alliance established by your dead soldier Gu Wu has swept across all parties and attracted the attention of many forces. Already, sects from other prefectures are eyeing the Qingyun alliance and want to subjugate it for their own use. Your dead warrior Gu Wu is supported by the Shenwu dynasty, secretly solving the power of other sects and ensuring the growth of the Qingyun alliance. Your dead warrior Gu Wu accidentally opened an ancient secret realm and obtained the inheritance of the fallen saint. His strength has been greatly improved. Your dead warrior Gu Dao successfully entered the Dao Palace realm in seclusion, and his cultivation level broke through to the first level of the Dao Palace realm. Your dead soldier Chasing Soul encountered a confrontation between two powerful palace-level warriors. He was accidentally affected by the remaining waves and eventually died. Your dead soldier Gu Shiki was attacked by demons *13333644. Your dead soldier Gu Shiki took the demon inner elixir and his cultivation level broke through to the first level of the Taoist palace. Your dead soldier Gu Shiki mingled with an ancient demonic force and emptied most of its treasure house. This made the strong men of that force furious and sent a large number of strong men to hunt him down at all costs. Your dead soldier Gu Shiki was surrounded and suppressed by powerful demons. He narrowly escaped death and finally broke out of the siege despite heavy injuries. Your dead warrior Li Qingfeng received guidance from a strong man and his cultivation level has broken through to the 5th level of the divine transformation realm. Your dead soldier Shen Huiyan accidentally obtained a certain ancient artifact, and was accidentally captured by the remnant soul lurking in it, and finally died. Your dead soldier. There are not many changes in the information panel of the heirs. In contrast, the information panel of the dead soldiers is refreshed with text every moment. Some people get opportunities and their strength is greatly improved. Some people died due to various accidents. Chasing the Soul is dead. Gu Qingfeng looked at the text in the information panel with a slightly complicated expression. He has many dead soldiers under his command now, but the only ones whose names he can really remember are the first group of people. Chasing the Soul. It was someone who once was. What a pity. After all, the opponent's luck was a little worse, and there was nothing he could do about being killed by the aftermath of the battle between the two palaces. Gu Shiki is indeed very lucky. He has been wandering in the demon world these years. Not only has he not perished, but his cultivation has also broken through to the Dao Palace realm. But so far, the dead soldiers have suffered a lot. If we wait until the Great War comes, who can be the first to become a saint? Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. If you find an opportunity, it may not really be an opportunity. For example, some dead soldiers were taken away from their bodies, which is a standard example. But overall, as long as the dead soldiers survived, their strength would be improved to varying degrees. Until now, among the thousands of dead soldiers, the number of dead soldiers who have entered the Dao Palace realm is no less than double digits. This ratio is actually not bad. After all, it has only been a few decades since the Death Warriors appeared, even the first batch. In such a short period of time, it is absolutely impossible for someone to break through to the Dao Palace realm unless they have a great chance. If this time is enlarged to hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, Gu Qingfeng can conclude that the strength of the dead soldiers will rise to a terrifying level. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng closed his eyes and began to practice silently. Taiyang Mansion. War breaks out. The Shenwu dynasty army headed by Shi Zhen was as powerful as a broken bamboo. After entering Taiyang Mansion, in just half a month, they attacked 13 cities in one go and killed millions of enemy troops. As soon as this news came out, the entire Guiyuan dynasty was shocked. The first time, Emperor Han ordered the generals of the Guiyuan dynasty to lead an army of 30 million to Taiyang Mansion to attack the Shenwu dynasty. This way, the battle between the armies of both sides was fierce. Many sects and families in Taiyang Mansion were affected by such wars and had to choose sides. But Most of the sects and aristocratic families took refuge in the Shenyu imperial city on their own initiative. After all, among the two dynasties, the Shenyu dynasty was established the shortest time, but the other party's background was profound and terrifying. Don't say anything else. The Gu family village alone can keep the Shenyu dynasty undefeated. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that as long as the world's number one Gu Qingfeng is alive, no one can threaten the Shenyu dynasty. In comparison, although the Guan dynasty is also powerful, it is not as good as the Shenyu dynasty. In this way, the Shenyu dynasty has received help from many aristocratic families and sects, and its momentum is even greater. Even if the Guan dynasty increases its troops significantly, it will not slow down the Shenyu dynasty's pace of progress, let alone the offensive of sniping and destroying the Shenyu dynasty. After learning this news, Emperor Han was furious. In the imperial study, many precious treasures were smashed to the ground by him and smashed directly. Damn it! All these traitors and traitors deserve to die. They betrayed the Guan dynasty, and I will make them pay the price. The betrayal of the clans and families in Taiyang Prefecture was like stabbing a knife in the heart of Emperor Han, and the anger generated was even more serious than the invasion of the Shenyu dynasty. After all, the Guan dynasty and the Shenyu dynasty had already torn their faces, and the latter's war was within the expectations of Emperor Han. However, Emperor Han believed that the various clans and families in Taiyang Prefecture were given great preferential treatment in all aspects of their policies, and the two sides should have coexisted with each other. But now, after the invasion of the Shenyu dynasty, these clans and families did not resist at all, and directly turned against the invasion, which made Emperor Han feel betrayed. At this time, someone hurried in, ignoring the broken porcelain on the ground, and knelt on one knee in front of Emperor Han. "Your Majesty, urgent news from the front line." "Speak." Emperor Han's complexion barely recovered a little, but his voice was still low. The man said, "The 36 sects and families headed by Xiantian Dao sect attacked Mingshan City, killed the lord of Mingshan City, opened the city gate directly, and led the army of Shenyu dynasty into the city." When the news came, Mingshan City had already fallen completely, and millions of troops were buried in the hands of Shenyu dynasty. Boom! As soon as these words came out, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Emperor Han, whose face was ferocious and his eyes turned red. "Rebellious ministers and traitors, they really deserve to be killed. Mingshan City is the core of Taiyang Prefecture, and the lord of Mingshan City is a general of Guan dynasty, one of the few Dao Palace realm powerhouses. Now that the lord of Mingshan City has fallen, millions of troops have died, causing Mingshan City to fall into the hands of Shenyu dynasty. In this way, the Shenyu dynasty is truly occupying the lifeline of Taiyang Prefecture." Even though Emperor Han did not personally go to the battlefield, he also understood that in this battle, the Guan dynasty was doomed in Taiyang Prefecture. At this time, a minister said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, now is not the time to be angry. The life and death of the lord of Mingshan City and the fall of Taiyang Prefecture are only a matter of time. Now, I should think about the next countermeasures. Even if Taiyang Prefecture falls, we must try our best to curb the pace of the Shenyu dynasty." Hearing this, the furious and ferocious face of Emperor Han was relieved a little. "That's right. The fall of Taiyang Prefecture is a fact. Now, instead of being angry, it is better to think about the next countermeasures. After all, the Guan dynasty controls 373 prefectures, and Taiyang Prefecture is just one of them, which is not very important. Pass my order, mobilize the elite troops of other prefectures, and directly hit Taiyang Prefecture before the Shenyu dynasty actually takes control of it. In this battle, I do not require the conquest of Taiyang Prefecture, but only the Shenyu dynasty will pay the price. In addition, send a message to the Xingchen dynasty, tell them that the Shenyu dynasty is invading, and hope that they can send strong men to support." At the end, Emperor Han said again, In the imperial study, all the ministers bowed and accepted the order after hearing the words. The 4 words Qingchen dynasty. It made them feel at ease. Any dynasty has existed for a long time, and the foundation accumulated in it is definitely not comparable to the so-called dynasty. Now that the Qidian dynasty has established a relationship with the Qingchen dynasty, if the latter is willing to support it, then the problem of the Shenwu dynasty will not be a problem. Don't talk about the Shenwu dynasty. Even if it is the Gu family manor behind the other party, and the Gu Qingfeng who is known as the best in the world, the Qidian dynasty does not need to care. After all, no matter how strong that person is, it was nothing more than killing an ancient great sage. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. According to what Qidian dynasty learned, the fallen Xuanyu great sage was only a powerful person in the first level of the great sage realm. His strength was not the lowest among the great sage realm, but it was not very strong. In comparison, the foundation of a dynasty is truly terrifying. Even the weakest dynasty has the foundation to suppress the great sage. For example, the ancient dynasty like the Qingchen dynasty, let alone the great sage realm, even the Saint King realm may not be without the possibility of suppression. So, in the eyes of Emperor Han, Gu Qingfeng's number 1 in the world is just a joke. Those truly ancient and powerful forces ignored it, which made him have the reputation of being the number 1 in the world. Otherwise, with the foundation of the ancient world, how could the other party take the lead in violence? However, at this time, the guards came to report again. Your Majesty, there is unrest in Jingyun Prefecture. The Jingyun League, led by the Tianwu sect, has started a rebellion and secretly killed many officials. Now most of Jingyun Prefecture has fallen. Marquis Jingyun gathered the remaining troops to resist the Jingyun League, and at the same time sent a message back, hoping that the court can provide support. In an instant, the entire imperial study room fell into an eerie silence. All the ministers had surprised expressions on their faces, as if they had never expected such a thing to happen in Jingyun Mansion. Bang! The Emperor Han slapped the table with a heavy palm, and the powerful palm force instantly turned the table into powder. What kind of force is this Jingyun League? The Emperor Han was furious. It was fine that the Shenwu dynasty started a war before, but now the Jingyun League, which had never been heard of, dared to attack the Qidian dynasty. The anger in the heart of the Emperor Han can be imagined. The man lowered his head hurriedly and said, according to the news sent back by Jingyun Ho, Jingyun League is an alliance force led by Tianwu sect and then formed with other sects and families. Among them, the leader of Tianwu sect has already entered the Dao Palace realm. In addition, there are many forces in Jingyun League, and its strength should not be underestimated. In addition, it is said that there is a mysterious strong man behind Jingyun League, and it just destroyed a 10,000-year-old sect with a Dao Palace realm strong man not long ago. As soon as these words came out, Emperor Han became more and more furious. An ant-like force dares to attack Qidian dynasty. There is only a force in the Dao Palace realm, which was not taken seriously by Qidian dynasty in the past. The so-called Jingyun League. It can be destroyed in a snap of a finger. But the problem now is that the Shenwu dynasty is coming with great momentum, and the timing of Jingyun League's unrest is just right. What makes Emperor Han more concerned is the mysterious strong man behind Jingyun League. A 10,000-year-old sect with a Dao Palace sitting in it is enough to show that it has a good foundation. Jingyun League was able to destroy it, which shows that it must be the strong man behind it. Tell Jingyun Ho to let him resist Jingyun League for a while. The court will send reinforcements as soon as possible to suppress Jingyun League. Emperor Han suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, Jingyun League is not a concern. The real problem at the moment is the Shenwu dynasty. As long as the problem of the Shenwu dynasty is solved, it will be easy to deal with Jingyun League. More importantly, although Jingyun League has caused unrest, Jingyun Mansion is still controlled by Qidian dynasty. Jingyun Ho's own cultivation is not weak. With the other party in charge of the army, not to mention defeating Jingyun League, but resisting it is not a problem. However, this incident also made Emperor Han understand. The problem of Shenwu dynasty must be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer it is delayed, the more disadvantageous it is for Qingfeng dynasty. After all, there are many forces secretly watching Qingfeng dynasty, and there may be forces that want to take advantage of the chaos to get a share. At this time, if Qingfeng dynasty shows any signs of decline, it is possible that other forces will rush in. Therefore, Qingfeng dynasty must not take a step back. At least, it is also necessary to let all forces understand that the 100,000-year foundation of Qingfeng dynasty will never be insulted by others. End of this chapter. Chapter 293, Military Morale. Jingyun Mansion. Now, with the actions of the Jingyun alliance, the huge mansion has fallen into chaos. The forces headed by Tian Wuzong have fully mobilized, vowing to suppress the Qingfeng dynasty and completely bring Jingyun Mansion under control. I saw only the main hall of Tian Wuzong. Leaders of all forces gathered here. As the leader of the alliance, Gu Wu naturally sat in the main seat, followed by the heads of the various sects and the heads of the aristocratic families. Alliance leader, Marquis Jingyun is now gathering the remnants of the Qingfeng dynasty, and there are rumors that the other party has asked for help from the Qingfeng dynasty. I am afraid that support will arrive soon. If reinforcements from the Qingfeng dynasty arrive, our chances of winning are slim. The person who spoke was Xia Yunchuan, the master of Tianyan Mountain. Even though Xia Yunchuan is only at the 8th level of the divine transformation realm, in today's Jingyun League, the opponent's strength is enough to rank among the top 5. After all, Jingyun Mansion is just an insignificant place among the 3,600 mansions in Suiyang State. The number of truly strong men is limited. Before Gu Wu broke through to the Dao Palace realm, there was not even a single Dao Palace in the cultivation world of Jingyun Mansion. The strong ones in this world exist. Therefore, being able to enter the 8th level of divine transformation, one can imagine Xia Yunchuan's strength. Now after hearing Xia Yunchuan's words, everyone else also looked solemn. Xian Suzi said, the Qingfeng dynasty is indeed a problem. This power has a strong foundation and is not comparable to that of ordinary sects and families. If the Qingfeng dynasty really wanted to launch troops against Jingyun Mansion, it would be difficult for the Jingyun alliance to be their opponent. For other sects, the 4 words Qingfeng dynasty are like a big mountain weighing on their heads. There is no doubt about the power of the Qingfeng dynasty. Don't say anything else. As long as the Qingfeng dynasty randomly sends 1 or 2 Dao Palace realm experts, they might be able to sweep the Jingyun alliance. Despite the fact that there are still Taoist palace powerhouses in the Jingyun League, there is only one Gu Wu who has come and gone. Gu Wu is just a new member of the Dao Palace, and his strength is difficult to compare with the veteran Dao Palace. Not to mention, in the Qingfeng dynasty, there were not only powerful people in the Dao Palace realm, but also top beings in the semi-saint realm. No matter which way you look at it, they have little chance of winning. In response to everyone's fear, Gu Wu looked calm. Don't worry, everyone. If the Qingfeng dynasty was in its heyday and there was no threat from foreign enemies, let alone 1 Jingyun League, even 10 Jingyun Leagues would not be able to match it. But these days are different. Now the Shenwu dynasty is the first to initiate the war, and with the foundation of the Shenwu dynasty, it is only a matter of time before the Qingfeng dynasty is overthrown. So what if the Qingfeng dynasty has 100,000 years of heritage? You must know that behind the Shenwu dynasty stands the most powerful man in the age of ending law. To take a step back, even if the Qingfeng dynasty is not destroyed by the Shenwu dynasty, as long as the Shenwu dynasty does not retreat, the Qingfeng dynasty will have absolutely no spare power to support Jingyun Mansion. So now is the opportunity I have been waiting for, an opportunity for Jingyun alliance to dominate Jingyun Mansion. Gu Wu's words fell on the ears of others, and their hearts were shaken again. The original fear of the Qingfeng dynasty had now dissipated. True. The strength of the Qingfeng dynasty was indeed formidable. But the strength of the Xinyu dynasty cannot be underestimated. If the Xinyu dynasty joins the war with such intensity that it will be difficult for the Qingfeng dynasty to look after each other, the possibility is not small at all. In addition, I believe you all know why the Qingyun mansion's cultivation world has declined. To put it bluntly, the Qingfeng dynasty deliberately suppressed our sect family and monopolized the Tao Palace realm's skills, making it difficult for us to advance. Now this is a great opportunity to break the rule of the Qingfeng dynasty and strengthen the cultivation world of our Qingyun mansion. When Marquis Qingyun is killed, all the Tao Palace realm techniques mastered by the Qingfeng dynasty will be used by us. I can also guarantee that if we can defeat the Qingfeng dynasty and obtain the Tao Palace realm skills, all the sects and aristocratic families can copy a copy. As soon as these words came out, everyone's breathing became a little faster. Tao Palace realm Kung Fu. For them, this is an irresistible temptation. Why is the Qingyun mansion's cultivation world in decline? So far, only one Tao Palace realm strongman has been born. As Gu Wu said, it was nothing more than deliberate suppression by the Qingfeng dynasty. Kung Fu monopoly. Resource suppression. It is not easy for major sect families to rise. Logically speaking, if you can't stay in Qingyun mansion, you can go to other places. But in fact, the world is all the same, and all the top forces have their own secrets. They strictly control the inheritance of their skills and will not leak them easily. After all, when someone reaches a certain height, most of their thoughts are to completely block the promotion channel, not wanting anyone else to be alongside them. Unless there are interests involved. For example, each force is willing to take out their skills and let monks who join their own force observe and practice them because they have a relationship of interest with each other. If not, even the so-called sect disciples find it difficult to obtain a complete inheritance. To put it bluntly, the situation in Qingyun mansion is just a microcosm of the world. So no matter where I go, I can't change this situation. Therefore, when Gu Wu said that he could let other forces copy a copy of the Tao Palace realm Kung Fu, all the worries these people had in their minds were completely eliminated in an instant. Why do they do this? They just want to live a better life. In this world where the jungle is strong and the strong eat the weak, there is only one way to live a better life, and that is to have sufficient strength. Only with enough strength can you have the right to speak and control your own destiny. If you can obtain the skills of the Tao Palace, although you may not necessarily be able to enter the Tao Palace, you can at least have a hope. Say it again. Even if you can't break through, if a junior with outstanding talent appears in your force, you can use this to break through the Tao Palace realm and lead your force to a whole new level. Qin Jiangzi, the leader of the Sanyang sect, looked cold. The Qingfeng dynasty has done many unjust things and has been suppressing us and other forces for many years. Now it is time to repay its debt. Yes, with sect leader Gu leading us, we will definitely be able to kill Marquis Qingyun this time and take control of Qingyun mansion. The monks from other forces also nodded. For a while, the heroes in the hall were full of fighting spirit. Seeing this, Gu Wu also nodded secretly. Military spirit is available. Although the strength of the Qingyun alliance was average, Gu Wu was still sure of a fight if he only faced a Qingyun marquis. As for whether the Qingfeng dynasty would have military support, Gu Wu didn't have much worry in his heart. After all, behind Tian Yuzong stood the Xinyu dynasty. It would be fine if the Qingfeng dynasty did not send troops for reinforcements. If they really wanted to send troops for reinforcements, Gu Wu would send a message back and ask the powerful men from the Xinyu dynasty to come forward. Of course, if possible, Gu Wu did not want to expose the relationship between Tian Yuzong and Xinyu dynasty. His original intention in founding Tian Yuzong was to regard Tian Yuzong as a secret hand of the Xinyu dynasty, which could play an important role at critical moments in the future. In Gu Wu's opinion, dealing with a Qingfeng dynasty would not expose Tian Yuzong's identity. After a while, Gu Wu raised his hand and pressed it softly, and the scene suddenly became silent. The fact that you all have such thoughts means that our Jingyun alliance is bound to win this battle. I believe that Marquis Jingyun has just collected the defeated troops and has not yet had time to fully integrate all the forces. This is a good time to take action. Therefore, I have decided to take action immediately tomorrow to send troops to Jingzhou City to kill Marquis Jingyun. Yes. Everyone clasped their fists and accepted orders. Subsequently, they just got up and said goodbye and left. Since the war is going to start tomorrow, it is natural to go back and make complete preparations today. Even if the Qidian dynasty did not have any support and only relied on Marquis Jingyun, it would not be that easy to deal with. Not to mention, as the capital city of Jingyun Mansion, Jingzhou City's defense strength itself is extraordinary. If you want to truly capture Jingzhou City, you must pay a high price. This battle, everyone can foresee the bloody scene. But no one backed down. Because this is an opportunity for one's own power to rise. As the former overlord of Jingyun Mansion, Marquis Jingyun must have many Dao Palace realm inheritances in his hands. As long as he can capture Jingzhou City, these Dao Palace realm inheritances can be his own. Since Gu Wu made a promise, it would definitely not be false. After all, even if the other party is a powerful Dao Palace realm, it is impossible to deceive all the forces of the entire Jingyun League. If we really do that, Tian Wuzong will definitely be torn apart by the anger of all the major forces. After everyone left, the smile on Gu Wu's face gradually disappeared, and he looked in the direction of Jingzhou City with a chill in his eyes. If you try to go against His Majesty, the Qidian dynasty has a way to die. It's a pity that Tian Wuzong's strength is limited. The ability to capture Jingyun Mansion is the limit right now. If we want to further mobilize troops, it is currently impossible. It's not that Gu Wu doesn't want to go further, but the forces of Tian Wu sect and Jingyun League are here. In Jingyun Mansion, such a force is quite impressive, but if it goes out of Jingyun Mansion, it is not worth mentioning. Unless Tian Wuzong was able to get out of a Tao Palace realm that was powerful enough. But it's a pity. Even if Gu Wu received the inheritance of a saint, it would be difficult for him to break through to a strong enough level in a short period of time. Practice together. Most of them pay attention to step by step. So what if you have a shocking inheritance? Without enough resources to support it, you can only accumulate it slowly step by step. Think of this. Gu Wu calmed down and looked inside his Dao Palace, only to see a dark ancient sword sitting there quietly. The powerful and terrifying sword energy escaped on its own, constantly tempering his blood and body. This sword is called Shenpo. It was when Gu Wu inherited the saint's inheritance that he inherited this holy weapon at the same time. During this period of time, Gu Wu had been silently refining the divine soul, hoping to fully use this holy weapon for his own use. What a pity! It is not easy to refine the holy weapons. Even with Gu Wu's current strength, it is not that easy to truly master the soul. But even so, Gu Wu still managed to master a bit of the power of the soul. If he activated it at the critical moment, it would be enough to kill the veteran Dao Palace realm masters. And this was also Gu Wu's confidence in dealing with Marquis Jingyun. According to Gu Wu's understanding, Marquis Jingyun was a monk at the 7th level of the Dao Palace realm. Normally, if the Jingyun League wanted to deal with such a strong man, it would have to pay a huge price. Only by using a large number of monks' lives to pile up can the opponent be completely killed. But if he uses the power of the soul, as long as he seizes the opportunity to take action, Gu Wu is sure to kill the opponent. Then, Gu Wu entered the secret room of Tian Wu sect to retreat. There was still one day left. He wanted to master as much power of the spirit as possible. Now, every increase in strength would increase the chance of winning tomorrow's battle. Your warrior Gu Wu led the forces of Jingyun League to attack Jingzhou City. The two sides fought fiercely, with heavy casualties. Jing Yunho, who was stationed in Jingzhou City, attacked brazenly, and his 7th level cultivation in the Dao Palace realm swept everything. At the critical moment, your warrior Guwu used the power of the holy soldiers to kill Jing Yunho with 3 swords in front of everyone, shocking everyone. The Jingyun League led by your warrior Guwu has completely occupied Jingzhou City. The millions of troops of Qingfeng dynasty have all become prisoners, and all those who are disloyal have been killed. The rest have surrendered and have been demoted to mining slaves to serve Tianwu sect. Your warrior. When Gu Qingfeng saw the information that Guwu killed Jing Yunho and led Jingyun League to occupy Jingzhou City, his expression was also more shocked. Guwu really did it. The Jingyun League is headed by the Tianwu sect. Now that Guwu has killed Jing Yunho, the huge Jingyun mansion will be under the control of the Jingyun League. In this way, the strength of the Tianwu sect will probably usher in an explosive growth phase. Gu Qingfeng knew that Guwu had inherited the saint's legacy, but he did not expect that the other party also had a holy weapon in his hand. Gu Qingfeng had also heard about the strength of Jing Yunho. He had been in charge of Jingyun Mansion for many years, and his cultivation had entered the 7th level of the Dao Palace realm, ranking among the top in the entire Qingfeng dynasty. It's a pity. In front of the holy weapon, the 7th level of the Dao Palace realm is not enough. Now, Jing Yunho died. Jingzhou City fell. Although the Jingyun League has not taken down the entire Jingyun Mansion so far, with the death of Jing Yunho, the Qingfeng dynasty has little resistance in Jingyun Mansion. So, it is only a matter of time before the Jingyun League takes down Jingyun Mansion. After taking a look at the information panel, Gu Qingfeng ignored it. For now, the situation of the Shenwu dynasty is very good. If the Qingfeng dynasty does not have other trump cards, it is estimated that it will not be able to hold on for too long and will be completely swallowed up by the Shenwu dynasty. At the same time, the victory report of the Tianwu sect was also secretly passed to Gu Yang. The latter looked at the information in his hand and was immediately delighted. Good. Gu Gongfeng did a good job. There will be a big reward for killing Jing Yunho. Gu Yang did not expect that Guwu could kill Jing Yunho so quickly and was about to take down the entire Jingyun mansion. You know, the army of the Shenwu dynasty has not taken down Taiyang mansion yet. In comparison, the actions of the Jingyun League really surprised Gu Yang. Now the fall of Jingyun mansion is considered to further weaken the strength of the Qingfeng dynasty. In this way, the latter's resistance will be reduced by 1 point. End of this chapter. Chapter 294, Star Empire. Jingyun Mansion. Jingzhou City. Today, the walls of Jingzhou City are in ruins, with huge gaps appearing there, as if there is a magic sword that has split the entire ancient city in half. The immortal sword intent remaining on it is intimidating. Now, the chaos in Jingzhou City has been completely calmed down. After Jingyun League captured Jingzhou City, it only took half a day to suppress all the turmoil and stabilize all the situations. Now in the home mansion, Guwu is sitting at the top position, and other powerful men from the Jingyun League are also on the list. It's just that compared to the last time, there are some vacancies in the seats now. After all, the Jingyun League had to pay a heavy price for the victory over Jingzhou City. Not only were many of their own monks killed, but even some sect leaders died in this battle. Reporting to the alliance leader, now all the direct and collateral families of Jingyun Home Mansion have been captured, waiting for the alliance leader to take action. Xia Yunchuan looked respectful, and when he looked at Guwu, his eyes were full of awe. A battle ahead. Guwu killed Marquis Jingyun with 3 swords, and his monstrous strength shocked the world. Everyone was deeply impressed by his strength, and no one in the Jingyun League had any dissent. After all, Marquis Jingyun is a strong man at the 7th level of the Dao Palace realm. Guwu can kill the opponent with 3 swords, so there is no doubt about his strength. Although everyone knew that the reason why Guwu was able to kill Marquis Jingyun was because he had the top treasure in his hand, both his own cultivation and the treasure were part of his strength. So, even if Gu Wu relies on the treasure to show off his power, it is still a huge shock to them. Today, everyone in the Jingyun League obeyed Gu Wu's orders and did not dare to be disrespectful in the slightest. Jing Yunho is dead, so there is no need for these remnants of Jing Yunho's mansion to exist. Let's kill them all to avoid leaving behind any troubles. Gu Wu's simple words had already decided the outcome for everyone in Jing Yunho mansion. Regarding this result, Xia Yunchuan and others looked as usual and were not surprised at all. Cutting off the roots. This kind of thing couldn't be more normal. Marquis Jingyun is dead, so there is no need for the people in Marquis Jingyun's mansion to live. If they really have to be merciful, there may be endless hidden dangers in the future. This matter. An elder from the Tianwu sect came in from outside and saluted respectfully to Gu Wu above. Following the instructions of the sect master, my subordinates have already thoroughly investigated the entire Jingyun Marquis mansion. All resources have been tallied. In addition, the techniques and magical powers of the 16 palace realms have been found, and the sect master has been asked to take a look. The words fell. The Tianwuzong elder took out the corresponding jade slips from the storage ring and respectfully handed them to Gu Wu. When other people saw this scene, their breathing became a little faster. 16 palace-level exercises and magical powers. This is a great temptation for them. Why are the major sects and families willing to join the Jingyun alliance and why they are willing to attack Jingzhou city? Their purpose is to inherit the Dao Palace realm. Now, the legacy is here. It is difficult for everyone to calm down. Gu Wu waved his sleeves and took all these jade slips into his hands, then looked at Xia Yunchuan and others. I once said that when Marquis Jingyun is killed, everyone here can copy a copy of the inheritance of the Dao Palace realm. Now I will fulfill my promise. The Tao Palace realm inheritance is here, and all forces can copy a technique and a magical power. But remember, don't copy too much, otherwise you won't blame me for being unkind. As soon as these words came out, everyone is smiling. Xian Suzi took the lead and said, everyone in the Qingfeng sect would like to thank the leader. Thank you, leader. Others also spoke in a hurry. Now that they have obtained the Dao Palace realm skills, it means that they have found a way forward. Even if you can't really break through to the Dao Palace realm, you can still leave this inheritance behind, and wait for a genius to be born one day, and rely on this inheritance to enter the Dao Palace realm. Subsequently, Gu Wu said, now that Marquis Jingyun is dead, if the news spreads to the Qidian dynasty, it will definitely make him angry. Therefore, I think that now our Jingyun alliance should take the first step to destroy the entire Jingyun dynasty before the Qidian dynasty can react. The government is all under control. When the army of the Qidian dynasty attacks one day, they will be able to fight. Yes. When everyone heard this, they all clasped their fists to accept the order. So far, of course they knew what to do. Marquis Jingyun is dead. The Marquis Jingyun's mansion was even confiscated and his family was exterminated. Strictly speaking, the Jingyun alliance is now truly fighting to the death with the Qidian dynasty. When things have reached this point, it is no longer possible to retreat. That being the case, the only way is to capture the entire Jingyun mansion and then integrate the power of the whole government. Only in this way can it be possible to fight against Jingyun mansion. In addition, if we can capture Jingyun mansion and integrate all our forces, we may be able to go one step further. Speaking of this, Gu Wu's eyes sparkled. After hearing his words, the others looked startled. Qin Jiangzi couldn't help but ask, what the alliance leader means. Does he want to continue to expand the Jingyun alliance? Why not? Gu Wu asked back. Nowadays, evil spirits are causing chaos and strife is about to arise in the world. This is the opportunity for our Jingyun alliance. Now that the Qidian dynasty is at war with the Shenwu dynasty, there will definitely be no extra power to deal with our Jingyun League. If our Jingyun League can seize this opportunity to expand aggressively, our strength will definitely grow by leaps and bounds. At that time, even if the Qidian dynasty really repels the Shinwu dynasty and then turns back to deal with our Qingyun alliance, they may not have a chance. One more thing, don't forget, although you have received the inheritance of the Dao Palace realm, you need a lot of resources to truly enter this level. It is difficult to support the emergence of too many Dao Palace realms just by relying on one Qingyun mansion. If we don't expand, how many of you here can break through? The words fell. There was silence in the lobby. Controlling Qingyun mansion and further expansion have their own benefits. The former is stable, but the latter involves great risks. But behind this huge risk, there are also amazing benefits. And what Gu Wu said is right, Qingyun mansion is not big, and the resources it abounds are extremely limited. Even if they get the inheritance of the Dao Palace realm, it will not be so easy for them to truly break through and succeed. If Qingyun League can further expand, they can get more resources, and then it will be much easier to break through. The most important point is that the strength shown by Gu Wu gave them the confidence to fight against the Qidian dynasty. If Gu Wu was just an ordinary Dao Palace realm, then they would not be willing to take risks, but Gu Wu killed Marquis Qingyun with 3 swords, and his strength was close to the peak level of the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Strong men of this level are among the top beings in today's Dharma-ending era, and only those in the semi-sacred realm can hold their own. Think of this. Many people make decisions. Xia Yunchuan said in a deep voice, our Qingyun League is led by the leader, so it is destiny. Qingyun mansion fell, and the Qidian dynasty was in turmoil. This is our Qingyun League's opportunity. Xia believes that it should be expanded. The Sanyang sect also thinks so. Qingfeng sect has no objection. The Henghe sect has no objections. The leaders of all the forces expressed their opinions one after another. Seeing this, Gu Wu was very satisfied. Although the remaining few people have other ideas in their minds, this situation is now the general trend, and they can only nod in agreement. 2 days later, when the battle report from Qingyun mansion came to the hands of the Qidian dynasty, Emperor Han was furious on the spot and wished he could send an army immediately to wipe out the Qingyun alliance. But before the Han Emperor could take action, the Shinwu dynasty had already massively increased its troops. Within 2 days, Taiyang mansion fell under the control of the Shinwu dynasty. Immediately afterwards, on the side of the Shinwu dynasty, Shichen took charge of the central army, and then divided his troops into 3 groups, each attacking the 3 palaces of the Qidian dynasty, immediately causing the latter to be devastated. To this, Emperor Han could only suppress the idea of attacking the Qingyun League and send troops to the front line to resist the invasion of the Shinwu dynasty. And Gu Yang, who is far away in Kyushu, is now sitting in the court, feeling the changes in fortune of the Shinwu dynasty, with a smile on his face. The fall of Taiyang mansion has greatly increased the luck of our Shinwu dynasty. If we can annex the entire Qidian dynasty, even if the Shinwu dynasty cannot be promoted to an imperial dynasty, it can still take a big step forward in the Luck dynasty. In this way, the time for promotion to the imperial dynasty in the future can be greatly shortened. After all, the fastest way to advance in a dynasty is to support war through war. As it is now, the Taiyang mansion alone is worth the fortune accumulated by the Shinwu dynasty in 10 years. But Gu Yang also understood that fighting cannot always be supported by fighting. Nowadays, the Shinwu dynasty is facing off against the Qidian dynasty, occupying the Taiyang mansion with overwhelming momentum, which is why the dynasty's luck has risen so significantly. If the 2 sides were equal in strength and fought fiercely with each other, even if they finally captured Taiyang mansion, it would be difficult to increase the luck of the dynasty too much. After all, too many fallen soldiers will damage your luck. In addition, if the war lasts for too long, it will easily cause unrest among the people, which is not conducive to stable development. Only when the Shinwu dynasty is as strong as it is now, can it truly achieve the effect of using war to support war. Your Majesty, there is news from the front line now. The Qidian dynasty seems to be connected with the Xingchen Emperor. If the Qingchen emperor gets involved in this battle, things may not go well. A minister suddenly came out of the queue and said in a deep voice. As soon as the word Qingchen emperor came out, the atmosphere in the court suddenly solidified. An imperial dynasty. It represents the supreme foundation. If the Qidian dynasty really had contact with the Qingchen emperor, things would become much more difficult. Guyi. I'm here. Does Jin Yiwei know anything about the Star Emperor dynasty? Gu Yang asked. The Jin Yiwei is the identity of the secret guard in the light. Gu Yi also moved from the dark to the light and became the commander of the Jin Yiwei today. The role of the Jin Yi guards is naturally the same as that of the secret guards. They not only monitor the officials, but are also responsible for collecting intelligence from various places. Gu Yi cupped his fists and said, Your Majesty, the Qidian dynasty sent people to the Star dynasty not long ago. According to the investigation of the Jin Yiwei, the two have probably secretly formed an alliance. Alliance? Gu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering what he was thinking. After a while, Gu Yang said, It's just a dynasty. If the Qingchen dynasty knows what's good for them, it's fine. If they really want to participate in this battle, our Shenyu dynasty is not afraid. Tell Shi Zhen to attack the Qidian dynasty with all his strength. If he finds that the Qingchen dynasty is interfering, he doesn't have to worry about it. Yes. Gu Yi immediately accepted the order. After leaving the court, in the imperial study, Gu Yang handed a sealed black iron box to Gu Yi. The latter felt heavy when he took it. Gu Yang said, There is a great saint weapon in this box. You should take it and give it to Shi Zhen immediately. If there are strong men from the Qingchen dynasty, they should be suppressed with the great saint weapon. I obey the order. Go. Gu Yang waved his hand, and Gu Yi bowed and retreated. Looking at the other party's back, Gu Yang felt relieved. With Shi Zhen's strength, it is impossible for him to fight against the Qingchen dynasty. After all, the Qingchen dynasty has a strong foundation and many powerful people. There are more than one powerful people in the semi-saint realm, and more than one saint came out of the Qingchen dynasty in the past. Although Shi Zhen is at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, he is definitely not a match for the Qingchen dynasty. So, Gu Yang asked Gu Yi to bring the great saint soldier. The great saint soldier in the box is the god-killing spear that Gu Yang asked for from Gu Qingfeng when he went to Gujia's Wang. This treasure from the ancient wasteland Holy Land is of no use to Gu Qingfeng, so when he learned that Gu Yang needed it, the former simply took out the god-killing spear. The god-killing spear is a divine weapon from the ancient wasteland Holy Land, and it is a real killing treasure. With Shi Zhen's 9th level cultivation in the Dao Palace realm, if he holds the god-killing spear, even a saint has the hope of killing him. Even if the Qingchen dynasty sends a semi-saint to attack, it will not cause any trouble. Gu Yang smiled confidently. As for whether the Qingchen dynasty could also send out the great saint soldiers, Gu Yang thought it was unlikely. After all, the great saint soldiers were not cheap. Even if the Qingchen dynasty really had such a treasure, it would never use them easily. Once the great saint soldiers were lost, it would be a devastating blow to the Qingchen dynasty. If the Shenyu dynasty was invading the Qingchen dynasty, then Gu Yang had no doubt that the Qingchen dynasty would certainly use its powerful resources. But now the Shenyu dynasty's target is the Qidian dynasty. Even if the Qingchen dynasty and the Qidian dynasty form an alliance, it is impossible to attack at all costs. Because of this understanding, Gu Yang believes that a great saint soldiers is enough to suppress all unrest. Even if the Qingchen dynasty really attacks, it will not change anything. After all, no matter how powerful the dynasty is, it is limited in strength in the current Dharma ending age. What's more, the strength of the Qidian dynasty is only in the aspect of the luck of a country. Once you leave the country, without the blessing of luck, the threat of the Qingchen dynasty is not as great as imagined. It's fine if the Qingchen dynasty doesn't intervene, but if it really intervenes, I'm afraid that more than 1 or 2 people will die. Gu Yang's eyes are slightly cold, and the murderous intent in the imperial study is full. End of this chapter. Chapter 295 36 Kings. General Qi. A spy came to report that the Shenwu dynasty's army appeared 500 miles outside Qingyun City and will arrive soon. In the yamen of Qingyun City in Yongxian Mansion, a spy reported back respectfully. When the middle-aged general in armor heard this, his expression suddenly became solemn. Shenwu dynasty moves so fast. Liu Zhou felt a little heavy in his heart. He already knew the news about the fall of Taiyang Mansion. Yongxian Mansion, as a mansion next to Taiyang Mansion, is bound to become the next target of the Shenwu dynasty. However, in Liu Zhou's view, although the Shenwu dynasty had captured Taiyang Mansion, it would at least take some time to stabilize the situation before they could continue to send troops. But now, from the fall of Taiyang Mansion to the dispatch of troops by the Shenwu dynasty, it only took less than 2 days. Liu Zhou was naturally shocked by such a swift method. Obviously, the methods of the generals of the Shenwu dynasty were much more powerful than he imagined. To investigate further, I want to know the number of Shenwu dynasty's armies and who is leading the army. Yes. The spy immediately retreated. Subsequently, Liu's Hukai looked at the other person in the lobby. The other person was dressed in blue and had an elegant face, like a Confucian scholar who had no power to restrain a chicken. However, facing this person, Liu Zhou looked somewhat respectful. The Shenwu dynasty is approaching fiercely, and Taiyang Mansion has fallen. With the current defensive strength of Yongxian Mansion, it is difficult for it to be its opponent. Next, I'm afraid I'll have to ask Mr. Nan for help. Hear the words. The blue-clothed scholar smiled faintly. You're welcome, Mr. Nan. The Qingchen Empire and the Giwen dynasty are on the same side. Now that the Shenwu dynasty is invading, I cannot sit idly by and watch. I heard that the Shenwu dynasty led troops quite well this time, and I just want to see it too. With Mr. Nan here, I believe that the Shenwu dynasty will not be a problem. Liu Zhou's face relaxed, then he smiled. No wonder he has enough confidence in the scholar in blue in front of him. Although he looks elegant and easygoing, he is actually the 9th strongest among the 36 generals of the Star Empire. With this person here, the Shenwu dynasty will not be able to change the world. Of course, if the Supreme Emperor of the Shenwu dynasty took action personally, that would be a different matter. However, according to Liu Zhou's understanding, the Supreme Emperor rarely intervened in the world's situation and spent most of his time in self-isolation, so Liu Zhou did not have too many worries. In Yongxian Mansion, the army was temporarily stationed for rest. When Shi Zhen listened to the report of his subordinates, his expression became much more solemn. 36 Kings. Nanmo. Information about the other party emerged in Shi Zhen's mind. The 36 generals of the Star Empire are the most core force in the empire. Nan Mo is ranked 9th, and his cultivation has reached the semi-saint realm. What's more, since the other party became an official, he has fought in the north and south for the Star Emperor, rarely losing. In addition, the 9th king was so powerful that countless monks fell into his hands. For such powerful people, Shi Zhen couldn't help but ignore them. A half-saint is indeed a big trouble. In the camp, the other generals also had serious faces, making the atmosphere in the air a bit dull. After all, a strong man in the semi-sacred realm can be said to put a lot of pressure on them. And the shadow of a famous tree. Nan Mo is a general of the Star Emperor dynasty. Whether it is his ability to lead troops or his own power, he cannot be underestimated. At this time, a general said, if this person is in charge of Qingyun City, we will have to pay a heavy price if we want to take Qingyun City. But if you bypass Qingyun City, you will easily be attacked from both sides. This matter may be a bit tricky. That's right. In the opinion of my subordinates, this matter still needs to be discussed in the long term. The others also nodded. A half-saint made them feel pressured. The morale that had been boosted by Taiyang Mansion's victory had now dropped a lot. Shi Zhen looked sternly, looked at the people in the camp, and said in a deep voice, "One half-saint is not enough to deter my army. Half-saints are humans too, and they can die too. Now that all my elite warriors are here, not to mention a 9th king general, even if 36 king generals come in person, 1,000,000 cavalry will be enough to wipe them out." Just then, a soldier came in from outside and bowed and saluted. "General, Sir Gu, commander of the Imperial Guards, is asking to see you. Please come quickly." Shi Zhen perked up and a smile appeared on his face. After receiving the order, the soldier bowed and retreated. A moment later, he saw Gu Yi walking in slowly with a black box on his back. "I've met Mr. Shi. Master Gu, you're welcome." Shi Zhen also hurriedly returned the gift and was extremely polite to Gu Yi. Although he was much higher than Gu Yi in terms of position, Shi Zhen knew very well that Jin Yiwei's existence could not be measured by his position. The status of this institution is extremely special, and even Shichen must take it seriously. Of course, there is another main reason for this. That was Gu Yi in front of him, who was also a top expert at the 9th level of the Tao Palace realm. Shi Zhen was very clear about how he could break through the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Now that Gu Yi was also at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, some things were tacitly understood. To know. Even the strong men of Nanya Mountain, who was in charge of the Sky Patrol Guard, and the Evil Suppression Department, could not get such an honor. Gu Yi's breakthrough was enough to show how much Gu Yang valued him. Then, Shi Zhen asked, "I wonder if Lord Gu came here this time, but what instructions does His Majesty have?" His Majesty learned that the Qingchen dynasty wanted to intervene in this matter, and was worried that Lord Shi was not a match for the Qingchen dynasty, so he asked me to bring the treasure to help you. When the voice fell, Gu Yi had already taken off the black box behind him and handed it directly to Shi Zhen. This box was cold to the touch, but Shi Zhen could feel the terrifying breath contained in it. When he opened the box, he saw killing rushing into the sky, and the blood-red light was reflected, filling the entire tent. "This is..." Shi Zhen looked at the god-killing spear in front of him, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Although he could not see the origin of the god-killing spear, the strange phenomenon in front of him was enough to show that this divine weapon was extraordinary. The other generals now looked at the bronze spear, with shock on their faces. This is the god-killing spear, which was the great sacred weapon of the ancient wasteland Holy Land in the past. Later, the ancient wasteland Holy Land was destroyed, and this treasure fell into the hands of the emperor. Later, His Majesty specially asked for this treasure from the emperor, and ordered the subordinate to bring it to the adults. I believe that with the help of this treasure, the problems of the Qingchen Empire are not a concern. Gu Yi said calmly. His words made Shi Zhen's face full of surprise. "Okay, Lord Gu, please go back and tell His Majesty that with this treasure, I will definitely take down the entire Giwan dynasty. What is a mere 9th king? Even if the opponent is a strong man in the semi-saint realm, what's the matter?" Now that he has the god-killing spear in his hand, Shi Zhen doesn't take the opponent seriously. After all, the strong man of the great saint soldier is definitely not something that the so-called semi-saint can contend with. Let alone the semi-saint. Even if it is a real saint in front of him, Shi Zhen now has the confidence to fight. Even if Shi Zhen has not really refined the god-killing spear yet, when his mind falls here, he can clearly feel the terrifying power contained in it. Such a treasure. It can be said to be shocking. Then, Gu Yi bowed and said, "I will definitely take your words, sir. This matter is over. I still need to go back and report, so I will leave first. Sir Gu, take care." Shi Zhen did not try to keep him, and politely sent Gu Yi out of the tent, and then turned back. He looked at the god-killing spear in front of him, and then looked at the others. "Pass my order, the army will rest for 3 days, and then send troops to attack Qingfeng city after 3 days. Yes. Now all the generals are very excited. Originally, they were not sure of fighting against the Qingchen dynasty, but now it is different. The court personally sent people to send the great saint soldier to sit in the army. With such a treasure in hand, what is the so-called Qingchen dynasty? Although it is true that the Qingchen dynasty has a strong foundation, the Shenwu dynasty is not facing the entire Qingchen dynasty, but only a semi-saint cultivator of the Qingchen dynasty. So, they are not very nervous. As for Shi Zhen's purpose of letting the army rest for 3 days, they also have some guesses. The other party just needs time to master the great saint soldier. After all, such a treasure is not something that everyone can use, and it needs to be refined before it can really exert its power. Although Shi Zhen is not clear about the guesses of the generals, in fact, he also intends to do so. When the army of the Shenwu dynasty set up camp, the news was quickly known by the spies of the Qidian dynasty, who immediately passed the news to Liu Zhou. After learning the news, the latter thought for a moment and concluded that the reason why the Shenwu dynasty did not attack immediately but chose to set up camp was because it was afraid of the Qingchen dynasty. After thinking this through, Liu Zhou felt relieved. The new dynasty is always a new dynasty. Even if there are some opportunities, the foundation is limited. Liu Zhou smiled slightly, and then ordered someone to tell Nan Mo about this. When the strong man of the Qingchen dynasty heard about this, his thoughts were the same as Liu Zhou's. However, Nan Mo didn't care too much. After all, the purpose of his trip was just to help the Qidian dynasty stabilize the situation. At present, the army of the Shenwu dynasty set up camp and there was no rash action for the time being. Nan Mo was too lazy to cause trouble for himself. At this moment, when the army of the Shenwu dynasty set up camp, the Qidian dynasty also held its ground, and the two sides fell into a strange balance. Time passed. 3 days passed in a flash. In the commander's tent, Shi Zhen sat cross-legged. The iron box that originally contained the god-killing spear was empty. Looking at his Danshan Dao palace, a bronze war spear was lying there quietly. The war spear was stained with blood. Killing boiling. When Shi Zhen's mind fell into the bronze war spear and faintly triggered some of the power of this treasure, the great saint soldier trembled wildly, and the rolling killing intent swept across the 4 directions like a wave. The next breath, Shi Zhen's mind moved, and the god-killing spear fell into his hand. A weak and mysterious connection was generated between them, making him feel as if he could tear the world apart. However, Shi Zhen did not really swing this blow, but put the god-killing spear back into his danshan. It is worthy of being a great saint weapon. Even with my current cultivation, I can only barely put a soul mark on it in 3 days. It will take a long time to truly refine it completely. But even so, it is enough. 3 days of rest is enough. There is no need to delay it any longer. Shi Zhen did not plan to continue to refine the god-killing spear. Putting a soul mark on it was enough for him to initially activate the power of this great saint weapon. You must know. The great saint weapon is terrifying. Even if one of its powers is activated, it is enough to easily suppress any cultivator below the saint. In addition, the Shenwu dynasty is now divided into 3 routes, and the other 2 armies are fighting. If the battle in Yongxian Mansion is delayed for too long, it will undoubtedly increase the pressure on the other 2 armies. So no matter from which aspect, the army's rest for 3 days is already the limit, and continuing to rest is not worth the loss. Immediately, Shi Zhen came out of retreat, summoned all the generals, and directly issued an attack order. In an instant, the horn sounded. After 3 days of rest, all the soldiers were restored to a great extent, and their morale reached a real peak. In less than an hour, the millions of troops were completely integrated. Let's go. We must take Qingfeng city today. Shi Zhen rode on the tall horse, looking straight ahead with a deep gaze, where an ancient city was looming. That was Qingyun City. Although it was hundreds of miles away, the road here was flat, and the Taoist monks had amazing eyesight, so it was not difficult to discover the existence of Qingyun City. As the army set out, it instantly alarmed all the spies of the Qidian dynasty. In less than an hour, the news was passed to Liu Zhou. What? The army of the Xinyu dynasty has set out. Yes, now the army of the Xinyu dynasty with millions of troops is heading towards Qingyun City. I hope you can make a decision as soon as possible. Let's talk and report later. Liu Zhou waved his hand to let people retreat. His eyes were gloomy, and his face had become extremely ugly. I thought that the Xinyu dynasty was afraid of the emergence of the Qingchen dynasty, so they did not dare to act rashly, but I didn't expect that the other party would set out again after only a 3-day truce. Now that millions of troops are coming, Liu Zhou feels great pressure. Just then, Nan Mo walked in from outside. Lord Liu, I heard that the Xinyu dynasty is going to attack Qingyun City. When entering the lobby, Nan Mo was the first to ask. Liu Zhou glanced at him and forced an ugly smile on his face. Master Nan is well informed. I just got the news and Master Nan already knew it. Yes, this time the Xinyu dynasty has millions of troops heading towards Qingyun City, and it won't be long before they will be at the gates of the city. Once this war breaks out, Qingyun City will be unable to resist, and will have to rely on Master Nan's talents. Nan Mo's appearance gradually calmed Liu Zhou's somewhat panicked heart. In his opinion, it is true that the Xinyu dynasty is coming with great momentum, but they have the strong men of the Qingchen dynasty sitting in their own side. If the two sides really want to fight, it is still unknown who will win and who will lose. End of this chapter. Chapter 296, Killing a Semi-Saint. In front of Qingyun City, the army is besieging. Millions of troops are so powerful that they have completely besieged the entire Qingyun City. On the tall and majestic city wall, Qidian dynasty has sent a large number of soldiers to station here. The scene is tense and can be said to be on the verge of breaking out. Just when Shi Zhen was about to order an attack on the city, a blue-clothed scholar took off into the air and appeared in front of the two armies. I am Nan Mo of the Qingchen dynasty. I don't know who is the general leading the army of the Xinyu dynasty today. Why don't you come out and see me? When Nan Mo spoke, the pressure of the semi-saint emanated, which was as terrifying as the abyss. The magnificent power of heaven swept all around, and even the fighting spirit of the two armies seemed to be suppressed to a certain extent. The originally silent war, now everyone's eyes are on him. For this, Nan Mo was very satisfied. This is the effect he wanted. The cultivation of the semi-saint realm gave him the confidence to participate in this battle. At this time, Shi Zhen also flew into the air, his tiger eyes already falling on the other party. I am General Shi Zhen. This war is a war between the Xinyu dynasty and the Qidian dynasty. It has nothing to do with the Qingchen dynasty. I don't know what your intention is to come here. Nan Mo heard this, with his hands behind his back, and smiled lightly. Qidian dynasty is an ally of our Qingchen dynasty. This war can't be ignored by the Qingchen dynasty, and the war between the two countries will definitely cause great suffering to the people. Our Qingchen dynasty can't bear to see the people suffer, so we come forward, hoping that your country can withdraw its troops and stop the dispute. As soon as these words came out, Shi Zhen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. Qidian dynasty previously sent a large army to invade our Xinyu dynasty. There is no room for easing between the two countries. Since you don't want to see people suffer, why not let Qidian dynasty submit to our Xinyu dynasty, so that the war can be calmed down? Do you really want to go your own way? Nan Mo's face looked a little ugly. I came here on orders and don't want to really fight with your country. As long as you can give my Qingchen dynasty a face, you can gain the friendship of my Qingchen dynasty. Qingchen dynasty's face. Shi Zhen's sarcasm became more and more obvious, and finally his eyes turned cold. What face do you have in the Qingchen dynasty? and what qualifications do you have to order my Shenwu dynasty to act? In today's battle, Qingyun city will be destroyed. If you insist on intervening, you must be prepared to die. Okay, then let me see what qualifications you have to speak so arrogantly. Nan Mo laughed angrily, and the terrifying aura on his body surged, as if he was going to overturn the world. At this moment, Shi Zhen's eyes turned cold, and he took a step into the void. The god-killing spear in his dantian appeared in his hand. The blood and energy were poured into the bronze war spear, and the immortal blood of the Holy King on it burst out with extremely terrible fluctuations. The next moment, the bronze war spear shattered the void, and the blood-colored light reflected into the world. A great sense of terror emerged in Nan Mo's heart, turning the coldness on his face into fear. Great Saint Soldier! Nan Mo didn't even have time to think about it, and his figure exploded back directly. However, no matter how fast he moved, he couldn't be faster than the Great Saint Soldier. When the bloody cold light bombarded, the jade pendant on Nan Mo's waist emitted divine light, protecting him like a barrier between heaven and earth, but in less than a breath, the divine light disappeared, and the jade pendant also shattered. Boom! Nan Mo's body was pierced, and the bloody cold light nailed him directly to the wall of Qingyun city. The life of the semi-saint was directly annihilated in one encounter. Silence! Both armies are now dead silent. Everyone looked at Shi Zhen in the void, their eyes full of horror. Especially Liu Zhou, now seeing Nan Mo nailed to the wall in one encounter, his whole body was as cold as falling into an ice cellar. He couldn't figure it out. How could Shi Zhen dare to act so decisively and kill Nan Mo directly? Nan Mo is nothing. But the Xingchen Empire standing behind the other party is by no means an ordinary person. Even if there is a strong man who is comparable to the Great Saint realm behind the Shenwu dynasty, for a force like the Xingchen dynasty, there may not be no great saint who has sealed himself off. So, in Liu Zhou's opinion, Shi Zhen should not have the courage to tear his face with the Xingchen dynasty. But this scene is completely beyond Liu Zhou's expectations. However, Liu Zhou can't care about so much now. Nan Mo died. The Shenwu dynasty directly used the Great Saint soldiers. This battle, Qingyun city is difficult to defend. As expected. Just when Liu Zhou's thoughts fell, Shi Zhen had already made another move, urging the power of the god-killing spear. The terrible blow caused the void to collapse, and the entire Qingyun city was violently shaken. The ancient and majestic city walls collapsed like paper, raising dust all over the sky. I don't know how many soldiers fell under this blow. At the same time, Qingyun city was also torn apart, and the originally strict defense now had loopholes. In the void, Shi Zhen put the god-killing spear into his dantian, then stepped back to the center of the army and gave an order directly. Attack the city! With an order, the army attacked. Shi Zhen did not use the god-killing spear again. With his current strength, activating the Great Saint soldiers twice was already the limit, and it was not easy to launch a third attack. However, whether the god-killing spear was used or not was no longer a big problem. The first strike killed Nan Mo, and the second strike broke the wall of Qingyun city, which was enough to demoralize the Qidian dynasty. Sure enough, when the army attacked, although Liu Zhou quickly reacted and rallied the troops of the Yuan dynasty to resist, the latter's morale had been lost and there was no way to form an effective combat force in a short period of time. The moment the troops came into contact, the Qidian dynasty was in a one-sided situation. Kill! When he saw that the Qidian dynasty was completely at a disadvantage, Liu Zhou's eyes were red, he brandished the long sword in his hand, and kept charging into the formation, hoping to block the Shenwu dynasty's offensive with his own strength. But the next moment, Liu Zhou's offensive was contained. I saw the Tiangang army like a sharp arrow, piercing directly into the battlefield, killing other soldiers of the Qidian dynasty with lightning speed, and then directly trapped around Liu. Nowadays, the 36,000 Qingfeng troops are the elites of the entire Shenyu dynasty. The weakest ones have all entered the Grand Master realm, and there are many who have broken through to the divine transformation realm. The moment the Qingfeng divine evil formation was activated, Liu Zhou suddenly felt great pressure. But, after all, he is a strong man at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Although his strength is not as good as that of Nan Mo, who is at the semi-saint level, he should not be underestimated. Even with the power of the Qingfeng divine evil formation, it was almost impossible to encircle the opponent, allowing him to break out of the encirclement directly. Qingfeng army. So what does the military formation mean? This general has killed countless powerful enemies in his life, so what does a mere military formation mean? A cold light flashed in Liu Zhou's eyes, and the surging energy and blood flowed into the long sword. Suddenly, the blade cut through the void, transforming into countless sword shadows that swept across the sky and the earth. Phantom 7 Ultimate Slashes. This is a stunt that Liu Zhou has become famous for many years. Now once it is deployed, one can see that the shadows of the numerous swords contain endless murderous intent. For a while, even the Qingfeng army is under great pressure. Just then, space vibrates. A figure appeared directly on the battlefield. An unparalleled magical sword contained a monstrous sword intent. Liu Zhou was frightened and hurriedly raised his sword to resist. The two magic weapons collided, and Liu Zhou felt a terrifying force sweep in, making him unable to stop taking several steps back. The moment Liu Zhou retreated, the Qingfeng army seized the opportunity and took the first step to suppress the former before he could truly stabilize his figure. Originally, with Liu Zhou's strength, a Qingfeng Shenxia formation could not help him. But as Shi Zhen took action, Liu Zhou's pressure suddenly increased. This way, Liu Zhou also gradually showed a disadvantage. Just after the exchange of thousands of moves, Liu Zhou was not careful, and his chest was split open by Shi Zhen with a knife, and his whole body was directly nailed to the ground. Subsequently, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Shi Zhen took action again, sealing the energy and blood around Liu Zhou's body very quickly, and then ordered people to capture him. This time, only then did Liu Zhou clearly see the surrounding situation. Under the offensive of the Shenyu dynasty army, the Qidian dynasty was completely defeated. The moment he was captured, Qingfeng city had already declared its fall. See this scene. Liu Zhou's face faded. He thought he would lose, but he never thought he would lose so easily. From the beginning of the war to now, in less than half a day, Qingfeng city has completely fallen. The million-strong army guarding Qingfeng city also suffered heavy casualties. This moment, Liu Zhou finally understood. What does it mean to be defeated like a mountain, and the remaining ones are in ruins? One day later, in the government office, Liu Zhou stepped here again. The difference is, this time, Liu Zhou appeared in the government office as a prisoner. As for the original person in charge, it was Shi Zhen. I have heard of General Lu's name for a long time. Qingfeng city was defeated in this battle. Our Shenyu Emperor has always valued talents like General Liu very highly. So now give General Liu a chance to survive. If General Liu is willing to join the Shenyu dynasty, he will not only survive, but also hope to be reused by His Majesty. Shi Zhen said straight to the point. Faced with his words to win over, Liu Zhou immediately sneered. Liu is a minister of the Yuan dynasty, how can he surrender to another country? There is nothing good to say between the successful king and the defeated bandit. You have to kill or cut them all as you please. General Liu is wrong. Shi Zhen shook his head slightly, showing no intention of getting angry. As the saying goes, those who understand current affairs are heroes. Now that the defeat of the Qidian dynasty has been determined, why should General Liu struggle in vain? Besides, can General Liu really turn a blind eye to the lives of hundreds of thousands of surrendered troops in Qingfeng city? As soon as this statement came out, Liu Zhou's expression changed. What do you mean? I believe General Liu knows what I mean. It is a taboo to harm the surrendered troops. Isn't it possible that the Xinyu dynasty is not afraid of being cast aside by the world? Liu Zhou was furious. He did not expect that Shi Zhen would threaten him with surrender of troops. To this, Shi Zhen just smiled calmly. History is written by the victors. As long as our Xinyu dynasty is the final winner, we don't have to worry about these problems. Besides, it doesn't matter if the world despises me. In the world of cultivation, the strong are respected. As long as our Xinyu dynasty is strong enough, no one dares to say anything openly. Hear the words. Liu Zhou's face turned ugly, but he had no way to refute. This time, Shi Zhen continued, I admire General Liu for his talent, so I can't bear to see him die here. Now the Xinyu dynasty is the general trend. If General Liu surrenders, not only can his soldiers survive, but he will also be reused by the court. I believe General Liu also knows something about the Xinyu dynasty. It has only been a few decades since the founding of the Xinyu dynasty. In a few decades, the Xinyu dynasty has been promoted from a new dynasty to an imperial dynasty. Its future achievements are limitless. I was just an ant who had not even entered the Shenbian realm decades ago, but now I have entered the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. This is the opportunity given by the Xinyu dynasty. If General Liu is willing to surrender, he may not be able to get a glimpse of the Holy Realm when the great struggle comes in the future. Shi Zhen's words made Liu Zhou's face change. It has to be said. This remark was very tempting to him. Liu Zhou naturally saw the potential of the Xinyu dynasty clearly. A newly promoted dynasty can complete the journey that other dynasties may not be able to complete in tens of thousands of years in just a few decades, which is enough to show the terrifying nature of the Xinyu dynasty. Liu Zhou is very clear about his potential. If he continues to stay in the Qidian dynasty, even if the Great Struggle era comes, the chance of truly becoming a saint is slim. More importantly, he is now a prisoner. If he does not agree, not only will he die, but I am afraid that all the surrendered soldiers in Qingyan city will die. In the face of the life and death decision, Liu Zhou had to admit that he was indeed tempted. Seeing Liu Zhou hesitate, Shi Zhen did not continue to force him, but said lightly, I will give General Liu 3 days to consider. If General Liu is still loyal to the Qidian dynasty after 3 days, then I will fulfill your wish. After that, Shi Zhen signaled with his eyes, and immediately 2 soldiers took Liu Zhou back. Only at this time did a general speak up, General, if Liu Zhou pretends to surrender in 3 days, what should we do? Don't worry about this. If he knows what's good for him, he will be taken back to Jizhu and let His Majesty decide. Even if His Majesty really wants to use him, he has to wait until the overall situation of Qidian dynasty is settled. As for the remaining batch of surrendered soldiers in Qingyan city, screen them all. If they can be used by us, they will be dispersed and incorporated into various camps to make up for the losses in this battle. As for the remaining ones who can't be used by us. At this point, Shi Zhen's eyes flashed with coldness. Kill them all, don't spare a single one. Yes. All the generals were shocked, and then they hurriedly bowed their heads to accept the order. Shi Zhen looked indifferent. As Liu Zhou said, if the surrendered soldiers were killed, once the news spread, it would naturally cause an uproar, but now that the 2 countries are at war, he can't afford to be merciful. If there are too many surrendered soldiers, it will inevitably slow down the march. If all the surrendered soldiers are released, it will be like letting the tiger go back to the mountain, and eventually the Xinyu dynasty will suffer more casualties. In this way, Shi Zhen will try his best to save the lives of his soldiers. As for the rest, we can only talk about it later. End of this chapter. Chapter 297 Quasi-Imperial Soldier. Qingchen Dynasty. In the Grand Court, all the officials stood upright on the left and right. On the throne above, there was a tall figure in imperial robes. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, his eyes were shining, and there was a majesty between his eyebrows that could not be looked at directly. At this moment, a person below bowed down, and a slightly heavy voice echoed in the silent court. "Your Majesty, the latest news has come that the 9th King General Nan Mo was killed by the great General Shi Zhen of the Shenwu dynasty with the great saint soldier in front of Qingyun City, Yongxian Mansion." As soon as these words came out, the huge court was in an uproar. All the officials looked at each other, and each saw an expression of disbelief on the other's face. 36 Kings. It is the true foundation of Qingchen dynasty. Anyone who can be ranked among the 36 kings is not only a genius in cultivation, but also has an outstanding talent for leading troops. To put it bluntly, the 36 kings have all fought their way out of countless wars. Each king, if in the great era of contention, is a powerful person who is expected to reach the saint realm. Even the kings at the bottom of the ranking have cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. For example, the 9th king, Nan Mo, is even aspiring to reach the semi-saint realm. It can be said that the status of the 36 kings is unshakable. The last time 36 kings fell was 1,000 years ago, when the Qingchen dynasty fought a war with another dynasty. But even so, only the kings at the bottom of the ranking fell. Now, the 9th king of the Qingchen dynasty fell. If the 36 kings have the opportunity to achieve the saint realm, then as long as the top 10 kings do not fall unexpectedly, it is inevitable that they will achieve the saint realm in the future. Immediately after being shocked, the ministers were furious. A small Shenwu dynasty is so bold that it dares to kill the generals of my Qingchen dynasty. I hope your Majesty will order the troops to be sent to the Shenwu dynasty immediately. While most of the ministers were asking for war, some people remained sober. Your Majesty, a small Shenwu dynasty is not worth worrying about. The biggest problem is the head of the Gu family behind the Shenwu dynasty. If that person is alarmed, it will be a big trouble. When hearing this, the scene suddenly became much quieter. Gu Qingfeng, the head of the Gu family. This is recognized as the strongest person in the Dharma ending age. This kind of existence can be said to have the qualifications of a great emperor. Even if the Qingchen dynasty has a strong foundation, it is not easy to confront such an existence in the Dharma ending age. At this time, Liu Zhen, who was sitting on the throne, spoke slowly. Nan Mo's death is a big loss for our Qingchen dynasty. Our Qingchen dynasty has been established for 3 million years, and it is not the turn of a new dynasty to challenge it. Since the Shenwu dynasty wants to fight, then I will accompany it. As soon as these words came out, it has already determined the next move of the Qingchen dynasty. At this moment, Liu Zhen's eyes were shining with cold light, and the heavy imperial power emanated from him, which put pressure on the entire court. The 3 million years of foundation of the Qingchen dynasty. It does not allow other forces to provoke. Although there is a strong man who is comparable to the great saint realm behind the Shenwu dynasty, in Liu Zhen's opinion, it still does not have the qualifications to provoke the Qingchen dynasty. After all, 3 million years. There have been too many strong people coming out of the Qingchen foundation. Not to mention the great saint realm, even the saint king of the next level, and even the existence of the quasi-emperor realm, have appeared in the Qingchen dynasty. Liu Zhen had always turned a blind eye to the existence of the Shenwu dynasty and didn't pay much attention to it. But now that the Shenwu dynasty openly killed the 9th king, Nan Mo, it was a slap in the face of the entire Qingchen dynasty. No matter what the situation was, the Qingchen dynasty had to react. Zhang Chen. I'm here. A middle-aged cultivator walked out slowly and bowed to Liu Zhen above. I order you to lead the Tanlang army and the Tianzhu army to attack the Shenwu dynasty in 3 days. Liu Zhen's voice was cold. His target was not the Shenwu army of the Guiwen dynasty, but directly aimed at the land of Zhuzhou. Since the relationship had been torn apart, Liu Zhen would naturally not be merciful. It would be fine if he didn't take action, but if he did, he would directly kill the Shenwu dynasty. Hearing this, Zhang Chen immediately clasped his fists and accepted the order, his voice full of murderous aura. I accept the order. Guyan, anew. I am here. You two will go with the army. Yes. 2 more people bowed and accepted the order. In the court, when the ministers saw this scene, they couldn't help but show a touch of shock on their faces. The 3rd King General Zhang Chen. The 5th King General Guyan. The 6th King General Anyu. The 3 are all top generals. Now the court has let these 3 lead the army to go to war at once. If it were an ordinary dynasty, it would be easy to crush it. But when they thought of the Shenwu dynasty, they were relieved. This new dynasty cannot be measured by common sense. The foundation of the Shenwu dynasty is average, but there is a strong man who is comparable to the great saint behind the other side. The destruction of the ancient wasteland Holy Land is enough to show the terrifyingness of the head of the Gu family. In this way, in order to deal with the Shenwu dynasty, it is normal to dispatch 3 kings. Moreover, with only 3 king generals and tens of millions of troops, they may not be able to defeat that person. In this battle, Zhang Chen, you should bring the Star Emperor bell. At last, Liu Zhen spoke in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, the entire court shook violently again. Star Emperor bell. This is one of only 2 quasi-emperor weapons in the Star Emperor dynasty. These treasures are the true secrets of the entire Star Empire and would not be used easily on ordinary days. But now, in order to deal with Gu Qingfeng, Liu Zhen did not hesitate to use the Star Emperor bell. Liu Zhen also had his own reasons for using quasi-emperor soldiers. At the time, the ancient wasteland Holy Land had a good foundation. Not only was the great sage born, but there were also Saint King soldiers stationed there, but it still could not avoid being destroyed by Gu Qingfeng. So, just to be on the safe side, Liu Zhen did not hesitate to use quasi-emperor soldiers to kill the opponent. For such a strong person, it's fine as long as he doesn't offend him. Once he offends him, he will kill him completely. Otherwise, when the Great War comes, the threat Gu Qingfeng will bring will definitely be immeasurable. If he could kill the opponent, he would not hesitate to use quasi-emperor weapons. Subsequently, Liu Zhen dispersed the court meeting. It didn't take long. After an official of the Star Empire left the palace, he returned to his mansion, entered a secret room, and took out a secret jade talisman for communication, from which a message came out. At the same time, Kyushu. Inside Gujia's Wang, Gu Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes, and with a thought, a jade talisman for communication appeared in his hand. Star Emperor Dynasty. Tianzhu Army. Greedy Wolf Army, the 3 great generals. In this messenger talisman, Gu Qingfeng was directly informed of what happened in the Star Emperor's court this time. When the latter learned the news, his expression was a little solemn. The Star Empire has 7 elites and 7 military camps. Among them, the 7 elite armies are Qinglong, White Tiger, Suzaku, Suanwu, Qidian and 7 kills Greedy Wolf. 7 military camps. It is based on Tianzhu, Tianquan, Tianji, Tianqian, Yuheng, Qiang, and finally Yaoguang. Among the 7 elites, the 5 elite armies including Suzaku and White Tiger each numbered 10 million, while the remaining 7 killers and Greedy Wolf only had 3 million. As for the 7 military camps at the back, each military camp has a full strength of 50 million troops. It can be seen from this how tyrannical the Star Emperor dynasty was. Today, from the news coming from the Jade Talisman, Gu Qingfeng learned that the Star Emperor dynasty had made big moves. Not only did the 3 kings personally go out, they also led the Tianzhu army and Tanlang army straight to Zhuzhou. Such a force is enough to uproot an ordinary dynasty. This is the foundation of the imperial dynasty. Don't expect that a dynasty can be promoted to an imperial dynasty if it takes one step further, but in fact, this step is enough to deter most dynasties. The power of an imperial dynasty is not comparable to that of any other dynasty. For example, the Star Empire can dispatch a large army at will, which is enough to suppress other dynasties. Nowadays, the Shenwu dynasty is an ordinary new dynasty. Now that they know the news of the Star Empire, they must either surrender or be destroyed. The foundation of 3 million years is indeed impressive. The three kings and generals even used quasi-emperor soldiers. It seems that the Star Emperor dynasty is serious about defeating the Shenwu dynasty this time. Qingfeng shook his head slightly, but there was not much nervousness on his face. Undeniable. The strength of one imperial dynasty is indeed tyrannical. But if there is a real fight, the Shenwu dynasty may not have the confidence to compete. Unfortunately, the secret guards who infiltrated the Star Empire this time do not have high-level official positions in the court, so it is difficult for them to really intervene in the core affairs. Otherwise, it would be easier to solve the problems of the Star Empire. Although Qingfeng said this, there was not much regret on his face. Back then, large numbers of secret guards were sent out, and now they have finally reached a stage where they can achieve initial results. For example, the secret guard who had just been summoned had infiltrated the officialdom of the Star Empire under another identity, and was qualified to participate in court affairs. It is estimated that no matter how the Star Emperor dynasty thinks, they will never think that they have been infiltrated by the Shenwu dynasty. Qingfeng still has many people like this. This battle. Qingfeng did not intend to take action personally, but wanted to use this opportunity to test the development of the secret guards over the years. Subsequently, Qingfeng called someone. "What are your orders, Your Majesty?" "Tell Gu Yang that the Qingchen Emperor wants to launch troops against Zhuzhu and let him be prepared." Qingfeng said something, and then explained some details, and asked the other party to go to the palace to report. It didn't take long. Gu Yang learned about this. When he heard that the Qingchen Emperor's army was heading straight towards Kyushu, the Emperor of the Shenwu dynasty had a rare solemn look on his face. The Star Emperor dynasty is finally taking action. When he learned that the Qingchen Emperor had intervened in the Qidian dynasty's war, Gu Yang had already made some mental preparations. Later, Gu Yi was asked to bring the great holy soldier and hand it over to Shi Zhen. He was even more prepared to quarrel with the Star Emperor dynasty. Now, the Qingchen Emperor's massive military move was unexpected by Gu Yang, but it was also within reason. P.S. I will update 3,000 words first, and the remaining 1,000 words will be added tomorrow. End of chapter. Chapter 298 Siege. Central Region. Hongchen Zone. Gu Yu, dressed in a red Taoist robe, came to a hall and said loudly, "Disciple Gu Yu, I want to see Master." As soon as the words fell, the tightly closed door of the hall suddenly opened. Seeing this, Gu Yu walked in. On the top of the hall, there was a figure in white sitting cross-legged. The other person had a refined face and an extraordinary temperament, like a banished immortal. The whole person was in harmony with the world. If it was not seen by the naked eye, it would be almost difficult to detect the other person's aura. It was Kang Yuan, the leader of Hongchen Zone. When Gu Yu entered the hall, Kang Yuan opened his eyes and smiled slightly. "What is the important matter here today?" "Disciple wants to go to Zhuzhu in the East region," Gu Yu said respectfully. "Zhuzhu?" Kang Yuan was slightly startled when he heard this. "The 9 provinces you mentioned, is it the location of the Shenwu dynasty?" "That's right." After receiving Gu Yu's accurate answer, Kang Yuan's face became clear. Even though the Hongchen Zone was far away in the central region, Kang Yuan had also heard of the existence of the Shenwu dynasty. It was because in the 9 provinces of the eastern region, the Shenwu dynasty had produced a peerless strongman who could kill the great saint with the semi-saint realm. No matter which era he was placed in, he was comparable to the young emperor. It was impossible for Kang Yuan to not know about such a strongman. Gu Yu said, disciple got the news that the Qingchen dynasty wanted to send troops to the 9 provinces to destroy the Shenwu dynasty. Disciple had received the favor of the Shenwu dynasty in the past. Now that I know about this, I can't stand idly by. But master, you can rest assured that this matter was done by the disciple alone and will definitely not involve the sect. As soon as these words came out, Kang Yuan was speechless. Although Hongchen Xianzong is not a top sect, it is not afraid of a mere Qingchen dynasty. Since Shenwu dynasty has done you a favor, it is reasonable to go there now. If so, it will just settle the cause and effect. So this time you go to Shenwu dynasty, I will let 2 elders accompany you to protect you. You can use the banner of Hongchen Xianzong in everything you do. How to do it depends on your own ideas. Thank you, master. Gu Yu's face was full of gratitude. Hongchen Xianzong is a sect in the central region, but now it is willing to intervene in the affairs of the eastern region for him, which is enough to explain a lot of things. As for the reason why Hongchen Xianzong only sent 2 elders to accompany him instead of a large-scale deployment, Gu Yu also understood it. In the final analysis, Hongchen Xianzong is a sect in the central region, and it is impossible for it to really interfere in the affairs of the eastern region. 2 elders accompany you. And you can use the banner of Hongchen Xianzong. Just based on these 2 points, it has already shown that Kang Yuan values me. Go. It just so happens that you have been in the sect for a long time, but you have never been able to understand the way to the Dao Palace. This time you go to the east region, maybe you can take that step. When Kang Yuan said this, he waved his sleeves, and a jade talisman suddenly appeared and fell in front of Gu Yu. This is a jade talisman left by a saint in the sect in the past. It contains the power of a saint. In this Dharma-ending age, if you really encounter danger, this jade talisman can save your life. Yes. Gu Yu reached out to take the jade talisman and put it away solemnly. He knew very well. Such a treasure containing the power of a saint is precious. Even if the Red Dust Immortal sect is a big family, there will definitely not be too many such treasures. Go. Kang Yuan waved his hand, and Gu Yu bowed and retreated. Then, the hall was quiet again. Innate Thunder God Body. During this great struggle, our Hongchen Xianzong will produce another invincible emperor. Kang Yuan looked serious, and the Dao rhyme flowed in his eyes, as if he was deducing something. He saw all kinds of changes in the Great Way. Finally, he closed his eyes, and 2 lines of blood and tears slowly flowed down. The secrets of heaven are confused. I still can't figure anything out. I'm afraid this great struggle will be different from the previous great struggles. Rather than saying it's a prosperous era, it's better to say it's a monstrous catastrophe. Kang Yuan opened his eyes again. His eyes, which were originally filled with divine light and Dao rhyme, have now become a little red. This change is like reflecting the future. Evil spirits are born. The secrets of heaven are confused. All kinds of changes are enough to show that this era is not simple. Although Hongchen Xianzong has a strong foundation, it is not sure that Kang Yuan can safely survive the catastrophe that swept across the ancient world. In order to survive this catastrophe, the Red Dust Immortal sect can only have an invincible emperor. However, it is not easy for ordinary cultivators to reach the level of emperor. A few years ago, Kang Yuan accidentally met Gu Yu, and then found that he had the innate Thunder God body, so he accepted him as his personal disciple and listed him as the true disciple of the sect. Kang Yuan is well aware of the power of the innate Thunder God body. Over the years, Gu Yu's performance has not disappointed Kang Yuan. In just 20 years, the other party has entered the peak realm of the 9th level of the Divine Transformation realm, and is only 1 step away from breaking the barrier of the Divine Transformation realm and entering the higher level of the Dao Palace realm. Moreover, although Gu Yu is in the 9th level of the Divine Transformation realm, his combat power is enough to match that of the Dao Palace realm cultivators. Even the 2nd and 3rd level Dao Palace realm masters are inferior to him. The power of the innate thunder god body has been fully revealed. Such a genius! Kang Yuan is going to do his best to cultivate him. He has a hunch. The only chance for Hongchen Xianzong to deal with the catastrophe next is to rely on Gu Yu. This is why he did not hesitate to use the Saint Jade Talisman. Such a genius! As long as his safety can be guaranteed, even if Hongchen Xianzong pays a high price, it is worth it. Your warrior Gu Yu learned that the Shenwu dynasty was facing a crisis, so he asked two elders from the Hongchen Xianzong to go to Jizhu together. Your warrior Gu Yu was valued by the leader of the Hongchen Xianzong and was rewarded with a Saint Jade Talisman to protect himself. Your warrior Fang Chen learned that the Shenwu dynasty was facing a crisis and was leading the elders of the Feng family to Jizhu. Your warrior Shen's Honggai learned that the Shenwu dynasty was facing a crisis and was heading towards Jizhu. Your warrior Lin Shan asked the strong men from the Baiyun Holy Land to go and was heading towards Jizhu. Your warrior Wang Jun's explained that the emperor of the Taixuan dynasty had sent troops, and now he led 30 million troops to the Xing Chen dynasty. Your warrior in Gujia's Wang, Gu Qingfeng looked at the information panel and saw that many warriors and secret guards were heading towards Jizhu. Gu Qingfeng also knew about Gu Yu's joining the Hongchen Xianzong. At the same time, he also collected some information about the Red Dust Immortal Sect. The Red Dust Immortal Sect is an ancient sect. In ancient times, an invincible emperor once emerged. Although the emperor has long passed away, the foundation of an ancient sect should not be underestimated. Then, it is the Feng family. Like the Red Dust Immortal Sect, the Feng family is also an ancient family. Although the Feng family has no emperor-level strongmen, it has also produced top quasi-emperors who are infinitely close to the emperor, and its strength and foundation are also very strong. The remaining Baiyun Dao sect and Taixuan imperial dynasty, etc., although not as powerful as the Red Dust Immortal Sect and the ancient Feng family, are also not to be underestimated. Until this moment, Gu Qingfeng really saw how many dead warriors he had sent out over the years had grown. Some are true disciples of the Emperor sect, some are sons-in-law of ancient families, some are true disciples of a holy place, and there are also generals of the imperial dynasty, etc. See here. Gu Qingfeng's mouth curled up into a smile. I'm curious, what would the Xing Chen dynasty think if they saw this scene? To be honest, even Gu Qingfeng himself had never thought that he already had such a powerful force in his hands. Absolute loyalty. Plus enough people. The combination of the two is a truly heaven-defying existence. After all, absolute loyalty does not have to worry about any possibility of betrayal, and enough people represent countless opportunities. If the number of dead men can continue to grow, maybe I don't have to do anything, the power of the Gu family can spread throughout the ancient world. At that time, the Gu family can be the real overlord of the ancient world. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but take a deep breath. No matter from which aspect, the existence of dead men is terrifying. Until this moment, Gu Qingfeng deeply understood that many other special rewards are not as useful as dead men. Although the growth rate of dead men will be slower, once they grow up, they are extremely terrifying. Ancient Xingzhou, Tiankui Mansion, Huibei City. The earth shook, as if a dragon turned over. The huge Huibei city was shaking violently, causing many monks in the city to change their expressions. Soon, the soldiers stationed on the city wall looked at the dust in the distance, with some doubts on their faces, and then changed to fear after a moment. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The shrill roar, accompanied by the sound of the war horn, the news of the invasion of the powerful enemy spread throughout the entire Huibei city. The first time, the defender of Huibei city directly summoned all the soldiers to prepare for defense, and at the same time sent people out to inquire about the news to see which force wanted to attack Huibei city. It was only a moment. The corresponding news came. In the city guard division. Now sitting is Xiang Ao, the commander of the Huaibei City Army. In front of him, a spy reported the news. Your Excellency, according to the information we have obtained, it is the Taixuan dynasty's army that invaded, and the leader is Wang Jun's. Wang Jun's of the Taixuan dynasty. Xiang Ao's face changed when he heard this name. This name is certainly not unfamiliar to him. The other party joined the Taixuan dynasty 20 years ago, and in just 10 years, he went from an unknown person to a hot figure in the Taixuan dynasty. The real reason why Wang Jun's became famous is that 10 years ago, the other party led an army of 10 million and conquered an ancient dynasty in just half a year. Since then, the three words Wang Jun's have become extremely loud. Xiang Ao never thought that the Taixuan dynasty would take action against the Xing Chen dynasty at this time, and even let Wang Jun's lead the army personally. But at this point, Xiang Ao could not care so much. The Taixuan dynasty's army is approaching. Huaibei City is difficult to stop. What Xiang Ao had to do was to delay the Taixuan emperor's army as much as possible, and then pass the news back to the court. Immediately, Xiang Ao took out the jade communication talisman, and when he was about to send the news back to the court, he found that the invincible communication jade talisman seemed to have disappeared into the sea, and had no effect at all. See this scene. Xiang Ao's face suddenly darkened. Speechless formation. The so-called forbidden speech formation is a formation that suppresses the communication jade talisman. As long as the forbidden speech formation is activated, no one can use the communication jade talisman to convey the message. It's just that the forbidden formation is precious and difficult for ordinary forces to possess. Until now. Only then did Xiang Ao understand why Taixuan Emperor's army was almost in front of Huaibei City, but there was still no unnecessary news. The feeling is that Emperor Taixuan used the silence formation to completely block the news, so naturally no news was sent back. Somebody come! Xiang Ao shouted loudly, and then guards came in from outside. What are your orders, sir? Immediately ask all the people with official positions in the city guard department to come over to discuss the matter. Xiang Ao said coldly. The current situation in Huaibei City is much more serious than he imagined. The emergence of the forbidden formation completely eliminated the possibility of using the jade talisman for communication, but if there was no jade talisman for communication, the only way to get the news out was through the most primitive methods. This method is to let the messenger go there in person. But Xiang Ao is not optimistic about this either. After all, Emperor Taixuan was able to use the silence formation, so it was impossible not to make preparations in advance to block the news. If there were messengers who really left the city, it would be difficult to deliver the news alive. It can be said. The current Huaibei City is a truly isolated city. The more important point is that Xiang Ao doesn't know how many troops the Taixuan Emperor has dispatched. Now the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, which makes him feel great pressure. However, when things got to this point, Xiang Ao had no other way out. He could only integrate all his forces as much as possible to deal with the Taixuan Emperor's attack. Outside Huaibei City, the army sets off. There is a young general sitting in the middle of the army, listening to the people around him reporting on the situation. General Qi, Huaibei City has been completely sealed off. I can guarantee that not even a mosquito can fly out of Huaibei City. Good. Wang Jun's nodded slightly, a cold and stern look appeared on his calm face. Let the army speed up. I want to capture Huaibei City within 1 day. In addition, no prisoners will be left in this battle. We must occupy Tiankui Mansion as quickly as possible before the Star Emperor dynasty can react, and then open up the situation. Yes. When the man heard this, his heart trembled, and he immediately lowered his head and clasped his fists to accept the order. He did not dare to have any objection to Wang Jun's order. Subsequently, Wang Jun's looked at Huaibei City in front of him, with murderous intent in his eyes. He was a dead soldier of Gu Jia's Wang and had always been loyal to Gu Qingfeng, and Qingfeng was now the supreme emperor of the Shenwu dynasty, so when the Star Emperor dynasty attacked the Shenwu dynasty, it would touch its own inverse scale. Because of this, Wang Junzeke persuaded Emperor Taixuan to allow him to personally lead an army to invade the Star Emperor. This battle, Wang Junz did not talk about destroying the Star Empire, but he also wanted to give the opponent a heavy blow. After all, Wang Junz knew very well that an imperial dynasty had a strong foundation and it would not be easy to truly eliminate it. If the Taixuan Emperor dynasty tried its best, there would be hope of overthrowing the Star Emperor dynasty. But just sending a large army is not enough to achieve this level. There are 3,600 mansions in ancient Yingzhou. The Xing Chen Emperor has occupied these territories for too long. It's time to give way. Soon. In less than half an hour, the army came directly to the city. The 30 million strong army was so majestic that the entire Huaibei city was besieged, to the point of being suffocated. On top of the city wall. When Xiang Ao and the other guards saw this scene, their faces turned pale and ugly. "Sir! Your Majesty! Emperor Taixuan is coming fiercely. Can we really stop it?" One person looked pale and spoke in a stammering tone. "No way." The oppressive feeling of the 30 million strong army was too strong, and the silent and chilling atmosphere was enough to make it difficult to breathe. If you can't defend it, you must defend it. If the city is alive and the people are there, if the city is destroyed, the people will perish. Xiang Ao forced himself to calm down and gritted his teeth. But, having said that, Xiang Ao himself felt guilty. How many defenders are there in Huaibei city now? Full calculation. The number of defenders in the entire Huaibei city is only a mere 100,000. Even if all the civilians are included, 5 million people would be enough. Looking at Emperor Taixuan's side, the army was so numerous that one could not even see the end of it. Judging from Xiang Ao's many years of marching experience, the number of such armies is at least tens of millions. Moreover, judging from the high morale of the army and its well-equipped equipment, it was obvious that they were not some ragtag army, but rather elite members of the Taixuan Emperor's dynasty. It is really difficult for Huaibei city to block such a force. But there is no way. Still the same sentence. You have to keep it even if you can't. As for surrender, that is impossible. After all, his family is in the capital. If news of his surrender spreads, Xiang Ao can be sure that it will be a serious crime that will annihilate the 9 tribes. So, even if it was for the sake of his family, Xiang Ao would never surrender. Just think of this. Xiang Ao looked at the others again and warned them, "Don't forget that your family is still behind. If you are afraid to fight or even surrender, your family will surely suffer a catastrophe. You will die alone or your whole family will die. Think carefully. If we die in battle, I believe the court will not let our family down, and judging from the current situation, I am afraid that the Taixuan dynasty may not accept the surrender." When Xiang Ao said this, the faces of the others changed immediately. The panicked look at first became calm again. Yes. They still have a family behind them. Even if they die here, their family can get the grace of the court. On the contrary, if they surrender, the family behind them will inevitably face a catastrophe. After figuring out the key points, these people are no longer afraid. At this time, the fierce and heavy sound of war drums came, and the Taixuan dynasty army that besieged Huaibei city launched an attack directly without any verbal communication. When dense arrows were shot at them, Xiang Ao and his men immediately ordered a counterattack. Shoot! End of this chapter. Chapter 299, God of War. Report. An urgent report directly broke the silence of the court, and then a soldier with blood on his armor knelt on one knee and said urgently, "Your Majesty, the Taixuan dynasty sent troops to attack Tiankou Prefecture. Now 36 cities have fallen. Our soldiers have died in battle for more than 10 million, and the army has suffered heavy losses. I hope your majesty will make a decision. As soon as these words came out, the court was silent, and everyone's face showed an expression of disbelief. Tiankui Prefecture is the gateway to the ancient Xingzhou, and it is heavily guarded. How could 36 cities be captured so quickly? Although the Taixuan dynasty has always had friction with our Qingchen dynasty, they have never really torn their faces and started a war. Why would the Taixuan dynasty take action? Hearing the words of the soldiers in front of them, their first reaction was disbelief. There is no way. The 3 million years of foundation of the Qingchen dynasty is enough to deter many forces. Even if they were from the same dynasty, no one dared to start a war without authorization. After all, if a war broke out between the two dynasties, it would be a catastrophic catastrophe, and countless monks would die. Even if one side won, it would have to pay a heavy price. Besides, the Qingchen dynasty occupied the entire Guxingzhou. Among the 3,600 prefectures, Tiankui Prefecture was the gateway to Guxingzhou. There were a large number of elite guards. Even if there were really strong enemies, they could resist one or two, and it would definitely not fall so quickly. If Tiankui Prefecture fell, why didn't we hear any news? On the throne, Liu Zhen's face was as gloomy as water, as if he would completely kill the person in front of him on the spot as long as he couldn't give an explanation. The man answered truthfully, the Taixuan dynasty used the silence formation to block the space, and then sent a large army to besiege it, and there were also strong men from the Taixuan dynasty chasing and killing along the way. Only I, the 3,000 messenger soldiers, broke through the siege. How brave! Liu Zhen was furious. Silence formation. He didn't expect that the Taixuan dynasty had already reached this point. This also explains why there was no news of the fall of Tiankui Mansion. Immediately, Liu Zhen held the imperial seal, and a terrifying blood force rushed into the imperial seal. In an instant, a divine light rushed up into the sky, as if the ancient stars appeared in the sky like the sun, and then there was an endless mist in the sky, which was immediately dispersed by the sun. But at the moment when the mist dissipated, only the 9th grade blue lotus appeared in the void, but if you look carefully, you can find that the 8 petals of the 9th grade blue lotus are solid, and only one petal is a little illusory. Seeing this scene, Liu Zhen's face became more and more ugly. Hide the secrets of heaven. No wonder I can't detect the clues. If the territory of the Qiun dynasty is invaded and fallen, it will inevitably cause the court's qi to shake. As the controller of the Qiun, Liu Zhen should have discovered the clues at the first time. But in fact, the luck of the Qingchen dynasty was as stable as Mount Tai, and there was no change at all. Now it seems. It was the Taixuan dynasty who had a strong man who concealed the secrets of heaven, so that the luck of the Qingchen dynasty could not detect the changes in Tiankui Mansion, and thus concealed Liu Zhen, the emperor of the Qingchen dynasty. Now Liu Zhen broke the secrets of heaven, and everything was presented in his eyes. But what Liu Zhen couldn't figure out was what kind of madness the Taixuan dynasty had, and would mobilize troops against the Qingchen dynasty at this time. Didn't the other party know that once the two dynasties went to war, there would be a lot of suffering? At this moment, a minister stepped out and said with a bow, "Your Majesty, although I don't know why the Taixuan dynasty mobilized troops, it is a fact that they have invaded Tiankui Mansion now. I think we can send troops to support it immediately, and we must not let Tiankui Mansion fall into the hands of the Taixuan dynasty." I second the motion. The other ministers also nodded. The 3,600 prefectures in Guxingzhou are indispensable. Although the loss of Tiankui Mansion is not enough to cause serious damage to the Qingchen dynasty, if Tiankui Mansion falls, Guxingzhou will lose an important gateway. Later, Taixuan dynasty can send troops to march straight in and plunder other mansions. Hearing this, Liu Zhen did not dare to hesitate and immediately gave an order in a deep voice. Yang Xian. As soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man walked out slowly. The other party had an ordinary face, indifferent eyes, and a deadly aura. I am here. I order you to lead the 7 Killings army to Tiancui Mansion for support immediately, and make sure that Taixuan dynasty will not return. I accept the order. Yang Xian bowed his hands to accept the order, and then turned and left. Looking at his departing back, the faces of the ministers couldn't help but show a bit of awe. Military god Yang Xian. In Huaibei City, Wang Junzi looked at the news from the Jade Talisman, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then let me see if this first king general, who is known as the god of war, is as terrible as the rumors say. The god of war Yang Xian. The first among the 36 king generals. The other party once defeated an army of 300,000 with 3,000 cavalry, and then marched alone for 1,000,000 miles to capture the capital of a dynasty and slaughtered all the royal family. That battle. It established Yang Xian's reputation as the god of war. Wang Junzi was no stranger to such an existence. However, even if he understood how terrible Yang Xian was, he was not afraid in his heart. Just right. Wang Junzi also wanted to see how capable the rumored first king general was. However, when the other generals heard the word Yang Xian, their faces became more serious, and many of them looked slightly pale, obviously shocked by the name. Yang Xian is coming, so I will give him a surprise. Send the order to consolidate the army. I will attack 36 more cities in 7 days. Yes. Many generals immediately took orders. Then, after the others left, Wang Junzi took out another jade talisman and spread the news. At the same time, inside Gujia's Wang, Gu Qingfeng looked at the vibration of the communication jade talisman, and the expression on his face moved slightly. God of War Yang Xian, it seems that the invasion of the Taixuan Emperor has also made the Qingchen Emperor really angry, but I don't know if Wang Junzi can stop Yang Xian with his methods. To be honest, Gu Qingfeng didn't know much about Wang Junzi. After all, he had many dead soldiers under his command, so it was naturally impossible to pay attention to every one of them. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Most of the time, Gu Qingfeng would read the text given on the information panel at a glance, and rarely pay attention to certain people deliberately. There is nothing we can do about this. Thousands of dead soldiers. It is destined to allow the information panel to record a lot of information. In addition, Gu Qingfeng has been in seclusion all year round. Every time he goes out to check the text on the information panel, there is a huge amount of information contained in it. If it were the air interface, Gu Qingfeng would take a serious look at it, but basically he wouldn't pay much attention to the dead soldier interface. If it hadn't been for this time, Gu Qingfeng wouldn't have known that there was actually a dead man who had reached such a high position in an imperial dynasty and could directly persuade the Taixuan emperor to send troops to Tiancui Mansion and declare war on the Qingchen emperor. But based on Gu Qingfeng's understanding of the Star Empire, the 36 kings and generals are all good, especially the first king and general Yang Xian, whose strength and all aspects are top-notch. With Wang Junzi's methods, it is still unclear whether he can compete with Yang Xian. But Gu Qingfeng was not too worried. After all, the other party was able to reach such a height in the Taixuan emperor's dynasty in just a few decades, which is enough to show that this dead soldier is also extraordinary. If the opponent is not Yang Xian's opponent, he will naturally avoid the edge temporarily. Eastern region. The Star Emperor's army marched out. Led by Zhang Chen, a mighty army of tens of millions headed towards Kyushu. In the void, several figures appeared there. Gu Yu looked at the army below. The murderous aura rising into the sky did not move him much. His eyes soon fell in the direction of the Chinese army, where Zhang Chen was evidently located. Beside him were 2 old men in grey, one tall and one thin. The tall one's name is Kze, and the thin one's name is Zhang Yuan. They are both elders of the Red Dust Immortal sect, and they have cultivated themselves to reach the semi-saint realm. The error-free version is being read. 6=9 book_bar debuts this novel. Now the 3 of them were covered by a mysterious wave, covering their own auras, so even if they appeared above the army, they did not alert Zhang Chen and others who were sitting in the army. Tisk, tisk, they all say that the eastern region is in decline, but it seems that is not necessarily the case now. The Star Emperor dynasty alone has such a foundation, tens of millions of troops and 3 semi-saints. Even if they are placed in Zhongzhou, they are enough to defeat many sects. Kze clicked his tongue in surprise, and when he looked at the army below, there was also an undetectable fear in his eyes. It is true that he is a semi-saint, but a semi-saint is also a human being and cannot yet achieve immortality. If there were only tens of millions of ordinary soldiers, Kze would be sure to kill 7 in and 7 out, but if there were strong men of the same level who blocked them, it would be a different matter. Gu Zhenswan, I think that the Star Emperor dynasty is approaching fiercely, so it is better not to have a direct conflict for the time being. It will be more appropriate for us to wait until the Shenyu dynasty's army is dispatched. Zhang Yuan suggested. Although it is true that there are 2 half-saints on their side, the army in front of them has 3 half-saints sitting on their side, and their strength is by no means ordinary. Both are half-saints, who can be weaker than the other. Hear the words. Gu Yu pondered for a while, and finally there was murderous intention on his face. The disciples naturally understand the thoughts of the 2 elders, but if the army is allowed to enter Kyushu with such stability, the disciples will be a little unwilling after all. This matter is simple. We only need to set up a killing array. Not to mention the entire Star Emperor dynasty's army is annihilated, but there is no problem in losing troops and generals. Kze stroked his beard and smiled. In a head-on conflict, he was not sure that he would be able to compete with the Star Empire's army, but if he took action secretly, it would not be a big problem. A smile suddenly appeared on Gu Yu's face. I'll leave it to the 2 elders. Immediately, the 3 people left quietly. Half a day later, Zhang Chen, who was sitting in the army, felt that the ground was shaking, and his expression suddenly changed. He immediately rose into the air, and saw that the mountains in front collapsed, the earth cracked, and no one knew how many of the forward troops were buried there. At the same time, there was even more dense light, as if it was blocking the sky and the sun, making it impossible to see the scene inside clearly. Array! Zhang Chen looked ugly, and a silver divine spear suddenly appeared. Immediately, a cold light burst out, piercing the void in front of him. The remaining force bombarded the inside of the mysterious light and forcibly tore it apart. When the mysterious light shattered, the miserable state of the army inside was exposed to Zhang Chen's eyes. Just one glance. The 3rd King General has red eyes. The ground ahead was littered with corpses. Countless soldiers were shattered to pieces, and some even had their bodies broken into 2. Their upper bodies were struggling to wriggle on the ground, letting out shrill wails. Such movement directly alarmed all the powerful members of the army. Enyu and Guyan both appeared one after another. What happened? Could it be that someone attacked me? When the 2 of them looked at the scene in front of them, their expressions changed greatly. Zhang Chen looked grim. Someone is using formations to ambush. Immediately send people to check along the way. If you encounter formations, clear them as soon as possible. Okay. Guyan and the other man looked at each other and nodded. Although they were both kings, Zhang Chen was the commander of the army, so they had to obey each other's orders. Half a day later, all the losses were counted and finally passed to Zhang Chen. 200,000 dead. Slightly injured 60,000. Seriously injured 20,000. Looking at the text of the battle report above, Zhang Chen was furious, and the terrifying blood power burst out uncontrollably. Shenyu dynasty. Before reaching Zhuzhou, the army had already lost 200,000 or 300,000 people, which was undoubtedly a slap in his face. Obviously, Zhang Chen directly blamed the Shenyu dynasty for the formation ambush. After all, apart from the Shenyu dynasty, no one dared to ambush the army of the Xingchen dynasty. Although compared to the tens of millions of troops, the casualties of 200,000 or 300,000 are nothing, but every soldier is a living cultivator in Zhang Chen's eyes. Such a loss is not only related to his own face, but also represents blood feud. Soon, Zhang Chen suppressed his anger. He knew that now was not the time to be angry. As long as the army entered Zhuzhou, he could settle today's blood feud. Next, the marching speed of the Qingchen Empire was much slower, just because someone needed to check the formations and restrictions along the way in front to prevent the problems ahead from happening again. However, even though Zhang Chen was careful enough, the army still had frequent accidents. Either the formation blocked the road, or there were strong men who attacked secretly, and even worse, poisoned the water source and other aspects, causing the army to lose soldiers and generals. After a few days, the army only traveled less than one-third of the distance, and all the casualties added up to almost 1 million. This made Zhang Chen very angry, but also secretly frightened. In his opinion, except for the head of the Gu family, there should be no powerful people in the Shenwu dynasty who can be on the stage. However, there are many means of ambush and killing during this period that make Zhang Chen feel shocked. It is hard to imagine. How can a newly promoted dynasty with only a few decades of history control so many powerful people? Although I can't figure it out. But Zhang Chen is more determined to destroy the Shenwu dynasty. A dynasty that has existed for decades is so terrible. If it is allowed to develop steadily, it will inevitably become a big trouble for the Qingchen dynasty. Since the two sides have already torn their faces, Zhang Chen must not bring hidden dangers to the Qingchen dynasty. Therefore, the Shenwu dynasty must be destroyed. I want to see how many means you have in the Shenwu dynasty. Are my tens of millions of troops afraid of you? Zhang Chen's eyes are fierce. Even if the Shenwu dynasty has many means but is not as good as them, he doesn't believe that the other party can really bury his tens of millions of troops. As long as the army enters Zhuzhou, it will be the end of the Shenwu dynasty. End of this chapter. Chapter 300, The Foundation for Breaking Through the Dao Palace Realm. Your Majesty, the army of the Qingchen dynasty will enter the ancient Beast Mountain range in 3 days. According to the spies, the army of the Qingchen dynasty seems to have been attacked by a mysterious force and suffered heavy losses. In the imperial study, Gu Yi came to report. Gu Yang heard this and looked a little surprised. Mysterious force? He couldn't figure out which force had the courage to intervene in the war between the Shenwu dynasty and the Qingchen dynasty at this time. At this moment, Gu Yi's expression moved slightly, and he took out a jade talisman from the storage ring. His mind fell into the jade talisman, and after reading the information inside, his face changed immediately. Your Majesty, the secret guards of Guxing's sent news that the Taixuan dynasty sent troops to the Qingchen dynasty a few days ago, and took down dozens of cities in Tiankui prefecture in one breath. The Qingchen dynasty was furious and sent the first king General Yang Xian to lead the 7-killing army to Tiankui prefecture. Taixuan dynasty. Gu Yang's face also changed slightly. Like the Qingchen dynasty, the Taixuan dynasty is also an ancient dynasty with extraordinary strength. It was just that Gu Yang could not have imagined that the Taixuan dynasty would mobilize troops against the Qingchen dynasty at this time. Zhang Chen's army was attacked by a mysterious force before, and then the Taixuan dynasty sent troops to the Qingchen dynasty. All these things were too coincidental, as if there was a force secretly helping the Shenwu dynasty. Such news shocked Gu Yang. Immediately, Gu Yang quickly calmed down. No matter which force secretly attacked the Qingchen dynasty, at least for now, there was no harm to the Shenwu dynasty. After all, the enemy of the enemy is his ally. Now someone is willing to weaken the strength of the Qingchen dynasty, and Gu Yang is naturally happy to see it happen. Continue to find out all the whereabouts of the Qingchen dynasty. Yes. After Gu Yi left, Gu Yang said to the eunuch at the door, immediately let all military officers above the 3rd rank come to see me. Yes. The eunuch respectfully accepted the order. Not long after, military officers led by a middle-aged general came together. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. To make a long story short, the Qingchen dynasty army is now ambushed by a mysterious force and has suffered heavy casualties, but the number of troops is still large. In 3 days, the army led by Zhang Chen will enter the ancient Beast Mountains. This trip, I want you to use the 9 evil suppression cities as the foundation, so that they cannot step into Zhuzhu even a step. Gu Yang ordered in a deep voice. Zhuzhu is the foundation of the Shenyu dynasty, and Gu Yang naturally does not want the war to break out in Zhuzhu. In that case, whether Zhuzhu wins or loses, it will have to pay a huge price. That situation is not what Gu Yang wants to see. Only by fixing the battlefield in the ancient Beast Mountains can the losses be minimized. Hearing this, everyone obeyed the order. Yan Yun, you will be the commander in this battle and be responsible for all matters concerning the 9 evil cities. Remember, I have only one request, that is, no one from the Qingchen dynasty can be allowed to enter the 9 provinces. Gu Yang's eyes fell on the middle-aged general in the lead. The other party had an ordinary appearance, but his square face was firm and his eyebrows showed the style of a general in the army. When Shi Zhen and others led their troops to attack the Guiyuan dynasty, there were not many generals in the court who could really stand alone. Yan Yun in front of him was the most outstanding one among them. Like Shi Zhen and others, Yan Yun was also a general who had followed Gu Yang in the battles since the founding of the Shenyu dynasty. At the same time, the other party's talent in cultivation was also amazing. Although his cultivation had not entered the Dao Palace realm, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Shenbian realm. To be frank, Yan Yun's cultivation is definitely in the first echelon of the Shenyu dynasty. If Shi Zhen hadn't taken the elixir to advance, his cultivation would be inferior to this one. I will do my best. Even if I die, I will not let the army of the Qingchen dynasty set foot on my Shenyu territory. Yan Yun clasped his fists and said loudly. Then, someone couldn't help but ask, "May I ask your Majesty, which force ambushed the army of the Qingchen dynasty? Do you have any accurate information?" It's hard to say. The person who took action is very secretive. There is not much news for the time being. However, the Taixuan dynasty has now declared war on the Qingchen dynasty, although it is not clear why the Taixuan dynasty took action at this moment. But the declaration of war by one dynasty is enough to prove that the advantage is on the side of my Shenyu dynasty. Gu Yang smiled slightly, and the words he said made everyone's face change. Then, everyone was overjoyed. Taixuan dynasty declared war on Qingchen dynasty, which was the best news for them. There were forces willing to attack Qingchen dynasty, which greatly relieved the pressure of Shenyu dynasty. At this time, Yan Yun also asked, now that Qingchen dynasty is coming aggressively, should Guiyuan dynasty temporarily withdraw its troops? No need. Gu Yang put his hands behind his back, his expression cold and stern. In order to deal with Guiyuan dynasty this time, Shenyu dynasty has paid a huge price. If they withdraw their troops at this time, it will really be a waste of all their efforts. What's more, it's too late for the army to come back for support. Instead of wasting time, it's better to speed up the pace of attacking Guiyuan dynasty. With the strength of Shichen and the great saint soldier in hand, it is more than enough to deal with Guiyuan dynasty. Seeing Gu Yang's firm attitude, others naturally couldn't say anything. Eastern region. Guiyuan dynasty. Originally, Emperor Han was overjoyed when he learned that Qingchen dynasty had sent troops. In his opinion, since Qingchen dynasty sent troops, the Shenyu army in Guiyuan dynasty would definitely withdraw as soon as possible. In this way, the crisis of Guiyuan dynasty would naturally be resolved. But before Emperor Han could be too happy, he learned that Shenyu dynasty had no intention of withdrawing troops at all, but instead accelerated the pace of the war. Now Yongxian Mansion has completely fallen. Such a result naturally made Emperor Han furious. He couldn't figure it out. Why did Shenwu dynasty have to make things difficult for him? Even if there were some grievances in the past, in fact, it was Qidian dynasty that suffered the loss, not only losing a prince, but also burying 100,000 elite soldiers and a general. In such a situation, Shenwu dynasty did not care about the risk of its own destruction, and wanted to perish with Qidian dynasty. Emperor Han naturally didn't understand it at all. When another battle report came, Emperor Han was furious. Reinforce! Reinforce with all your strength! Now that the Qingchen dynasty has sent troops, the destruction of the Shenwu dynasty is only a matter of time. When the Shenwu dynasty is destroyed, they won't be able to cause much trouble. It is undeniable. The strength of the Qidian dynasty is indeed far behind that of the Shenwu dynasty. The opponent is just a large army, which makes it difficult for the Qidian dynasty to resist. Now Emperor Han has no intention of defeating the Shenwu army, he just wants to stop the army. When the news of the destruction of the Shenwu dynasty comes, this army will naturally collapse. Your descendant Gu Yang learned that the army of the Qingchen dynasty was attacked by a mysterious force. He was surprised and secretly delighted. At the same time, he sent generals led by Yan Yun to guard the 9 evil cities to resist the upcoming war. Your descendant Gu Xian learned about the movements of the Qingchen dynasty and persuaded the strong men of the Taizhou Holy Land. Now he is heading towards Zhuzhou. Your descendant Gu Xian secretly led the monks of the Taizhou Holy Land to ambush the army of the Qingchen dynasty, causing the latter to suffer heavy casualties. Your descendant Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *13652231. Your descendant Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *25365541. Your descendant Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *569656. Reading the error-free version. 6 = 9 plus book _BA first release novel. Your descendant Gu Xiu has angered many forces in the demon world, and many top masters have come out to encircle and suppress him, wanting to completely kill him. Your descendant Gu Xiu was seriously injured, but with the characteristics of his immortal body, he finally broke through the siege. Your descendant Gu Xiu has been broken and then rebuilt, and his cultivation has improved. Your descendant Gu Xiu has received guidance from the great sage Huangji, and his understanding of the Huangji tyrant fist has deepened, and his strength has reached a new level. Your descendant Gu Xiu has gained some understanding of the Tianmei Sutra during the battle, and has faintly touched the threshold of the second heavenly vein. Your offspring Gu Shengan has broken through to the late stage of the Grand Master. Reward promotion points *200. Your offspring Gu Shengxin has broken through to the middle stage of the Grand Master. Reward promotion points *200. Your offspring Gu Shengan has been training in the ancient Beast Mountains, killing many murderers, and has deepened his understanding of the Heavenly Sword technique, and the Heavenly Sword true meaning has broken through to the 10th level. Shengan's Heavenly Sword true meaning has broken through to the 10th level so quickly. Gu Qingfeng looked at the text on the information panel and raised his eyebrows slightly. The other party has been practicing the Heavenly Sword true meaning for only more than 20 years. It is quite impressive that he has comprehended the 10th level of the true meaning so quickly. You know, the true meaning is the most difficult to comprehend. The 10th level true meaning. It has already entered the threshold of the Grand Master true meaning. Even in the East region, there are many Grand Masters, but only a few can truly master the 10th level of true meaning. After all, the difficulty of comprehending the true meaning is much more difficult than reaching the Grand Master level. The latter can use natural treasures to reach the level, but the former can only rely on comprehension. You know, treasures related to the true meaning are very few after all. So, let alone the Grand Master. Even for the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators, there are not many who want to comprehend the 10th level of true meaning. And the comprehension of the true meaning involves the tempering of the soul, which is also related to whether they can break through the Dao Palace realm in the future. Therefore, the Divine Transformation Realm and the Dao Palace realm are two watersheds. Before the Dao Palace realm, as long as there are enough resources, no matter how dull the talent is, you can forcefully rely on resources to break through. But if you want to break through the Dao Palace realm, it is completely different. Only by comprehending the true meaning can you open up the Dao Palace Yuan Shen and truly enter the Dao Palace realm. This level. The requirements for the aptitude and comprehension of the cultivators are higher. Unless there are some people who are blessed by nature and can obtain some natural treasures to enhance the soul, otherwise, it is impossible for mediocre talents to enter the Dao Palace realm. Although the 10th level of true meaning is not enough to break through the Dao Palace realm, it also indirectly shows that Gu Shengan's comprehension is quite good. In this way, there will be no big problem for the other party to break through the Dao Palace realm in the future. The 10th level of true meaning has been achieved, and it will not be too far away to make further progress. Inside the ancient beast mountain range, there was a beast corpse that was as big as 10 feet lying there, with a hideous knife mark on its head, almost split in half, and a lot of blood mixed with yellow and white liquid flowed out, and there was no sound at all. In front of the beast corpse, Gu Shengan's chest rose and fell slightly, and his eyes were closed, as if he had entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. For a long time, Gu Shengan opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out like sharp knife lights, leaving 2 deep white marks in the air, which could not dissipate for a long time. Grandmaster's true meaning. In this case, now I can also be called a Grandmaster of true meaning. Gu Shengan smiled. The breakthrough of the true meaning of the heavenly sword made him feel that his strength had at least risen to a higher level. Whether to comprehend the true meaning of the Grandmaster or not is completely 2 concepts. If he were to face his current self before he realized the true meaning of the Grandmaster, Gu Shengan would be confident that he could kill him within 10 moves. Even if he were to face a strong man in the general divine transformation realm, Gu Shengan would have the confidence to fight him now. This was not because he thought too much, but because Gu Shengan was indeed qualified. The technique he practiced was the top technique in Gu family manner. His foundation and foundation were not comparable to those of ordinary cultivators of the same level. Now that he had realized the true meaning of the Grand Master, his strength had reached a higher level. It was not impossible to suppress a weaker cultivator in the divine transformation realm. Then, Gu Shengan looked at the corpse of the beast in front of him, and with a thought, he directly put it into the storage ring, and then continued to go deep into the ancient beast mountain range. The beasts in the Grand Master realm were no longer of much use to him. Only the beasts in the divine transformation realm were Gu Shengan's targets. Moreover, such beasts had already condensed beast pills, which were even more tonic for cultivators. Gu Shengan also understood the current situation of the Shenwu dynasty, but he had no way to intervene, because the Grand Master's cultivation was too weak. In front of a true strong man, the so-called Grand Master is no different from an ant. Therefore, Gu Shengan was so eager to improve his strength. Half a day later, a powerful sound erupted again in the ancient beast mountain range, accompanied by waves of fierce beasts roaring, and the huge momentum shook the 4 directions. After a long time, the roar of the fierce beasts gradually subsided, until there was no sound at all. The picture moved. I saw trees collapsed, hills collapsed, and the huge ground seemed to have been plowed through, with many knife marks deeply engraved in it. A fierce beast like a black bear was lying on the ground, and its black hair was stained with blood. Even though it was dead, the corpse exuded a powerful breath that made people palpitate. Gu Shengan's clothes were stained with blood. He held the knife in his right hand and walked slowly to the beast. Then he cut through its fur with the knife and dug out the beast core hidden inside. A blood-stained beast core was picked out, and Gu Shengan grabbed it with his left hand. His stern expression also eased a little. The beast in the God transformation realm is indeed not easy to deal with, but fortunately, I won this battle after all. End of this chapter. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.